A History of Economic Thought by ilych Rubin. Translated and edited by Donald Filtzer. Afterword by Catherine Colliot-Thelini. Author's preface to the second edition. The study of the history of economic thought holds immense historical and theoretical interest. As a science, it is closely tied, on the one hand, to the history of economic development and the struggle between the classes and, on the other, to theoretical political economy. From an historical point of view, economic doctrines and ideas can be seen to have been amongst the most important and influential forms of ideology. As with other forms of ideology, the evolution of economic ideas depends directly upon the evolution of economic forms and the class struggle. Economic ideas are not born in a vacuum. Often they arise directly out of the stir and strife of social conflicts, upon the battleground between different social classes. In these circumstances, economists have acted as arms bearers for these classes, forging the ideological weapons needed to defend the interests of particular social groups, often not concerning themselves any longer with developing their own work and giving it greater theoretical foundation. This was the lot that befell the economists of the mercantilist period, 16th and 17th centuries, who devoted countless topical pamphlets to the ardent defense of the interests of merchant capital. Yet even if we look at the physiocrats and the economists of the classical school, whose works conform far more to the demands of theoretical clarity and logical coherence, we have little difficulty in identifying the social and class forces behind the different currents of economic thought. Though it occurs less openly and with greater complexity, we still find that the requirements of economic policy exert a powerful impact upon the orientation of economic ideas. In the most abstract constructs of the physiocrats or Ricardo, those that seem farthest removed from real life, we shall discover a reflection of contemporary economic conditions and an expression of the interests of particular social classes and groups. While being thorough in tracing the influence of economic development and the changing forms of class struggle upon the general direction of economic thought, we nevertheless must not lose sight of our other task. Once we arrive at the more advanced stages of social development, the systems constructed by economists no longer represent a loose aggregation of isolated practical demands and theoretical propositions. Instead, they appear as more or less logically coherent theoretical systems, whose separate parts are to a greater or lesser extent in harmony both with one another and with the overall character of the ideology appropriate to a particular social class during a given historical epoch. The physiocratic system, for example, when taken as a whole, can only be correctly understood against the background of socio-economic conditions in 18th century France and the struggles which these generated between different social classes. We cannot, however, limit ourselves to studying the social and economic roots of the physiocrat system. We must examine the latter as a system, as an organic totality of logically interconnected concepts and propositions. The first thing we must uncover is the close connection between the physiocrats' economic theory and their overall worldview, especially their social philosophy, i.e., their views on the nature of society, economy, and state. Secondly, and this is where the most important of our tasks begins, we must reveal the logical connection which binds together the different parts of the system, or, conversely, identify those places where such connection is absent and the system contains logical contradictions. What makes an account of the history of economic thought particularly difficult is this two-sided nature of our task, the necessity to impart to the reader at one and the same time an exposition of both the historical conditions out of which the different economic doctrines arose and developed, and their theoretical meaning, i.e., of the internal logical relationship of ideas. We have tried to allocate sufficient space to the historical and theoretical parts of our exposition. Each section of our book, with the exception of the first, is prefaced by a general historical study which depicts the economic conditions and class relations which were to find expression in the ideas put forward by the economists concerned. However, we have allocated even greater space to our theoretical analysis of these doctrines, especially where, as in the sections devoted to Adam Smith and David Ricardo, we are dealing with grandiose theoretical systems permeated by a single idea. In these sections our theoretical analysis has received first priority, since our main task was, in our view, to provide readers with a thread to guide them through the complex and entangled maze of these economists' theoretical ideas. Without this type of detailed theoretical analysis, no history of economic thought could ever perform the service we have the right to expect of it, namely to act as a faithful companion and guide facilitating our study of the theory of political economy. For we do not analyze the doctrines of Smith simply to gaze at a vivid page from the history of social ideology, but because it permits us to gain a deeper understanding of theoretical problems. Familiarity with Smith's theories can provide the reader with one of the best introductions to a more serious study of the problem of value, just as a knowledge of Ricardo's theories facilitates the study of the problem of rent. These are difficult problems. In theoretical political economy they stand before us in their full magnitude and in their most complicated and involved form, but for a reader acquainted with the historical process through which they were built upon and acquired their complexity, the difficulties are in large measure removed. The ideas and problems of the early economists will be more easily understood by the reader if they are posed and formulated more simply. An analysis of the contradictions so often encountered in their works, even of such intellectual giants as Smith and Ricardo, is of tremendous intellectual and pedagogical value. If the knowledge of the history of economic thought is on the whole essential for a deeper understanding of theoretical political economy, this is all the more true when it comes to understanding Marx's theoretical system. To construct his system, Marx first laboriously and conscientiously studied a wealth of economic literature, itself the product of the labors of several generations of English, French, and Italian economists from the 17th to the mid-19th centuries. Marx was the leading expert of his time on the economic literature of the 17th and 18th centuries, and probably no one has surpassed him even to this day. On the very first page of Capital the reader encounters the names of the elders, Rubin and Locke. And at every step in his subsequent exposition, both in his text and in his footnotes, Marx stops to select with evident enjoyment a particularly valuable thought that he has discovered in the early economists. No matter how rudimentarily or naively this idea may originally have been expressed, Marx nonetheless gives it his full attention and diligently analyzes it, so as to prize out the valuable hidden kernel that went unnoticed at first sight. Marx's attentive and painstaking treatment of his forerunners is not to be taken as the whim of a dilettante, of an expert and connoisseur in old economic writings. Its cause is far more profound and serious. Ever since publication of his theories of surplus value we have had substantial access to the laboratory of Marx's thought and have glimpsed at first hand with what profound seriousness and intellectual effort Marx carried out his study of those who had preceded him. We cannot but admire and marvel at the tirelessness with which he tracked down the twists and turns and the most subtle offshoots of the ideas of the economists he was investigating. We now know that the abundance of brief remarks on Smith, Ricardo, and other economists which Marx scattered throughout the footnotes to Capital are the abbreviated, not to say parsimonious, resumes of the highly detailed and on occasion tiresome researches contained in theories of surplus value. It is only in the light of the theories that we can fully appreciate how much these footnotes made almost as if in passing are an organic part of the text of Capital, and how inseparable Marx saw the tasks of studying his predecessors and constructing his own system. Every step that permitted Marx to penetrate more deeply into the works of his predecessors brought him closer to this construction. And each success gained in resolving this latter problem opened up to Marx new treasure chests of ideas which had lain buried in the long-known and partly forgotten writings of past economists. In his own system Marx made full use of the intellectual skills deployed by economists over the preceding centuries. Thanks to him the ideas and knowledge that his forerunners had accumulated were brought together into a grand synthesis. Here is why the study of the history of economic thought is so essential both to an elucidation of the historical background to Marx's economic system and to the acquisition of a more profound understanding of his theory. From what we have said, the reader can draw certain conclusions about what method is most desirable for studying the history of economic thought. In our view, the most efficacious method is for the reader to combine this study with a parallel study of theoretical political economy. This does not mean that readers of a history of economic thought can take up the book without first being familiar with a general course in political economy. Our book is intended for those readers who, after taking an introductory course in political economy, would like to acquire an understanding of the evolution of basic economic ideas and at the same time undertake a more serious and detailed investigation into theoretical problems. For these readers, our book can serve both as a systematic course in the history of economic thought and as an historical introduction to a more thorough study of Marx's system. One way in which the reader could familiarize himself simultaneously with the historical and theoretical material would be as follows. In the course of going through a history of economic thought, the reader can mark off certain sections for more thorough study, e.g. on how the labor theory of value evolved through Petty, Smith, and Ricardo. By dividing up the material according to specific problems, readers will immediately find themselves faced with the need to combine their historical study with a theoretical one. From Petty's first, brilliant sketches to the agonizing contradictions which Ricardo's ideas consistently came up against, the history of the labor theory of value is one of the gradual accumulation of problems and contradictions. Readers can correctly understand this process only if their own thought proceeds in parallel with the historical exposition and critically analyzes and surmounts those problems and contradictions which in the course of history have confronted economists. To conduct such a critical analysis successfully, the reader has no recourse but to turn to theoretical political economy. Readers will draw maximum benefit from their endeavors if, instead of limiting themselves to reading and studying the present course, they turn directly to the works of the economists we are analyzing. In our view, readers would draw particular advantage from familiarizing themselves with the works of Smith and Ricardo, even if this is limited to only a few selected chapters. For those readers who would like to acquaint themselves more thoroughly and in greater detail with the economic doctrines of Smith and Ricardo, Marx's most important predecessors, we would recommend that they order their studies as follows. After studying those parts of our book devoted to Smith and Ricardo, it is then necessary to become acquainted at the very least with the chapters of their works that we have already indicated. Parallel to reading the chapters in Smith and Ricardo on value, wages, etc., the reader can then turn to those sections of theories of surplus value where Marx presents his own critical analysis of their views on these questions. Readers will be well rewarded for the effort expended on a careful study of these critical remarks. They will learn to probe more deeply both into the works of these economists and into Marx's own theoretical system. It remains for us to say a few words about the scope of the material covered by our book. We begin our account with the English mercantilists of the 16th and 17th centuries, and conclude with the mid-19th century, i.e., with the period when Marx was in the process of laying down the basis of his new economic doctrine, which supplanted the classical theory of Smith and Ricardo. Some historians of economic ideas begin their account with the ancient philosophers, Plato, Aristotle, in whose work are to be found some penetrating reflections and observations on various economic problems. But their economic considerations were themselves reflections of the slave economy of antiquity, just as the writings of the medieval church reflected the feudal economy. We cannot include them in our book since it is our task to provide the reader with an idea of how contemporary political economy, a science whose object of study is capitalist economy, came into being and evolved. This science arose and developed only with the appearance and development of its object of study, i.e. capitalist economy itself. We therefore begin our account with the age of mercantilism, the epoch when capitalism, in the rudimentary form of merchant capital, first sprang into existence. On the other hand, we do not see that it is possible to limit our study any more narrowly than we have already done. There are historians who take up their account from the era of the physiocrats or Adam Smith, when economic inquiry had already taken shape as more or less coherent, finished theoretical systems. But if we begin from this point, when contemporary political economy had already emerged in its essentially finished form, we will not have made accessible that critically important process through which the science came into being. Just as a complete understanding of the capitalist economy is impossible without knowledge of the epoch of primitive capitalist accumulation, so, too, there can be no proper comprehension of the evolution of contemporary political economy without a general acquaintance with the economists of the mercantilist age. This obviously does not mean that we can include all of the more or less distinguished economists from that period in our course. Mercantilist literature had no shortage of representatives populating the most diverse countries of Europe. Our priority, however, was not comprehensiveness of material, otherwise our book would inevitably have been dry and condensed, overburdened with facts and boring for the reader. To avoid this, we have limited the first section of the book in two respects. First, we have included only the English mercantilist literature, as this was the most developed and played the most important role in preparing the way for the emergence of the classical school. Second, we have chosen only those of the English mercantilists who most clearly spoke for their particular historical age, in order to concentrate as far as possible upon their specific contribution. We have tried to follow this same principle in the other sections of the book, concentrating our exposition only upon the most important themes. Our preference has been to limit our selection to the most prominent and brilliant representatives of the different currents of economic thought, and to accord them greater attention than is usually the case with courses designed for a wider circle of readers. We hope that by limiting the number of themes and analyzing each of them in greater detail, we will more readily arouse within the reader a lively interest in our science. II. Rubin. Part 1. Mercantilism and its decline. Chapter 1. The Age of Merchant Capital. The Age of Merchant Capital, or Early Capitalism, covers the 16th and 17th centuries. This was an era of major transformations in the economic life of Western Europe, with the extensive development of seafaring trade and the emerging predominance of commercial capital. The economy of the later Middle Ages, the 12th to 15th centuries, can be characterized as a town or regional economy. Each town, together with its surrounding agricultural district, comprised a single economic region, within whose confines all exchange between town and countryside took place. A substantial portion of what the peasants produced went for their own consumption. A further part was given over as quick rent to the feudal lord, and what meager surpluses were left were taken to the neighboring town for sale on market days. Any money received went to purchase goods fashioned by urban craftsmen, textiles, metalwares, etc. The lord received a quick rent established by custom from the peasant serfs who lived on his estates. Over and above this, he also received the produce from his manor's own tillage, which was worked by these same peasants doing compulsory labor service, the barshkina, or corvée. A large part of these products were for the lord's own consumption, or for that of his innumerable household servants and retainers. Anything left over was sold in the town, so that the receipts could be used to buy either articles made by local craftsmen or luxuries brought in by traders from far-away countries, primarily from the East. What therefore distinguished rural feudal economy was its overwhelmingly natural character and the feeble development of money exchange. If the rural economy was organized around the feudal domain, the industry of the towns was organized into guild handicrafts where production was carried out by small master craftsmen. Each master owned the simple tools and instruments necessary for his trade, and worked personally in his own shop with the help of a small number of assistants and apprentices. His products were made either on special order from individual consumers or were held in stock for sale to local inhabitants, or peasants who had journeyed into market. Because the local market was limited, the craftsman knew in advance the potential volume of demand for his product, while the backward, static technique of craft production allowed him to tailor the volume of production to exactly what the market would bear. The craftsmen of each profession all belonged to a single union, or guild, whose strict rules permitted them to regulate production and to take whatever measures were necessary to eliminate competition, whether between individual masters of a given guild or from persons who were not guild members. This right to a monopoly over producing and selling within a given region was accorded only to members of the guild, who were bound by the guild's strict code of rules. No master could arbitrarily expand his output or take on more than the statutory number of assistants and apprentices. He was obliged to turn out products of an agreed quality and to sell them only at an established price. The removal of competition meant that craftsmen could market their wares at high prices and be assured of a relatively prosperous existence, in spite of the limited size of their sales. By the late Middle Ages there were already signs that the regional, or town economy which we have just described was in a state of decline. However, it was not until the epoch of merchant capital, the 16th and 17th centuries, that the breakup of the old regional economy and the transition to a more extensive national economy became in any way widespread. As we have seen, regional economy was based on a combination of the rural feudal domain with the guild handicrafts in the towns. It was, therefore, only with the decomposition of both of these that the disintegration of the regional economy could occur. In both cases their decomposition was brought about by one and the same set of basic causes: the rapid development of a money economy, the expansion of the market, and the growing strength of merchant capital. With the end of the Crusades in the late Middle Ages, trade expanded between the countries of Western Europe and the East, the Levantine trade. The European countries acquired, firstly, raw materials from the tropical countries, spices, dyestuffs, perfumes, and, secondly, finished goods from the highly developed Eastern craft industries, silk and cotton textiles, velvet, carpets, and the like. Such luxury articles, imported into Europe from so far away, were very dear, and were purchased overwhelmingly by the feudal aristocracy. In the main it was the Italian trading cities, Venice and Genoa, which carried on this commerce with the East, dispatching their fleets across the Mediterranean Sea to Constantinople, Asia Minor, and Egypt, where they bought up Eastern commodities that had in large part been delivered from India. From Italy these commodities were transported to other European countries, some in the commercial convoys of these same Italians, others overland to the north, through the South German towns, Nuremberg, Augsburg, and others, and on to the towns of northern Germany which had formed themselves into the Hanseatic League and controlled the Baltic and North Sea trade. The military conquests of the Turks in the 15th century cut the Italians off from direct contact with the countries of the East. But the fledgling interests of commercial capital demanded the continuation of so profitable a source of trade, and consequently Europe undertook an intense search for direct, oceanic routes to India, efforts which were crowned with brilliant success. In 1498, the Portuguese Vasco da Gama rounded the southern tip of Africa and found a direct route to India. In 1492, Columbus, whose mainly Spanish expedition was also seeking a direct path to India, accidentally discovered America. From this point onwards, the old Levantine trade with the East across the Mediterranean gave way to an ocean-going commerce in two directions, eastwards to India, and westwards to America. International commercial hegemony passed out of the hands of the Italians and the Hanseatic cities to those countries situated along the Atlantic Ocean, first to Spain and Portugal, afterwards to Holland, and finally to England. The colonial trade brought enormous profits to European merchants, and enabled them to accumulate sizable money capitals. They would purchase colonial commodities for next to nothing and sell them in Europe at an enormous markup. Colonial trade was monopoly trade. Each government would attempt to establish a monopoly over the trade with its own colonies, and block foreign ships and traders access to them. Thus the riches of the American colonies, for example, could only be exported to Spain, while only Spanish merchants had the right to supply these colonies with European commodities. The Portuguese did exactly the same with India, as did the Dutch, once they had ousted the Portuguese from that part of the world. The Dutch entrusted their India trade to the Dutch East India Company, a special joint stock company set up by them in 1602, which received a trading monopoly for this purpose. Similar companies, i.e., joint stock companies, were founded by the French and English, and each received a commercial monopoly with their respective colonies. It was out of the far-flung activities of these societies that the English East India Company, founded in 1600, later developed. As a consequence of the colonial trade, huge quantities of precious metals, mainly silver at first, were shipped into Europe, thus increasing the quantity of money in circulation. In America, Mexico, Peru, the Europeans came upon rich silver mines, which could be worked with far less labor than the poor and exhausted mines of Europe. On top of this, the mid-16th century saw the introduction of a significant improvement in the technology of silver extraction, the amalgamation of silver with mercury, and copious streams of cheap American silver and gold flowed into Europe. Its first point of arrival was Spain, which owned the American colonies. But it did not stay there. Backward, feudal Spain was compelled to purchase industrial goods, both for its own consumption and for export. And so Spain's negative balance of trade resulted in an outflow of its precious metals to all the countries of Europe, the largest masses being accumulated in Holland and England, the nations where the development of merchant and industrial capital was most advanced. If trade with the colonies prompted a flow of precious metals into Europe, this flow in its turn brought with it a growth in commercial exchange and a money economy. The stocks of precious metals in Europe grew by 3 to 3.5 times during the 16th century alone. Such an enormous rise in the mass of precious metals, whose value had fallen as a consequence of the greater ease with which they could now be extracted, produced as an inevitable consequence a universal rise in prices. Indeed, 16th century Europe experienced a price revolution. Prices of everything rose sharply, 2 to 3 times on average, but sometimes even more. Thus in England, for example, prices of wheat, which for several centuries had held constant at 5 to 6 shillings per quarter, had reached 22 shillings by 1574 and 40 shillings by the end of the same century. While wages also went up, they lagged appreciably behind the rise in prices, whereas provisions were now twice as expensive, i.e., their prices had risen by 100%, the growth in wages was only between 30 and 40%. By the close of the 17th century, real wages had fallen to approximately half of what they had stood at the start of the 16th century. The rapid enrichment of the commercial bourgeoisie in the 16th and 17th centuries was accompanied by a drastic decline in the standard of living of the lower classes of the population, the peasantry, craftsmen, and workers. The impoverishment of the peasantry and craftsmen appeared as the inevitable result of the breakup of the feudal order in the countryside and the guild crafts in the towns. The rise of the money economy heightened the feudal lords' demand for money and at the same time opened up the potential for an extensive market in agricultural produce. The feudal lords of the most advanced commercial nations, England and Italy, began to replace the in natura obligations of their peasants with a money-quick rent. The peasant serfs whose previous obligations had been precisely fixed by long-standing custom were gradually turned into free tenants who rented the land by agreement of the lord. Though they had acquired their freedom, its embodiment, the rent, proved more of a burden as time went on. Often the lord preferred to lease his land not to small-scale peasants, but to larger, better-off farmers who had it within their means to make improvements to their holdings. The English landowners of the end of the 15th and beginning of the 16th centuries often cleared the small-scale peasant tenants off their land, or enclosed the communal lands which the peasants had previously used for grazing their cattle, since the areas thus made free could be put to better use raising sheep. As English and Flemish cloth manufacturers increased their demand for wool, so prices shot up and sheep breeding became a more profitable undertaking than cultivating the soil. "Sheep swallow down the very men themselves," said Thomas More at the beginning of the 16th century. Another of his contemporaries wrote, "Gentlemen do not consider it a crime to drive poor people off their property. On the contrary, they insist that the land belongs to them and throw the poor out from their shelter, like curs." In England at the moment thousands of people, previously decent householders, now go begging, staggering from door to door. 1. If in the countryside the feudal order was in a process of decomposition, in the towns the growth of merchant capital was causing a simultaneous decline of guild handicrafts. The petty craftsman could preserve his independence only so long as he was producing for the local market with exchange taking place between the town and its immediate environs. But side by side with the growth of international trade there was also the development of trade between the different regions and towns within a given country. Certain towns specialized in the manufacture of particular items, example textiles or armaments, which they produced in too large a quantity for their sale to be limited to the local surroundings, hence markets further afield had to be sought. This was particularly true of the cloth industry, which had started to flourish in the towns of Italy and Flanders, and later on, in England, even by the end of the Middle Ages. Even then the master weaver could no longer depend on the immediate consumption of the local market for sales, and so he sold his cloth to middlemen, who transported large consignments to areas where demand existed. The buyer-up now occupied an intermediary position between consumer and producer, gradually asserting his domination over the latter. At first he purchased individual batches of commodities from the craftsman as the occasion arose, later he bought up everything the craftsman produced. With the passage of time he began to give the craftsman a money advance, and in the end he came to provide the raw materials at his own expense, example thread or wool, farming them out to individual craftsmen, spinners, weavers, etc., who were then paid a remuneration for their labor. From this moment the independent craftsman was turned into a dependent handicraft worker, and the merchant into a buyer-up putter-out. In this way the merchant capitalist, moving from the sphere of trade, worked his way into the production process, organized it and gained control over the labor of large numbers of handicraft workers working in their own homes. The independent guild crafts, which had so dominated the economy of the towns in the late Middle Ages, gave way in the 16th and 17th centuries to the rapid rise of cottage industry, the so-called domestic system of capitalist industry. It made especially rapid headway in those branches of production, such as cloth manufacturing, which worked for specific markets or for export to other countries. Peasants dispossessed of their land and ruined craftsmen swelled the already numerous ranks of beggars and vagabonds. The measures adopted by the state against vagabondage were harsh. Able-bodied vagabonds were lashed or had their chests branded with red-hot irons, persistent vagrants were liable to execution. At the same time maximum wage rates payable to workers were established by law. The brutal moves against vagabondage, and the laws setting maximum wages were attempts by governments of the day to turn these déclassed social elements into a disciplined obedient class of wage workers who, for a pittance, would offer up their labor to a youthful and growing capitalism. What thus took place in the age of merchant capital, the 16th and 17th centuries, was the accumulation of huge capitals in the hands of the commercial bourgeoisie, and a process of separation of the direct producers, handicraftsmen and in part the peasantry, from the means of production, i.e., the formation of a class of wage laborers. Having gained domination in the field of foreign trade, the merchant bourgeoisie penetrated from there into those branches of industry which worked for export. The handicraft workers who labored in these industries were subordinated to the merchant exporter and buyer-up putter-out. With foreign trade and the imposition of the latter's control over cottage industry, capitalism celebrated its first victories. This transition from feudal to capitalist economy enjoyed the active promotion of the state authorities, whose increasing centralization ran parallel with the growing strength of merchant capital. The commercial bourgeoisie suffered greatly at the hands of the antiquated feudal regime, firstly, because the fragmentation of the country into separate feudal estates made commercial relations between them difficult, acquisitions from the lords and their knights, the levying of duties, and the like, and secondly, because the rights of access to the individual towns was refused to traders from other cities. To smash through the privileges of the estate holders and towns, a strong crown was essential. But the bourgeoisie also needed a powerful state to protect its international trade, to conquer colonies, and to fight for hegemony over the world market. And so the youthful bourgeoisie came out as a partisan of the strong royal houses in the latter's struggle against the feudal lords. The transition from the closed-off town and regional economy to a truly national one demanded the transformation of the weak feudal monarchy into a centralized state which could rely on its own bureaucracy, army, and navy. Thus the age of merchant capital was also the age of absolute monarchy. But if the young bourgeoisie supported the crown, the latter, for its part, took measures to nurture and develop the burgeoning capitalist economy. There were political as well as economic and financial considerations which made this alliance with the bourgeoisie essential for the crown. In the first place, the maintenance of a bureaucracy and an army demanded enormous expenditures, and only a wealthy bourgeoisie could provide the means to cover these through taxes, commercial, customs, duties, state loans, both compulsory and voluntary, and, lastly, through the fees paid to the state for the right to exact state revenues from the population tax farming. Secondly, the crown needed the support of the third estate, the bourgeoisie, in its struggle with the feudal lords. It was, therefore, during the age of merchant capitalism that a close alliance was formed between the state and the commercial bourgeoisie, an alliance which found expression in mercantilist policy. The basic feature of mercantilist policy is that the state actively uses its powers to help implant and develop a young capitalist trade and industry and, through the use of protectionist measures, diligently defends it from foreign competition. While mercantilist policy served the interests of both these social forces, it was dependent upon which partner in this union proved the stronger, the state or the merchant bourgeoisie, as to whether its fiscal or its economic aspect gained the upper hand. In its opening phase, mercantilism had above all to foster the fiscal aims of enriching the state coffers and augmenting state revenues, and this it did by making the population bear a heavier tax burden and by attracting precious metals into the country, early mercantilism, or the monetary balance system. But as the bourgeoisie grew in strength, mercantilism became increasingly transformed into a means of bolstering capitalist trade and industry and defending it through protectionism. Here we have developed mercantilism, or the balance of trade system. Chapter 2. Merchant capital and mercantilist policy in England in the 16th and 17th centuries. Although practically all the countries of Europe practiced a mercantilist policy during the early capitalist period, it is through the example of England that its evolution can be traced out most clearly. Compared to some other European nations, such as Italy and Holland, England was relatively late in embarking upon the pursuit of colonies and the development of its industry. At the start of the 16th century, England was still overwhelmingly agricultural and commercially underdeveloped. Its exports were raw materials, example hides, metals, fish, and above all, wool, which was purchased by the highly developed cloth industry of Flanders. From abroad came manufactured articles, such as Flemish cloth, copperware, etc. This import and export trade was in the main in the hands of foreign merchants from Italy and the Hansa. The Hanseatic traders had a large factory one in London, as it was their ships which conveyed commodities in and out of England, the latter was hampered from developing her own shipping. When English merchants ventured onto the continent, which was not often, it was primarily to purchase wool in Flemish towns, first at Brugge and later, from the 16th century onwards, at Antwerp, where they had their own factory. Under these conditions, there was no wealthy native merchant class, and the country was poor in money capital. The English government, at least to the end of the 16th century, regarded foreign trade with the wealthier nations primarily from a fiscal perspective. Duties were levied upon imports and exports alike, especially the export of wool. Every single transaction between English and foreign merchants was subject to strict state control, first to assure that the treasury received the appropriate duties, and second to guarantee that no money was sent out of the country. With the government always short of funds, constantly having either to debase the coinage or to resort to loans in order to keep the treasury solvent, the outflow of precious metals was a source of deep apprehension given the state's shortage of money capital. The export of gold and silver was strictly forbidden. According to the statutes of employment, foreign merchants who brought commodities into England were obliged to spend all monies received from selling them upon the purchase of other commodities inside the country. As soon as a foreign trader journeyed into England, he was put under the control of a respected local resident who acted as his host. The host kept a sharp watch over all transactions carried out by the journeying guest and entered them into a special book. The guest had a maximum of 8 months to sell all his stocks and use his receipts to buy English commodities. Any attempt by a foreign merchant to evade the host's control resulted in imprisonment. During the second half of the 15th century, the system of hosts gave way to one of control exercised by special government inspectors and overseers. 2. It was one thing to put an embargo upon the export of precious metals out of England. Care still had to be taken to attract these metals into the country from abroad. To this end the law obliged English traders exporting commodities to repatriate a specified portion of their receipts in hard cash. In order that the government would be able to maintain control over the foreign transactions of its merchants, it allowed them to export their commodities only to certain continental towns, the so-called staples. 3. For instance, in the early part of the 14th century English wool could be exported only to Bruges, Antwerp, St. Omer, and Lille. In these staples the English government installed special officials whose job it was to oversee all transactions between English and foreign traders and to see to it first, that the correct amount of duty was paid to the English treasury, and second, that a portion of the receipts taken in from the sale of English commodities was designated for dispatch back to England, either as metal or as foreign coinage. Early mercantilist policy was, therefore, primarily fiscal policy, whose overriding aim was to enrich the treasury, either directly, through the collection of import and export duties, or indirectly, by increasing the quantity of precious metals present within the country. Here, too, the intention was to make possible a rise in state revenues in the future. On the one hand, the statutes of employment forbade foreigners from exporting hard currency out of England. On the other, the creation of the staples inevitably promoted the inflow of money from abroad. To see that its laws were complied with, the state had to regulate the activities of both English and foreign traders strictly and rigidly, and exercise meticulous supervision over each and every commercial transaction, be they conducted inside or outside England's borders. By blocking gold and silver from going out of the country and by attracting these metals in from abroad, early mercantilist policy was directed towards improving the nation's monetary balance and can therefore be designated as a monetary balance system. As commerce and industry developed, this policy began to hinder the turnover of trade. The controls that it entailed could be maintained only so long as foreign commercial deals were not overly numerous, were done in hard cash, and were confined in their majority to transactions with foreign traders who had come to England. While England's principal export was its wool, famous for its superior quality and enjoying a monopoly position on the market, the ban on exporting commodities other than to the staples imposed little sacrifice on English merchants. The money balance system corresponded to a level of foreign trade that was poorly developed, concentrated in the hands of foreign merchants, and limited overwhelmingly to the export of raw materials. The future development of English trade and industry during the 16th and 17th centuries led inevitably, as we will see later on, to a break with the outmoded money balance system and to its replacement with a more advanced mercantilist policy, the so-called balance of trade system. Over the course of the 16th and 17th centuries, the basis of England's exports gradually shifted from raw materials, wool, to the export of finished products, cloth. England's cloth industry had started to enjoy a rapid development as far back as the 14th century, when rural weavers in Flanders, prevented from pursuing their craft by the urban guilds of their own country, moved to England. Weaving established itself there as cottage industry, situated in rural localities and free from any subordination to guild regulations. The English wool that had heretofore been exported to Flanders for working up now began to be processed partly in its country of origin. In the 16th century there was a reduction in the export of raw English wool and a sharp growth in the export of unfinished cloth. Deprived of English wool, the Flemish cloth industry now began to fall into decline, and by the start of the 17th century had already ceded first place to England. While in earlier times the main item of English exports had been wool, that role now passed to cloth. The export of English cloth abroad became the province of a special trading company, the merchant adventurers, whose activity expanded throughout the 16th century. English cloth required new markets, to which end the merchant adventurers were granted the right to conclude independent trade agreements and to export cloth to new foreign markets. The old monopoly of the staples was thereby broken. By the close of the 16th century the English merchants no longer sat at home with their commodities, or in the continental staple towns, awaiting the arrival of foreign buyers. No longer could they sell simply the raw materials, i.e. wool, which they monopolized. They had to sell finished goods, cloth, and for this they had to maintain a strong competitive position on the world market against the cloth of other countries, especially that of Flanders. What now began was a struggle for domination over the world market and the elimination of foreign competition. To win out, English traders abandoned their passive role in commerce for an active one. They started conveying their own commodities in their own boats to far-flung markets, returning with the goods they had purchased particularly from the colonies. English ships were now dispatched across the Mediterranean in search of Eastern products. Factories were established in Venice and Hamburg. The Italian and Hanseatic merchants in England had their monopoly broken up. In 1598 the Hansa traders' factory was shut down by the English government and the merchants themselves expelled from the country. As English merchants now ventured forth onto the world's markets, the country was forced to pursue an active colonial policy. The wealthiest colonies had already been seized by other states, namely Spain and Portugal. With time Holland, and to some extent France, acquired sizable colonial possessions. The entire history of England from the 16th to the 18th centuries is a history of its struggles with these nations for commercial and colonial superiority. Its weapons in this struggle were the founding of its own colonies, commercial treaties, and wars. The English fitted out their own expeditions to India, where they established the factories that were to mark the beginning of their domination over that country. At the end of the 16th century they founded a number of colonies in North America which were eventually to form the United States of America. England forced her way into the colonies already held by other countries, partly through illegal contraband, partly by means of commercial agreements. It was the latter that gave the English the right to send their ships into the Portuguese colonies in India and to export their cloth to Portugal. With her more dangerous adversaries England waged war after bloody war. The end of the 16th century saw England emerge victorious from her war with Spain, whose navy, the indomitable Armada, was completely and utterly routed in 1588. England's main rival in the 17th century was Holland, who possessed the world's strongest merchant fleet and a flourishing commerce and industry. The 17th century for England was the century of its struggle against the Dutch, while the 18th was taken up with its struggle against the French. Of the years extending from 1653 to 1797, England spent 66 of them engaged in naval wars. The outcome was that England emerged as the world's mightiest seafaring and colonial commercial power. Thus the second half of the 16th century brought with it profound changes in England's domestic economy. Raw materials, wool, began to lose their dominant position in English exports to finished products. Cloth, the importance of foreign trade in the national economy grew immensely. England developed her own wealthy commercial bourgeoisie who, as buyers up, partially penetrated industry. The prosperity enjoyed by foreign trade was accompanied by the rise of shipping and industry, as cottage industry replaced the guild crafts. Compared to commerce, however, the role of industrial capital was still extremely modest. It had not yet outgrown the primitive form of the capital of the buyer up, and its penetration of production was primarily limited to those branches of production which either worked directly for export or were tied closely to the export trade. The aggrandizement of bourgeois moneyed interest at the expense of the landowners inevitably found itself reflected in state policy. The bourgeoisie increasingly tried to extend its influence over the state and use it to accelerate the transition from a feudal to a capitalist economy. The two English revolutions of the 17th century were themselves graphic expression of the bourgeoisie's aspirations. For its part, the state had an interest in rapidly developing trade and industry as a means of enhancing its own power and enriching the treasury. And so the money balance system, that old, outmoded set of restrictive, essentially fiscal measures, gradually gave way to the state's intervention on a broad front, as it actively fostered the growth of capitalist trade, shipping, and export industry with the aim of consolidating England's position on the world market and doing away with her foreign competitors. Fully fledged mercantilism was above all a policy of protectionism, i.e., the use of customs policies to stimulate the growth of native industry. It was protectionism which was to speed up England's transformation from an agricultural to a commercial and industrial nation. Customs duties now started to be used to further economic as well as fiscal ends. Previously, the government had, for fiscal reasons, levied duties indiscriminately upon every type of export item. Now, however, the state began to differentiate between raw materials and finished products. To provide English industry with the cheap raw materials, it required the government either raised their duties or forbade their export altogether. In the years when corn prices went up, neither corn nor other agricultural products could be sent out of the country. On the other hand, when it came to finished goods, the state encouraged their export by every possible means, exempting them from duties or even offering an export subsidy. The same type of discrimination, though in the reverse direction, applied to imports. The import of wool, cotton, linen, dyes, tufts, leather, and other raw materials was not only freed of customs levies, but even subsidized, and otherwise encouraged. Conversely, the import of foreign finished products was either banned or subjected to high tariffs. Such a customs policy meant that native industry was to be shielded to the detriment of agriculture, which produced raw materials. It must be added that in England, where capitalism was quick to penetrate into agriculture and where part of the landowning class formed a bloc with the bourgeoisie, the government endeavored to pursue policies favorable to farming. But in France, where agriculture was still feudal, the crown, especially under Colbert, often utilized mercantilist policy to win to its side the merchant and industrial bourgeoisie as allies in its struggle against the feudal aristocracy. Insulated from foreign competition, English commercial and industrial capital was able to acquire a monopoly hold not merely over the home market, but over the colonies, as well. A law entitled the Navigation Act, issued by Cromwell in 1651, prohibited the export of colonial products from Britain's colonies to any country other than England. In like manner, commodities could be delivered to the colonies only by English traders using either English or colonial ships. The same act established that all commodities imported into England had to be carried either by English ships or by ships belonging to the country where the commodities were produced. This latter provision was directed against the Dutch, whose shipping, at that time, serviced a large share of the world's transport and had earned that country the title of the carriers of Europe. The Navigation Act dealt a staggering blow to Dutch shipping and did much to stimulate the growth of England's merchant navy. The policies of the late mercantilist period, geared as they were to expanding foreign trade and to promoting the development of shipping and the export-oriented industries upon which that trade depended, corresponded to a higher level of merchant capitalist development than did the policies of mercantilism's first phase. In contrast to early mercantilism, where exports were limited to a small number of staples, developed mercantilism was expansionist, aiming at the maximum extension of foreign trade, the seizure of colonies, and hegemony within the world market. Early mercantilism exercised rigid control over each individual commercial transaction. Late mercantilism restricted its regulation of trade and industry, both of which were growing rapidly, to a broader, national scale. Early mercantilism was concerned to regulate directly the movement of precious metals in and out of the country. Late mercantilism sought to achieve this same end by regulating the exchange of commodities between the home country and other nations. The late mercantilists in no way relinquished the desire to attract the maximum volume of precious metals into the country. The state aspired first and foremost to improve the condition of government finances. The merchant class looked upon a greater mass of precious metals as a necessary condition for the stimulation of commercial turnover, and, finally, the landlords hoped that an abundance of money would raise prices on agricultural produce and lower the rate of interest payable on loans. All these different class interests helped nurture and sustain mercantilist belief in the need to attract money into the country. But the late mercantilists understood that the inward and outward flows of money from one country to another are the consequence of commodity exchange between them, and ready money comes into a nation when its commodity exports exceed its imports. And so they saw a positive balance of trade guaranteed by the forced export of commodities and curtailment of their import as the best means for achieving a favorable monetary balance. The entire protectionist system was directed at improving this balance of trade. It limited imports of foreign goods and, through its colonial policy and its ability to provide cheap raw materials and cheap labor, etc., it helped make native industry competitive on the world market. By way of distinguishing it from the money balance system of early mercantilism, late mercantilist policy can be termed a balance of trade system. Although this transition from early mercantilism to the system based on the balance of trade testifies to the rise of commercial and industrial capital, the latter were still not strong enough to give up the state's tutelage and do without its assistance. Mercantilist policy went hand in hand with state regulation of all aspects of national economic life. The state interfered in trade and industry with a barrage of measures designed to steer these in the desired direction: duties or prohibitions on imports and exports, subsidies, commercial treaties, navigation acts, etc. It imposed fixed prices paid to working hands and on articles of subsistence and forbade the consumption of articles of luxury. It granted specific individuals or trading companies monopoly right over trade or industrial production. It offered subsidies and tax concessions to entrepreneurs and sought out experienced master craftsmen for them from abroad. Later on, at the end of the 18th century, this policy of comprehensively regulating economic life was to elicit violent opposition from the rising and newly consolidated industrial bourgeoisie, but during the epoch of early capitalism, when it corresponded to the interests of the commercial bourgeoisie, it found complete and total support amongst the ideologues of that class, the mercantilists. Chapter 3. The general features of mercantilist literature. The age of early capitalism also saw the birth of modern economic science. Admittedly, among the thinkers of antiquity and the Middle Ages one can already find reflections on a range of economic questions. But the economic considerations of such ancient philosophers as Plato or Aristotle were themselves a reflection of the ancient slave economy, just as those of the medieval scholastics reflected the economy of feudalism. For both, the economic ideal was the self-sufficient, consumer economy, where exchange was confined to the surpluses produced by individual economies and was carried out in natura. For Aristotle, professional commerce conducted with the aim of earning a profit was a calling that went against nature. To the medieval scholastics it was immoral. Thomas Aquinas, the well-known canonist writer of the 13th century, cited the words of Gratian about the sinfulness of trade: whosoever buys a thing, in order that he may gain by selling it again unchanged and as he bought it, that man is of the buyers and sellers who are cast forth from God's temple. Thus it was with great abhorrence that ancient and medieval thinkers looked upon usurer's capital, under the impact of which the break-up of natural economy was to take on an even faster tempo. During the latter half of the Middle Ages a number of church decrees were issued which totally proscribed the levying of interest upon loans, and which threatened usurers with excommunication. As capitalism developed, these medieval attitudes towards economic activity became obsolete. The early ideal had been the self-sufficient natural economy. Now the nascent bourgeoisie and the crown were seized by a passionate thirst for money. Formerly professional commerce had been considered a sin, now foreign trade was looked upon as the main source of a nation's wealth, and all measures were applied in the effort to expand it. In previous times the collection of interest had been banned. Now the need to develop trade and the growth of the money economy meant that either ways were found to elude these proscriptions or they were done away with. The new economic views, corresponding as they did to the interests of an infant capital and commercial bourgeoisie, found their proponents in the mercantilists. This appellation is used to designate a vast number of writers of the 16th to 18th centuries who lived in the different countries of Europe and dealt with economic themes. The volume of their writings was enormous, although many were of only topical interest and are no longer remembered. Nor can it be said that all mercantilists professed to mercantilist theory, firstly because they were by no means in agreement on all issues, and secondly because nowhere in their works is there to be found a unified theory that embraces all economic phenomena. The tenor of mercantilist literature was more practical than theoretical, being overwhelmingly devoted to those specific questions of the day that had been thrown up by the development of early capitalism and which urgently demanded a practical solution. The enclosure of common lands and the export of wool, the privileges of foreign traders and the monopolies granted to trading companies, the prohibitions on the export of precious metals and the limits placed upon interest rate levels, the standing of the English currency regarding that of other countries and fluctuations in its rate of exchange, these were all issues of vital practical concern to the English merchant bourgeoisie of the time and formed the main preoccupation of English mercantilist literature, the most advanced in Europe. Like the topics themselves, the conclusions arrived at in mercantilist writings were primarily practical in their orientation. These were not armchair scholars, divorced from real life and dedicated to the discussion of abstract theoretical problems. Many amongst them took an active part in practical affairs, as merchants, as board members of trading companies, example the East India Company, or as trade or customs officials. They approached the problems with which they were concerned not as theoreticians seeking to uncover the laws of economic phenomena, but as practical men who sought to influence the course of economic life by enlisting the active assistance of the state. Much mercantilist writing consisted of partisan pamphlets, urgently defending or refuting particular state measures from the standpoint of the interests of the merchant bourgeoisie. But to do this, to be able to justify a particular practical policy, they had to prove that what they advocated was in the interests of the economy, and hence they were compelled to trace the causal connection between different economic phenomena. And so in this gradual, halting fashion, there grew up, in the form of auxiliary tools to assist in the resolution of issues related to economic policy, the first frail shoots of a theoretical investigation into the phenomena of capitalist economy, the shoots of what was to become the contemporary science of political economy. We noted earlier that mercantilist policy was the expression of the union between the crown and the developing merchant bourgeoisie, and that it depended upon the relative strengths of the two social forces involved in this temporary block as to whether mercantilism became bureaucratic or bourgeois capitalist in character. In backward countries such as Germany, where the bourgeoisie was weak, it was the bureaucratic side which predominated. In the advanced countries, of which England was the most notable, its capitalist side won out. In correspondence with this state of affairs, German mercantilist literature primarily bore the outlook of bureaucratic officialdom, while in England it reflected that of commerce and trade. To use the highly apt description given by one economist, German mercantilist works were in the main written by officials for officials, those in England, by traders for traders. In backward Germany, where the guild system hung on tenaciously, there was a splendid flowering of cameralist literature, dedicated mostly to questions of financial management and the administrative control over economic life. In England there grew up out of the discussions around questions of economic policy the precursors of those theoretical ideas that were later to be taken up and developed by the classical school. It will always be the literature of the commercial merchant school, which was the most advanced and characteristic body of mercantilist literature, that we have in mind. Receiving its clearest formulation in England, it exerted the greatest influence upon the future evolution of economic thought. The merchant character of mercantilist literature was manifested in its consistent defense of rising merchant capital, whose interests were identified with those of the state as a whole. The mercantilists strenuously emphasized that the growth of commerce was of benefit to all sections of the population. When trade flourishes, the income to the crown is augmented, lands and rents are improved, navigation increases and the poor people find work. If trade declines, all these decline with it. To this formula of Misselden's, from the first third of the 17th century, was intended to affirm that the interests of the commercial bourgeoisie coincided with those of the other social forces of the time, the crown, the landlords, and the working class. The attitude taken by mercantilist literature to these different social groups reveals clearly how closely tied it was to the class interests of the merchant bourgeoisie. Thus the mercantilists came out as advocates of a close alliance between the commercial bourgeoisie and the crown. The object of their concern was to increase the wealth of king and state, and to foster the growth of trade, navigation, stocks of precious metals, and royal taxes. They asserted that if the country had a favorable balance of trade, this would make it possible for the royal treasury to accumulate greater sums of money. Along with this, they insistently repeated that the crown could increase its revenue only where foreign trade grew, i.e., where there was a growth of bourgeois incomes. A king who desires to lay up much money must endeavor by all good means to maintain and increase his foreign trade, because it is the sole way not only to lead him to his own ends, but also to enrich his subjects to his farther benefit. Thomas Mun, writing in the first third of the 17th century. The money accumulated by the state treasury must not exceed that level which corresponds to the volume of foreign trade and the nation's income. Otherwise, all the money in such a state would suddenly be drawn into the prince's treasure, whereby the life of lands and arts must fail and fall to the ruin both of the public and private wealth. An economic collapse deprives the crown of the ability to pursue the profitable undertaking of fleecing its subjects. 3. Thus the crown itself has every interest in actively employing measures to assist the growth of commerce, even where this acts to the temporary detriment of its fiscal interests, for instance when it is a case of lowering customs duties. It is needful also not to charge the native commodities with too great customs, lest by endearing them to the stranger's use, it hinder their vent for Mun. While the mercantilists wanted to make the crown an active ally of the merchant bourgeoisie, they could entertain no such hopes towards the landowners. They knew that the measures they were advocating often provoked the dissatisfaction of the landlords. They nevertheless endeavored to allay this discontent by pointing out that the growth of trade brings with it a rise in the prices of agricultural produce and thus also in rents and the price of land. For when the merchant hath a good dispatch beyond the seas for his cloth and other wares, he doth presently return to buy up the greater quantity, which raiseth the price of our wools and other commodities, and consequently doth improve the landlord's rents. And also by this means money being gained, and brought more abundantly into the kingdom, it doth enable many men to buy lands, which will make them the dearer. Mun. 5. With arguments such as these the plenipotentiaries of the young bourgeoisie attempted to interest the landlord class in the successes of commerce. This did not, however, mean that they turned a blind eye to the conflict of interests that lay between them. The mercantilists had already given the landowners advance warning that the interests of trade and export industries would have to be placed before those of agriculture and the production of raw materials. And forasmuch as the people which live by the arts are far more in number than they who are masters of the fruits, we ought the more carefully to maintain those endeavors of the multitude, in whom doth consist the greatest strength and riches both of king and kingdom, for where the people are many, and the arts good, there the traffic must be great, and the country rich. 6. Mun. In later mercantilist literature one can find a sharp polemic between representatives of the financial bourgeoisie and those of the landowners over the level of interest that should be charged on loans. There was one question, however, over which the interests of both classes still coincided and showed no sign of divergence: the exploitation of the working class. The throngs of landless peasants and ruined craftsmen, the déclassés vagabonds and homeless beggars thrown up by the break-up of the rural economy and guild handicrafts were a welcome object of exploitation for both industry and agriculture. The legal limit placed upon wages on the whole won the lively approval of landlord and bourgeois alike. The mercantilists never ceased to moan about the indolence of the workers, or about their lack of discipline and slow adaptation to the routine of industrial labor. If bread is cheap, the worker works only 2 days a week, or however long it takes to assure the necessities of life, and the rest of the time is free for carousing and drunkenness. To get him to labor on a constant basis and without interruption he must, over and above state compulsion, be prompted by the biting lash of famine and necessity, in short, by the compulsion of the high price of corn. At the start of the 19th century the English bourgeoisie battled with the landlords to drive down the price of corn and, in so doing, the price of labor power as well. But in the 17th century many English mercantilists found themselves in complete agreement with the landowners in advocating high corn prices as a means of compelling the workers to toil. They even advanced the paradoxical claim that dear corn makes labor cheap, and vice versa, since dear corn would cause the worker to apply himself with greater exertion. According to Petty, writing in the second half of the 17th century, it is observed by clothiers, and others who employ great numbers of poor people, that when corn is extremely plentiful, the labor of the poor is proportionably dear, and scarce to be had at all, so licentious are they who labor only to eat, or rather to drink. 7. It follows from this that the law that appoints such wages, should allow the laborer but just wherewithal to live, for if you allow double, then he works but half so much as he could have done, and otherwise would, which is a loss to the public of the fruit of so much labor. 8. For petty, there is nothing unjust about limiting the wages of the poor, so as they can lay up nothing against the time of their impotency and want of work. 9. The public, in petty's view, must undertake to provide for those unfit for work. As for the unemployed, they should be set to work in the mines, on the construction of roads and buildings, etc., a policy to be recommended because it will keep their minds to discipline and obedience, and their bodies to a patience of more profitable labor when need shall require it. 10. In their advocacy of the interests of youthful capitalism and their concern for the conquest of foreign markets for English traders and exporters, the mercantilists were naturally preoccupied with the mobilization of an adequate corps of disciplined and inexpensive working hands. The mercantilists advocated something akin to the iron law of wages, albeit only in embryonic form. However, consistent with the general nature of their doctrine, this law does not as yet appear as a theoretical proposition, but as a practical prescription. The mercantilist view was that a worker's wages must not exceed the minimum necessary means of subsistence. The commercial merchant standpoint of English mercantilist literature, which so clearly emerges in its attitude towards the different social classes, also left its imprint upon the body of problems and their solutions with which it was concerned. The view is often expressed that mercantilist doctrine is reducible to the declaration that the precious metals are the sole form of wealth. Adam Smith sharply criticizes the absurd notion of the mercantilists that wealth consists of money. And yet such a characterization is quite unjust. They looked upon increases in the quantity of precious metals not as a source of a nation's wealth, but as one of the signs that this wealth was growing. It is only the early mercantilists whose intellectual horizons remained naively confined to the sphere of monetary circulation. The late mercantilists, in putting forth the doctrine of the balance of trade, uncovered the connection between the movement of the precious metals and the overall development of trade and industry. There was still much about their analysis of the interconnection between different economic phenomena that was superficial, but it was nevertheless free of the naive notions of their forerunners and opened the way for future scientific development. We must now move on to describe the content and evolution of the mercantilists' views. Chapter 4. The early English mercantilists. The attention of the first English mercantilists of the 16th and early 17th centuries was drawn to the circulation of money. Here decisive changes were taking place that were working much to the disadvantage of broad layers of the population, the merchant class in particular. To begin with, the influx of American gold and silver into Europe had brought with it, as a matter of course, a revolution in prices. As commodity prices went up, so a general wail of dissatisfaction and complaint arose over the inadequacy of the supply of money. Secondly, as England was relatively more backward than Holland, the rate of exchange used in the trade between the two countries often worked to the detriment of England, so that 1 unit of Dutch currency would exchange for a greater sum of English shillings. It thus became profitable to send English gold and silver coins of standard value into Holland to be reminted. An export of ready money out of England was observed, and with it spread the conviction that this was the primary factor behind the universal complaint of a money shortage. To the early mercantilists, the interrelation between the circulation of money and the circulation of commodities was still unknown. They had yet to comprehend that the deterioration of England's rate of exchange and the ensuing flight of ready money out of the country was the inevitable result of an unfavorable balance of trade. When these men debated a topical issue, they did so as practitioners with little disposition towards seeking the ultimate causes behind it, and so it was most often to the realm of monetary circulation itself that they looked to find the reasons behind the outflow of money, namely, to the debasement of the coinage. At the beginning of the 16th century this was a common practice for monarchs all over Europe, with the English crown one of the worst offenders. The crown would issue new coins having the same face value as the old coins, but containing a smaller amount of metal. But since these new coins, though lighter in weight than the old coins of standard value, were legally pegged at their value, it became profitable to send the old money out of the country, either to be reminted or exchanged for foreign coin. The fact that bad money drives out good from domestic circulation and forces it abroad was noted by Thomas Gresham, one of the early mercantilists, in the middle of the 16th century, and has since become known as Gresham's Law. It was this debasement of English coins that the early mercantilists were prone to see as the reason for the English currency's depreciation against the Dutch, as indicated by the shilling's deteriorating rate of exchange, and for the fact that precious metals were being exported. To do away with the evils of the debasement of the coinage, the worsening rate of exchange, and the steady seepage of money from the country, the mercantilists advocated that the state use coercion and intervene directly into the sphere of monetary circulation. They demanded that the government issue coins of standard weight, and recommended that the rate of exchange be compulsorily regulated. In other words, private individuals would be prohibited from buying foreign coins at more than the fixed number of English shillings. But what they clamoured for with still greater insistence was a ban on the export of money from England and the adoption of strict measures to stop the drain of precious metals. Their advice had no effect. The state had neither the ability nor the inclination to issue coins of standard weight. As for the rest of the mercantilists' recommendations, these were merely an attempt to reinforce or revitalize traditional government practices that had already become outdated. The state had previously imposed a rigid prohibition upon exporting money from England. Similarly, it had endeavored to peg the rate of exchange and to regulate it through royal money changers who would exchange foreign for English currency at a fixed rate. But these efforts were powerless in the face of the elemental laws of commodity and monetary circulation, laws which still lay beyond the perceptions of the early mercantilists. One of the outstanding relics of mercantilist ideas from this early period is a work entitled A Compendious or Brief Examination of Certain Ordinary Complaints, of Divers of Our Countrymen in These Our Days, which appeared in 1581 under the initials, W.S. At one time the author was thought to be none other than William Shakespeare, but general opinion came to ascribe it to William Stafford. More recent studies have established that the book, though published in 1581, was actually written in 1549 by John Hales, and in our discussion we will designate it as the work of Hales, Stafford. 1. The work is written in the form of a conversation between the representatives of different classes of the population, a knight, or landowner, a farmer, or husbandman, a merchant, a craftsman, and a theologian. It is obvious that the latter expresses the views of the author in his attempts to reconcile the interests of these social classes. All those engaged in the debate bemoan the high level of prices, with each attempting to pass the blame off onto the representative of another class. From the knight we hear that merchants have raised prices on commodities so high that the landowners are left with the stark choice between abandoning their holdings or shifting from cultivating the soil to the more profitable line of raising sheep. The farmer husbandman complains about the enclosure of grazing lands and the higher rent that he must pay to the landlords. The merchant and the craftsman are aggrieved by the upward trend in workers' wages and by the fall-off in trade. The theologian, seeking to bridge the interests of the various parties, lays before them the general causes of the growing impoverishment of the realm, the debasement and deterioration of the English coinage and the export of ready money consequent upon it. Old English coins of standard value are rapidly moving out of the country, everything will go where it is most esteemed, and therefore our treasure thus goeth over in ships. What is more, this deterioration in the worth of the coinage has caused imported commodities to become vastly more expensive, their prices having risen by a full third. Foreign merchants assert that they are selling their commodities at no greater profit than before, but that they are compelled to raise their prices by virtue of the erosion in the value of English coin. Our coin, as is known, is priced not by its name but esteemed both by the value and quantity of the stuff it was made of. 3. On the other hand, the prices on commodities which foreigners purchase within England have risen to a lesser extent. We sell our own produce, in the main our raw materials, cheaply, and foreigners work them up into industrial wares which are sold back to us dear. Thus, from English wool, foreigners fashion cloth, coats, shawls, and the like, from English leather they make belts and gloves, and from English tin, spoons and dishes, all of which articles are then imported back into England. What grossness be we of, that see it and suffer such a continual spoilage to be made of our goods and treasure. They do make us pay at the end for our stuff again, for the stranger custom for the workmanship and colors, and lastly for the second custom in the return of the wares into the realm again, whereas with working the same within our realm, our own men should be set on work at the charges of the strangers. 5. The custom should be borne all by strangers to the king, and the clear gains to remain within the realm. 6. Thus where foreign trade is characterized by the export of raw materials and the import of expensive finished products, it will become a pump for wringing money out of the country. This applies for the most part to the import trade. In dealing with industrialists and merchants, one has to differentiate between three types: vintners, milliners, and traders in imported commodities, example those from the colonies, who send money out of the country; a second group, comprising butchers, tailors, bakers, and other such entrepreneurs, who both receive and spend their money inside the country; and finally, a third group, who work up wool into cloth and process leather. As this third category works for the export market and attracts money into the country, it warrants the patronage and encouragement of the Crown. It is necessary to encourage the domestic processing of English raw materials, to which end it is advisable either to prohibit or inhibit the export of unprocessed raw materials, and to put a ban on the import of finished products manufactured abroad. It is more profitable to purchase our own manufactures, even though they be dearer in price, than to buy foreign ones. Hales, Stafford, gives the following example to illustrate his view that native industry demands protective tariffs to gain an implantation. One day I asked a bookbinder why we had no white and brown paper made within the realm, as well as they had made beyond the sea. Then he answered me that there was paper made a while back within the realm. At the last, said he, the man perceived that made it that he could not afford his paper as good cheap as that came from beyond the seas, and so he was forced to lay down the making of paper. And no blame to the man, for men would give never the more for his paper because it was made here, but I would have either the paper stayed from coming in, or else so burdened with custom that, by the time it came hither, our men might afford their paper better cheap than strangers might do theirs. 7. Hales, Stafford, is a typical representative of that early mercantilism which grew out of the backward economic conditions of 16th century England. Through the pages of his book we gain a glimpse of a relatively underdeveloped country, which exports primarily raw materials and imports finished manufactures, and suffers under the weight of the foreign merchant. More than anything else it is monetary phenomena that attract his attention. For him the source of all evil is the debasement of coin and the export of money. As he sees it, England grows poor because foreigners ship its money out of the country, while other nations grow rich from its influx. The reason for this outflow of money is the unfavorable rate of exchange of England's currency. Thus to halt it requires first, that coins be issued of standard value, so as to give stability to the exchange rate, and second, that there be a reduction in the import of foreign-made finished goods. And so Hales, Stafford, advocates that appreciation of the coinage be accompanied by measures leading to an improvement in the balance of trade. We must at all times endeavor to purchase from strangers no more than what we sell to them, for otherwise we make ourselves poor and them rich. But unlike the later mercantilists, who were to discover that fluctuations in the rate of exchange have a regular and law-determined dependence upon a positive or negative balance of trade, Hales's, Stafford's, monetarist ideas led him to reverse the conceptual connection between these two phenomena. In his understanding, debasement of the coinage produces a deterioration in England's rate of exchange. From this ensues a general rise in the prices of foreign commodities which then aggravates England's negative balance of trade. What separates him further from the later mercantilists is that he looks not so much to a stimulation of English exports to improve the balance of trade, he even demands their curtailment, insofar as they consist of raw materials, but rather to a contraction in the number of foreign goods brought into the country. Such a conception corresponded well to a period when English capitalism was undeveloped and in transition, and when the English bourgeoisie, already demanding a cutback in the export of raw materials, could not yet hope to find ample markets abroad for the products of its own industry. This was an age of defensive, rather than aggressive protectionism. Hales, Stafford, for whom the dream of the militant acquisition of foreign markets for English manufactures did not yet exist, had as his ideal a native industry that would gain sufficient implantation to work up the raw materials of its own country and push the wares of foreign industry out of the English market. One can find these early mercantilist ideas even amongst such figures as Miss Eldon, Malonys, and Mills, all of whom wrote during the first part of the 17th century. Lacking any understanding of the dependence of the rate of exchange upon the balance of trade, they hoped to improve the former through direct measures of state compulsion. Miss Eldon counseled the government to fix the rate of exchange by relying on treaties with other states. According to Malonys, the rate could be bolstered and the export of money halted by resurrecting the rigid restrictions of early mercantilism, for example, the office of royal money changer and its right to compulsorily fix the rate paid for foreign coins, i.e., the rate of exchange, or the prohibition against traders paying foreigners in gold. Mills even went so far as to protest against the abolition of the ancient monopoly of the staples. And while Miss Eldon acknowledged these types of restrictions as outmoded, he levelled his own categorical objection to any and all exportation of money abroad. This was the one point on which all the early mercantilists concurred, and it exemplified the distinction between themselves and the mercantilists of the later period. Chapter 5. Mercantilist Doctrine at its Height. Thomas Munn. As English commerce and industry developed, the cumbersome restrictions of the early mercantilist period proved, as we have already seen, more and more archaic, and were either done away with or allowed to maintain a mere formal existence, devoid of any of their former practical content. As soon as English merchants went in active quest of new foreign markets for their commodities, the staples were abolished. On the other hand, once the English traders had managed to displace those of the Hansa and Italy, they established their own direct connections with the East, where they purchased the produce of the colonies. But for this they had to send ready money out of England. The old laws placing absolute proscription upon such activities fell into disuse, although they were to remain officially in force until 1663. Where this especially applied was with the English East India Company, which had built up a vast trade with India. The company carried out of India spices, indigo, textiles, and silks, some of which remained within English borders, but much of which was subsequently resold at great profit to other European countries. This carrying trade, whereby England acted as the middleman for foreign produce, was exceptionally lucrative and necessitated the export from England of large quantities of ready money. The total mass of imports into England from India was greater than the exports to India from England. The difference had to be made up through the export of hard cash from England. Without it there was no way that the East India Company could have sustained its commercial activities. Naturally, the company was subjected, in its turn, to furious attack by defenders of the old restrictive regime. Even at the close of the 17th century the view was expressed that the East India trade will be the ruin of a large part of our industry unless something is done to prevent it. In the early part of the century this conviction was nearly universal. It was inevitable that if the partisans of the East India trade were to marshal their arguments against the blanket prohibition on exporting money they would have to develop a critique of the antiquated views of the early mercantilists. To counter the old monetary system they came up with a new theory of the balance of trade. The new views received their most brilliant expression in a book by a member of the East India Company's Board of Directors, Thomas Munn, 1571–1641, entitled England's Treasure by Foreign Trade. Munn's work, which though written in 1630 was not published until 1664 after the author's death, typifies mercantilist literature more than any other, and was to become, in Engels's words, the mercantilist gospel. 1. Munn did not contest the previous doctrine about the benefits accruing to a nation from the acquisition of precious metals or, as he called it, the multiplication of its treasures. What he argues, however, is that such treasures cannot be multiplied by the state taking coercive measures to regulate monetary circulation directly, prohibition on the export of money, a fixed exchange rate, changes in the metallic content of coins, etc. Whether or not there is an influx or outflow of precious metals depends exclusively upon whether the balance of trade is positive or negative. The ordinary means therefore to increase our wealth and treasure is by foreign trade, wherein we must ever observe this rule, to sell more to strangers yearly than we consume of theirs in value. For suppose that when this kingdom is plentifully served with the cloth, lead, tin, iron, fish and other native commodities, we do yearly export the overplus to foreign countries to the value of £200,000, by which means we are enabled beyond the seas to buy and bring in foreign wares for our use and consumption, to the value of £200,000, by this order duly kept in our trading, we may rest assured that the kingdom shall be enriched yearly to £100,000, which must be brought to us in so much treasure. 2. In other words, money will flow into the country as the result of a positive balance of trade. It follows from this premise that if money is to be drawn into the country it will not be because of the cumbersome regulations of early mercantilism, but the result of a comprehensive economic policy directed towards the promotion of exports, shipping and export-oriented industries, as a means of improving the balance of trade. Clearly, the balance of trade can be bolstered either by cutting back on the import of commodities or by expanding their export. Here again, we note the fundamental difference between Mun and his predecessors. The mercantilists of the early period called for a ban on the export of money and a reduction in the import of foreign commodities. Mun, on the other hand, pins his hopes on the development of England's commodity exports. This difference in their respective points of view was itself a reflection of England's gradual transition from a nation which imports foreign manufactures to one which exports its own. Mun, then, appears on the scene as the representative of a rising merchant capital which is in the process of acquiring new markets and is aspiring to expand its exports. Whereas the concern of Hales, Stafford, was to guard the domestic market from the flood of foreign wares, Mun's thoughts now center on the conquest of foreign markets for England. It is, of course, true that Mun has nothing against reducing the importation of foreign commodities, but he does object to the previous methods by which this was achieved, namely direct prohibition. Measures such as these will only provoke other countries to do likewise, much to the detriment of English exports, and it is after all the expansion of these that for Mun is the primary objective. Mun urgently demands that export trade, shipping, and export industries be encouraged and expanded. England must draw benefit not simply from its natural produce, i.e. its raw materials surpluses, but also from artificial produce, that is, industrial articles of its own production and the commodities imported from other countries, e.g. India. To this end there must be incentive, first to have raw materials worked up by domestic industry and exported as finished products, and second to develop the carrying trade, whereby the produce of nations such as India is imported in order to be resold to other countries at a higher price. This reworking of raw materials and resale of foreign commodities are extolled by Mun as the main sources of a nation's enrichment. We know that our own natural wares do not yield us so much profit as our industry, since the value of the cannon and rifles, nails and plows is so much greater than that of the iron from which they are wrought, and just as the price of cloth is higher than that of wool. In consequence, we shall find these arts more profitable than the natural wealth. 3. And it is essential that they be strongly encouraged. What is needed is to win markets for the export of our industrial wares, but this is possible only if we can cheapen their price. We may gain so much of the manufacture as we can, and also endeavor to sell them dear, so far forth as the high price cause not a less vent in the quantity. But the superfluity of our commodities which strangers use, and may also have the same from other nations, or may abate their vent by the use of some such like wares from other places, and with little inconvenience, we must in this case strive to sell as cheap as possible we can, rather than to lose the utterance of such wares. For we have found from experience that by selling our cloth cheaply in Turkey we have been able to greatly increase its sale at the expense of the Venetians. On the other hand, a few years back, when the excessive price of our wool caused our cloth to become very dear, we momentarily lost half our foreign sales. A cheapening of our cloth by 25% can raise our sales by more than half, and though the individual merchant incurs a loss because of lower prices, this is more than compensated for by the gain to the nation as a whole. 5. The arguments here advanced by Munn as to the benefits derived from low prices demonstrate the extent to which the English economy had been transformed from the mid-16th to mid-17th centuries. The complaint of the early mercantilists had been that the selling price of English cloth was too low. Some amongst them had advocated steps to see that prices on exported commodities were raised. By the time we come to Munn, the situation had changed. The export of raw materials had given way to that of finished industrial products, and England was now faced with the task of expanding its export potential and displacing its numerous competitors. Wherever it was not possible to get a monopoly hold on the market, foreign competitors would have to be crushed through recourse to low prices. The working up of raw materials and the export of domestic manufactures could not be the only source of profit for the country, there must also be resale of foreign produce. Here Munn's primary concern is to defend the carrying trade, especially that with the East Indies, against the attacks of its opponents. The import of foreign commodities and their subsequent export and resale to other countries, argues Munn, brings wealth to both the kingdom at large and the royal treasury. Especially lucrative is the transport of merchandise from such far-away places as the East Indies. These colonial commodities can be acquired for a pittance. A pound of pepper, for instance, acquired for 3 pence will fetch 24 pence on the markets of Europe. Not all of this 21 pence margin goes to the merchant, of course, since the outlays on long-distance sailing are enormous, what with the costs of conveyance, hiring and maintaining seamen, insurance, customs levies, taxes, and the like. But when the transport is done on English vessels, these sums are totally spent on English shores, thus enriching that country at the expense of others. 6. We make a far greater stock by gain upon these Indian commodities, than those nations do where they grow, and to whom they properly appertain, being the natural wealth of their countries. 7. In this instance the development of commerce will bring greater profit to a country than will its natural riches if the latter have not been fructified by trade and industry. What aroused objection to the East India trade was the fact that, as we have already seen, it necessitated the exportation of money as payment for the commodities being imported from India. And so Munn addresses himself in detail to the pros and cons surrounding the export of money to India. We noted earlier that the overall excess of England's exports over its imports came to £200,000 sterling, and that this sum entered the country as ready money. The question arose, what to do with it? Those in favour of putting a blanket ban on exporting money counselled that it should remain there in England, a position that Munn vigorously opposes. If, having gained some store of money by trade with resolution to keep it still in the realm, shall this cause other nations to spend more of our commodities than formerly they have done, whereby we might say that our trade is quickened and enlarged? No, verily, it will produce no such good effect, but rather according to the alteration of times. By their true causes we may expect the contrary. 8. In such a case the money will lay within the country as lifeless treasure, and would only prove a source of gain if it were again put back into commercial circulation. Suppose, for instance, that out of this sum, £100,000 is exported to the East Indies, and that the commodities which are purchased with it are then resold in other countries at a far greater price, say, for £300,000. Evidently, a sizable profit accrues to the nation as a result of this operation. And though it is true that the number of commodities being imported is increased, this is solely to produce an even greater rise in exports later on. Opponents of the East India trade object that while it is money that we issue out, only commodities are received back in return. But if these commodities are not for our own consumption but for future resale, the entire difference between their purchase price and sale price must necessarily accrue either in money or in such wares as we must export again. They that have wares cannot want money, for by selling them one earns a profit. 9. Each quantity of money that we export to India comes back to us augmented by a profit. And thus we see that the current of merchandise which carries away their treasure, becomes a flowing stream to fill them again in a greater measure with money. 10. There is enormous profit to be had by a country when it exports its money to meet the needs of the carrying trade. For if we only behold the actions of the husbandman in the seed time when he casteth away much good corn into the ground, we will rather accompt him a mad man than husbandman, but when we consider his labors in the harvest which is the end of his endeavors, we find the worth and plentiful increase of his actions. 11. Munn's book brilliantly exemplifies mercantilist literature at its height. Munn writes as a man of action. The problems which he confronts are practical ones, as are the solutions which he advances. Seeking to marshal arguments against the old restrictions and the direct regulation of monetary circulation, Munn arrived at a theory of the dependence of monetary movements and the rate of exchange upon the balance of trade. He did not object to the importance of bringing money into the country, but held the view that the only means by which this could be profitably accomplished was if the development of foreign trade, shipping and export industries brought about an improvement in the balance of trade. Here, then, was a fusion of the early mercantilist view, to the effect that money comprises the principal component of a nation's wealth, with the later mercantilist notion that foreign trade is that wealth's primary source. The discussions within mercantilist literature center mainly around these two basic themes: first, the importance of money and of the means by which a nation can acquire it, and second, foreign commerce and the balance of trade. The conceptual errors for which the mercantilists were upbraided by the free traders, beginning with the physiocrats and Adam Smith, were first, that the true wealth of a nation resides in its produce, and not its money, and second, that its real source is production, and not foreign trade. But such a critique fails to grasp that, for all their theoretical naivete, the formulae advanced by the mercantilists represented an attempt to resolve the basic problems of their age and of their social class, namely, on the one hand, those of the transformation of a natural economy into a money economy, and on the other, those of acquiring primary accumulations of capital in the hands of the merchant bourgeoisie. As spokesmen for this class, their concern lay first and foremost in drawing a substantial slice of the economy into the orbit of monetary exchange. Their concern for augmenting the nation's wealth centered not on whether there was a growth in production for use, or use values, but rather on whether there was an increase in the number of products capable of being sold or converted into money, in short, in the growth of exchange value. The mercantilists understood perfectly well, of course, that people subsist off bread and meat, and not off gold. But in an economy where the development of monetary circulation was weak and the bulk of its bread and meat was still produced for direct consumption, rather than for realization on the market, exchange value, in the perceptions of the mercantilists, lay not in the products themselves, but in money. Since not all products of labor constitute exchange values, i.e. commodities transformable into money, exchange value became naturally confused with the physical form of that product which functions as money, i.e., gold and silver. Though such a confusion was theoretically naive, this furious chase after precious metals so characteristic of the early mercantilists was itself a reflection of the painful transition from a natural to a commodity money economy. The influx of precious metals was to serve as a tool for speeding up this process in the interests of the commercial bourgeoisie. Since foreign trade was at that time both the arena within which the circulation of money was most extensively developed, and the sole means by which countries deprived of their own gold and silver mines could draw in precious metals, it followed that the intensified drive to acquire these metals would be combined, as in the balance of trade doctrine, with a policy of promoting foreign trade and forcibly developing exports. The disproportionate value accorded to foreign trade by the mercantilists is to be explained not simply by its great potential for transforming products into money and attracting precious metals. The enormous profits derived from foreign trade helped foster primitive capital accumulation by the merchant class. It was not to the growth of money economy in general that the commercial bourgeoisie aspired, but of a money capitalist economy. The process of transforming products into money was to be accompanied by the accumulation of the latter and its own conversion into profit-bearing money, that is, into capital. But for the most part, really large profits were only to be had in this period through foreign commerce, in particular through trade with the colonies. By buying commodities cheaply on some markets, where, as with the colonies, the merchants and trading companies of a particular government often enjoyed a monopoly, and selling them dear on others, wealth and capital could be rapidly accumulated, not to mention the direct plundering of the colonies and the forcible appropriation of the produce of their inhabitants. In an age when the merchant occupied a near monopoly position between producers, example colonial subjects or craft workers, and consumers, example landlords or peasants, even peaceful foreign trade afforded him the chance to exploit both to his own benefit. Merchants grew rich by purchasing producers' commodities below their value and selling them to consumers at prices where their value was exceeded. In this period, the basic source of commercial profit was non-equivalent exchange. It was, then, natural that the mercantilists saw profit only in the net profit of trade, or profit upon alienation, which had its source in the markup that the merchant added to the price of the commodity. It stands to reason that when the origin of profit is non-equivalent exchange, the advantages falling to one party in the exchange are equal to the losses incurred by the other. One person's gain is the other's loss. Internal trade of this kind leads merely to a redistribution of wealth amongst a country's individual inhabitants, but does nothing to enrich the country as a whole. This can come only from foreign commerce, where one nation is enriched at the expense of another. By what is consumed at home, one loseth only what another gets, and the nation in general is not at all the richer, but all foreign consumption is a clear and certain profit. 12. With these words D'Avenant, writing at the end of the 16th century, summarized the general mercantilist belief that foreign commerce and those sections of industry working for the foreign market yield the greatest profit. There is much more to be gained by manufacture than husbandry, and by merchandise than manufacture. 13. A seaman is in effect 3 husbandmen. 14. One should not conclude from this that Petty, who wrote these words, had forgotten the importance of agriculture as the source of a country's foodstuffs. Petty simply meant that with capitalism totally absent in agriculture and having only weakly penetrated into industry, the sphere within which the capitalist economy would enjoy extensive development and allow for the vigorous accumulation of capital would be commerce, particularly foreign trade. As we have seen, the exaggerated importance which the mercantilists attached to money had its roots in the conditions of transition from a natural to a commodity money economy. Similarly, the overemphasis which they placed upon foreign trade was the logical result of the role of the latter as a source of immense profits and a sphere of activity that allowed for the rapid accumulation of capitals. And though both these mercantilist ideas were later to be cruelly ridiculed as absurd, they nonetheless reflected the historical conditions of the merchant capitalist age and the real interests of those social classes for whom the mercantilists acted as spokesmen. As the mercantilists' overwhelming concern was with questions of economic policy, and as economic theory was only in its infancy, they remained content with ill-developed and naive theoretical formulas, provided that these answered the practical demands of their time. Our legacy from the mercantilists is not a comprehensive economic theory embracing the totality of capitalist economic phenomena, but a body of work containing only rudimentary theoretical conceptions whose development and substantiation were left to later economists. Thus the separate strands of mercantilist doctrine, the one dealing with exchange value and money, the other with profit and foreign trade, suffered different fates. As commercial conditions altered and industrial capitalism developed, the fallaciousness of the theory of foreign trade as the sole source of profit became obvious. Further evolution of economic thought at the hands of the physiocrats and the classical school was to dismiss the mercantilist interpretation of foreign trade and profit. The embryonic theories of exchange value and money in mercantilist literature proved, on the contrary, capable of additional theoretical development, appropriated by subsequent schools of economists, and freed from the naive confusion of exchange value with money and of money with gold and silver. These embryonic theories were worked upon and advanced. Their profound interest in the problem of trade and the process whereby commodities are exchanged for money permitted the mercantilists to put forward a substantial number of correct ideas on the nature of exchange value and its monetary form. There is, in particular, within mercantilist literature, the beginnings of a labor theory of value, which was to play a part of great significance in the subsequent evolution of our science. Chapter 6. The Reaction Against Mercantilism. Dudley North. Although he stood opposed to the out-of-date prohibitions against the export of money, Thomas Munn had nevertheless acknowledged the need for the government to exercise control over foreign trade as a means of improving the balance of trade and drawing money into the country. The first person to develop a critique of the principles behind mercantilist policy was Dudley North, whose Discourses upon Trade appeared in 1691. A prominent merchant, and, later on, a commissioner of the customs, North comes out in defense of merchant and money capital, which had already become sufficiently developed to feel the constraints of excessive state tutelage. North is the first of the early prophets of the idea of free trade. He dedicates his tract to a discussion around two central themes: first, the restrictions which the state, in its desire to attract money into the country, has imposed upon foreign trade, and second, the legal limitation placed upon the level of interest. On both these issues North consistently demands that the state cease its interference into economic life. To the mercantilists, for whom the aim of foreign trade was to increase the nation's stock of money, trade was understood to be above all the exchange of a product, or use value for money or exchange value. With North the concept of trade is something different, being an exchange of certain products for others. Foreign trade, then, is an exchange of the produce of one nation for that of another, to their common benefit. In this exchange, money functions simply as a medium. Gold and silver, and, out of them, money, are nothing but the weights and measures, by which traffic is more conveniently carried on than could be done without them. If trade prospers or declines, the cause is not to be found in the inflows and outflows of money; to the contrary, an increase in the quantity of money is consequent upon a growth of trade. This is not the idea held by public opinion, which is prone to ascribe any stagnation in commerce to a shortage of money. When a merchant cannot find a market for his commodities, he sees as the cause an insufficient amount of money within the country, a view, however, which is deeply mistaken. But to examine the matter closer, what do these people want, who cry out for money? I will begin with the beggar. He wants, and importunes for money. What would he do with it if he had it? Buy bread, and see. Then in truth it is not money, but bread and other necessaries for life that he wants. Well then, the farmer complains, for the want of money. Surely it is not for the beggar's reason, to sustain life, or pay debts, but he thinks that were more money in the country, he should have a price for his goods. Then it seems money is not his want, but a price for his corn, and cattle, which he would sell, but cannot. Such a failure to sell is the result either of an excessive supply of corn or cattle, or of a shortfall in the demand for them, owing to the poverty of the consumers or to the blockage of exports abroad. Commerce, therefore, suffers not from a shortage of money, but from a break in the steady flow of commodity exchange. Generally speaking, there can be no such thing as a shortage of money, since a country is always in possession of as much money as is needed for the purpose of commerce, that is, for the exchange of commodities. If you are a rich people, and have trade, you cannot want specific coin, to serve your occasions in dealing. 3. For even if a country does not mint its own coinage, it will be supplied in sufficient quantity by the coins of other nations. On the other hand, when money grows up to a greater quantity than commerce requires, it comes to be of no greater value than uncoined silver, and will occasionally be melted down again. For North is thus led to the conclusion that the circulation of money will regulate itself to correspond with the demands of commodity circulation. And while a country has nothing to fear from a shortage of money, it is equally of no avail for the state to resort to compulsory measures to augment it. Measures designed to retain money within the country will only retard commerce. Let a law be made, and what is more, be observed that no man whatsoever shall carry any money out of a particular town, county, or division, with liberty to carry goods of any sort, so that all the money which every one brings with him, must be left behind, and none be carried out. The consequence of this would be, that such town or county were cut off from the rest of the nation, and no man would dare to come to market with his money there, because he must buy, whether he likes, or not, and on the other side, the people of that place could not go to other markets as buyers, but only as sellers, being not permitted to carry any money out with them. Now would not such a constitution as this, soon bring a town or county to a miserable condition, with respect to their neighbors, who have free commerce? 5. The same sorry fate would befall an entire nation were it to introduce similar restrictions upon trade, for a nation in the world, as to trade, is in all respects like a city to a kingdom, or family in a city. 6. North's ideal is that world commerce be as free and unfettered as possible. A country which by its acts and decrees holds onto its money, turning it thereby into idle hoards, directly inflicts upon itself a loss. No man is richer for having his estate all in money, plate, and sea lying by him, but on the contrary, he is for that reason the poorer. That man is richest, whose estate is in a growing condition, either in land at farm, money at interest, or goods in trade. If any man, out of an humour, should turn all his estate into money, and keep it dead, he would soon be sensible of poverty growing upon him. 7. Whether it be an individual or an entire nation, enrichment will come not by accumulating ready money, but only by continuously throwing it back into circulation as money capital, as profit-bearing money. In North's eyes the road to prosperity lies not in the accumulation of money hoards, but in the growth of trade and a rise in the general mass of profit and capitals. In his polemic against mercantilist policy, North overcomes the theoretical error that the mercantilists had made in confusing money, precious metals, with exchange value in general, with capital. By recognizing that money is a medium of exchange and a measure of value for actual commodities, North comes very close to arriving at a correct understanding of the distinction between money and exchange value. With even greater clarity he explores the difference between money and capital, developing ideas already tentatively advanced by Munn. Munn had seen a positive balance of trade as more than a means of attracting and accumulating precious metals. It was a sign that greater capital was being invested in commerce and that profits were flowing into the country. But he also advocated that the state keep close watch over the balance of trade and take steps to improve it. For North, too, it was a conscious goal that commercial capitals and profits should be built up, but the best means to this end was free trade and not the restraining interference of the state. North extended this same principle of government non-interference to another question, that of the level of interest, an issue which generated furious debate and a mass of literature throughout the 17th and 18th centuries. This was an issue over which the interests of the landowning class and the money capitalists came into sharp conflict. The medieval laws forbidding the exaction of interest payments were repealed in England by Henry VIII in 1545. Interest could now be charged on loans, although it could not exceed 10% per annum. At the beginning of the 17th century the legal ceiling was lowered to 8%, and to 6% in 1652. Especially persistent in their pressure for further reductions in the rate of interest were the landed aristocracy, whose prodigal living and constant borrowings dropped them straight into the usurer's clutches. A fall in the interest rate would benefit the landlords in two ways. First, the interest payments owing to money lenders would be reduced, and second, the price of land would go up and with it the prospect of selling it at greater profit. In 1621, Culpeper, an early partisan of landed interests, wrote, "Wherever money is dear, land is cheap, and where money is cheap, land is dear." The high interest on loans compels the sale of land at a cheap price. 8. Support for the landlord's demands for a lower rate of interest came also from certain sections of the industrial and commercial bourgeoisie, especially those holding an interest in the affairs of the East India Company. The lower the interest on loans, the more willing rentiers would be to invest their disposable funds in the company's shares, and the higher these shares would be quoted. Child wrote in 1668, that if the rate of interest earned from lending was high, 6%, no one would wish to invest their money in precarious transoceanic commerce which itself could offer only 8%-9%. Basing themselves upon the example of Holland, where the rate of interest was low, it was deemed by Child and other writers that keeping interest rates down would assure the stimulation and profitability of commerce, and so they demanded that rates be legally reduced. Against this, arguing that government regulation over the level of interest was primarily of service to an idle aristocracy and not to the merchant class, the defenders of moneyed capital demanded that these controls be totally repealed. In reality, to broad sections of merchants these laws were of little use, for despite a legal ceiling of 6% their quest for credits compelled them to pay rates of interest far in excess of what the law allowed, rates which could at times go as high as 33%. Thus, quite a number of the writers who upheld the interests of money and commercial capital demanded the repeal of the legal limit upon the rate of interest, arguing that it contravened the natural laws of capitalist economy. Amongst these writers were Petty, Locke, and North. It was North's view that a reduction in the interest rate would benefit the gentry far more than it would the trader. The moneys employed at interest in this nation are not near the 10th part disposed to trading people, wherewith to manage their trades, but are for the most part lent for the supplying of luxury, and to support the expense of persons, who though great owners of lands, yet spend faster than their lands bring in. 9. A legal limit upon interest will only create a difficult and precarious situation for those merchants seeking credit, and will exercise a retarding influence on trade. It is not low interest makes trade, but trade increasing, makes interest low, by augmenting the number of capitals being accumulated and put towards investment. 10. If the level of interest is to fall, it will come from the unhindered expansion of trade, and not out of compulsory regulation. Hence, it will be found best for the nation to leave the borrowers and the lender to make their own bargains, according to the circumstances they lie under. 11. It is characteristic that in order to justify the earning of interest upon capital, North attempts to equate this form of revenue with agricultural rent. But as the landed man lets his land, so these traders still let their stock. This latter is called interest, but is only rent for stock, as the other is for land. 12. And so the state can as little legislate a reduction of interest from 5% to 4% as it can bring down the rent paid on an acre of land from 10 shillings to 8. We find Petty and Locke equating in similar fashion the interest upon capital with land rent. For the former was still at this time a new form of revenue, and could only be theoretically explained and justified in practice by drawing an equation between it and the traditional source of income, the rent on land. For its time, North's book was a remarkable phenomenon, containing as it does the first formulation of the ideas of free trade that were developed in full by Hume and Smith. A man who transcended his age, North was one of the earliest prophets of mercantilism's decline. To the mercantilists, international commerce was like a chess match in which the gain of one is the loss of another. To North, this trade was mutually profitable to all nations who took part. The mercantilists differentiated between profitable and unprofitable branches of trade, depending upon what effect they had upon the balance of trade. For North, there can be no trade unprofitable to the public, for if any proves so, men leave it off. 13. The mercantilists upheld the strict tutelage by the state over economic life. North demanded free trade and government non-intervention, since it is impossible to force men to deal in any prescribed manner. We also find in North a deeper analysis of theoretical questions, namely the distinction that he makes between capital and money, and his observation that the circulation of money will regulate itself in accord with the requirements of the circulation of commodities. Still, this theoretical analysis is for North a subordinate instrument, a means for making his criticism of mercantilist policy more incisive. Questions of economic policy still predominate. Where the literature deals with theoretical arguments, they are fragmentary and incomplete. To gain a proper understanding of the theoretical heritage of mercantilism, we must now step back in time somewhat, to William Petty, so that we then may pass to the mid-18th century, which forms a period of transition from mercantilist to classical literature. Chapter 7. The Evolution of the Theory of Value. William Petty. We have already noted that, in their majority, mercantilist writers were concerned overwhelmingly with questions of economic policy, and showed little inclination toward theoretical study. However, the need to justify various practical measures increasingly compelled them to fall back upon arguments of a theoretical nature. Thus the struggle against restrictions on the circulation of money, for example, the prohibitions on exporting coins, etc., provided the impetus for developing the theory of the balance of trade. But, influenced by the sweeping, generalizing character of 17th-century mathematics and empirical philosophy, Bacon, Hobbes, and aware of the need to conduct a broader and more radical re-examination of mercantilist doctrine in order to meet the new, increasingly complex demands of economic development, English mercantilist literature, beginning with the mid-17th century, displayed a growing concern with theory. Along with its basic, merchant tendency, a philosophical current now appeared in mercantilist literature that was more disposed towards theoretical generalizations. Alongside the narrow practitioners debating the practical questions of their day, there now appeared among mercantilist writers people with a broad scientific outlook, Petty, and the most eminent philosophers of the age, Locke, Berkeley, Hume. Even the authors who were practical men of action displayed in their works a deeper concern for theoretical issues, North, Barbon, Cantillon. As a theoretical movement, although its ideas were still rudimentary and unripened, it left a most valuable legacy in its theory of value and its theory of money. In its modern form, the problem of value could only be posed once the guild handicrafts had begun to give way to capitalist economy. During the age of medieval crafts, prices on goods were regulated by the guild and town authorities. The fixed prices that the guilds placed upon handcrafted articles were intended to assure craftsmen a decent subsistence or reward for their labor. Thus it is not surprising that the most prominent canonist writers of the 13th century, Albert the Great and Thomas Aquinas, taught that the value of a product depends upon the quantity of labor and the outlays expended upon its production. Although outwardly this formula resembles the later labor theory of value, there is a substantial difference between them. The economic soil from which this formula grew was that of craft production, rather than capitalism. What the authors had in mind by it were the outlays which the craftsman made for raw materials and implements and a decent reward for his labor. The price that they were concerned with was not the one that was actually established through the process of market competition, but the just price, justum pretium, that had to be set by the authorities in order to accord with the traditional conditions of the medieval crafts. Thus the problem of value was posed normatively. With the appearance of capitalist economy, the situation altered, as the price fixing of the guilds increasingly gave way to a process of competition between buyer and seller. Price formation via regulation was replaced by the spontaneous price formation of the market. What had been a magnitude fixed in advance and compulsorily established was now the result of a complex process of competition about which there could be no prior knowledge. For the writers of the 13th century, the discussion had been about what price ought to be established out of considerations of justice. The economists of the 17th century approached the problem from the other direction. They wanted to discover the law-determined regularity which governed the process of price formation as it actually occurred on the market. The normative formulation of the problem of value had given way to that of scientific theory. Nevertheless, during the epoch of early capitalism, it was no easy feat to find any definite regularity behind the phenomena of price formation. Free competition had not yet seized hold of all sectors of the economy, nor had it fully displayed its law-governed regularities. Its workings were still limited to a great extent by the survivals of the price fixing of the guilds, by mercantilist regulation over trade and industry, and by the monopoly rights of the trading companies. The mercantilists themselves continued to hold faith in the possibility of regulating economic life through recourse to state enactments. For them, the idea of a market spontaneously regulated by certain laws was an alien concept, to be developed only later on by the physiocrats, and especially by Adam Smith. The economists who observed the chaos of multitudinous determinants that together made up the process of price formation under early capitalism very often gave up any attempt to discover the law-determined regularity which lay beneath it. The constant and sharp fluctuations in market prices suggested that the prices on commodities depended exclusively upon what accidental relationship between supply and demand existed at any given moment. From this idea arose the first rudiments of the theory of supply and demand, a theory which gained wide currency amongst the mercantilists and which the famous philosopher, John Locke, formulated in these words: all things that are bought and sold raise and fall their price in proportion, as there are more buyers or sellers. Where there are a great many sellers to a few buyers, there use what art you will, the thing to be sold will be cheap. On the other side, turn the tables, and raise up a great many buyers for a few sellers, and the same thing will immediately grow dear. If one talks about exchange value, it can only be in a given place and at a given moment in time. There can be no question of exchange value having any fixed and objectively determined level. This denial of any law-determined regularity behind price formation was a position also arrived at by the early advocates of the theory of subjective utility. Nicholas Barbon, an English contemporary of Locke's, was an active participant in the fever of promotional speculation that gripped England at the end of the 17th century. The spectacle of prices dancing about from such speculative activity was one that could readily lend itself to the idea that no commodity possesses a precisely determined price or value. The value of all commodities derives from their usefulness, that is, their ability to satisfy human wants and needs, and it changes with changes in the humor and the whims of the people who make use of them. This theory outlined by Barbon found little success amongst the mercantilists. Its further development came only in the mid-18th century, in the works of the late mercantilist, Gallieni, those of the famous physiocrat, Turgot, and, especially, in those of Condillac, an opponent of the physiocrats who had nevertheless been greatly influenced by them. Condillac is justifiably regarded as the forefather of modern psychological theories of value. He differentiates between the abstract utility of a given type of thing, for example, corn, and the concrete utility contained in a given unit of that corn. The value of a thing is determined by its concrete utility, which in turn depends above all upon its scarcity, i.e., upon the quantity of it that is currently available. The respective partisans of the theory of supply and demand and of the theory of subjective utility virtually renounced the task of discovering the law-determined regularities behind price formation. Yet as economic life developed, economists were peremptorily confronted with this problem. The successful beginnings and then the diffusion of free competition rendered theoretically unsatisfactory for economists the notion that the phenomena of price formation were accidental in nature. In earlier times, the trading companies, which then held a monopoly, used to dictate prices arbitrarily to the consumer, and would often destroy parts of their commodity stocks to keep price levels high. In so doing, they gave an illustration of just how powerful was the law of supply and demand. With the appearance of industrial capitalism, this situation had changed. In his advance calculations, the industrialist was determined to see that the sale price of a commodity at least compensated him for his costs of production. Out of the seemingly aleatoric dance of prices, economists found a stable base point that prices must necessarily conform to the costs of production incurred in the manufacture of a commodity. And so there arose the theory of production costs. James Stoyart, one of the last mercantilists, 1712 to 1780, divided the price of a commodity into two different parts, the real value of the commodity, and the profit upon alientation. A commodity's real value represents a precisely determined magnitude, equal to its costs of production. To calculate these production costs, it is necessary to know, first, the number of units of the commodity produced by the worker in the course of a day, a week, or a month; second, the value of the workman's means of subsistence, i.e., the sum of his wages, and of the implements that he employs in his labor; and third, the value of his raw materials. These three articles being known, the price of manufacture is determined. It cannot be lower than the amount of all the three, that is, than the real value. Whatever is higher, is the manufacturer's profit. 3. And how is the size of this profit determined? This is a question Stoyart cannot answer. Here we see the fundamental flaw in the theory of production costs, which to this day it has not managed to escape from, its inability to explain the origin and magnitude of surplus value or profit, in the broad sense of the term, i.e., the surplus of a product's price over its costs of production. Being a true mercantilist, Stoyart supposes that the sale price of a commodity will exceed its real value, and that the capitalist's enrichment derives from profit upon alientation, which will ever be in proportion to demand, and therefore will fluctuate according to circumstances. For as a result, Stoyart passes up the opportunity to find the law-determined regularity which determines the magnitude of surplus value, or profit. It would only have been possible to discover this using the labor theory of value. Like the theories we have just discussed, this one, too, arose during the mercantilist epoch. To trace its roots we must go back to William Petty. A man of rare gifts and versatility, William Petty, 1623 to 1687, though a physician by profession, simultaneously devoted himself to mathematics, geodesy, music, and shipbuilding. Born the son of a small craftsman, he died an English peer and a millionaire, having acquired his fortune by the shameless methods of an adventurer by taking part in the partition of the lands of Irish rebels. Being a true son of the 17th century, with its brilliant flowering of mathematics and its desire to transcribe every picture of the world into mathematical formulae, Petty was primarily concerned with the quantitative side of economic phenomena. In keeping with the spirit of 17th century empirical philosophy, Petty aspired to the observation and precise, quantitative description of real phenomena. In the preface to one of his works, which he entitled A Political Arithmetic, he describes his method as follows: "The method I take to do this, is not very usual, for instead of using only comparative and superlative words, and intellectual arguments, I have taken the course, to express myself in terms of number, weight, or measure, to use only arguments of sense, and to consider only such causes, as have visible foundations in nature." Petty shared this interest in the statistical description of economic phenomena with a number of other economists of his age: Grunt, who compiled tables on mortality, D'Avenant, who concerned himself with statistics on trade, and King, the author of the well-known King's Law, which states that fluctuations in the supply of corn call forth far sharper fluctuations in its price. If, for instance, the quantity of corn available falls by half because of poor harvest, the rise in price which follows will be 4 or 5-fold. Unlike these other writers, however, Petty's interest in statistical observations was not for their own sake, but because they afforded material for theoretical analysis. He not only compiled facts on population growth, movements of commodity prices, wages, rents, the price of land, and so on, but having made these observations, he endeavored to penetrate into what it was that bound them all together. It is true that Petty was not fully conscious of the difficulties involved in moving from individual statistical data to broad theoretical generalizations, and that his boldness led him to make hasty generalizations and derivative constructs that were often in error. Yet his conjectures and hypotheses invariably displayed the great sweep of a mind of genius and earned him a reputation as one of the founders of modern political economy and forebears of the labor theory of value. As a mercantilist, for whom the exchange of products for money had utmost importance, Petty was especially concerned with the problem of price, meaning by this not a product's market price, accidentally determined by extrinsic causes, but its natural price, which depends upon intrinsic factors. In keeping with the mercantilist identification of money and the precious metals, Petty poses this problem of natural price or value in the form of a question: why is a certain quantity of silver offered for a given product? In his answer, Petty sketches out with ingenious simplicity the basic ideas of the labor theory of value. If a man can bring to London an ounce of silver out of the earth in Peru, in the same time that he can produce a bushel of corn, then one is the natural price of the other. Now if by reason of new and more easy mines a man can get 2 ounces of silver as easily as formerly he did 1, then corn will be as cheap at 10 shillings the bushel, as it was before at 5 shillings ceteris paribus. 5. Corn is cheaper where one man produces corn for 10, than where he can do the like but for 6. Corn will be twice as dear where there are 200 husbandmen to do the same work which an 100 could perform. 6. Corn and silver will have equal value provided that equal quantities of labor have been expended on their production. The magnitude of a product's value depends upon the quantity of labor expended on its production. From the magnitude of a product's value, Petty moves on to analyze its individual components. He distinguishes two parts to the value of any product, which by way of example he usually takes to be corn wages and the rent on land. Before, when we were discussing the general features of mercantilist literature, we noted that Petty had deemed it essential to place a legal limit upon wages, to what was necessary for the worker's provision. By assuming in his theoretical discourses that this is the level of wages which prevails, Petty is thereby able to determine the size of agricultural rent in natura, i.e., in corn. Suppose a man could with his own hands plant a certain scope of land with corn, that is, could dig, or plow, harrow, weed, reap, carry home, thresh, and winnow so much as the husbandry of his land requires, and had withal seed wherewith to sow the same. I say, that when this man hath subducted his seed out of the proceed of his harvest, and also, what himself hath both eaten and given to others in exchange for clothes, and other natural necessaries, that the remainder of corn is the natural and true rent of the land for that year. 7. The in natura size of rent is determined by deducting the articles of the worker's consumption, his wages, and the costs of his means of production, his seed, from the total product. Thus what Petty has in mind, and presents in the guise of the rent on land, is total surplus value, including profit. Having determined the rent in natura, Petty then asks what its price will be in money, i.e., for what quantity of silver can it be exchanged. But a further, though collateral question may be, how much English money this corn or rent is worth? I answer, so much as the money, which another single man can save, within the same time, over and above his expense, if he employed himself wholly to produce and make it, viz. Let another man go travel into a country where is silver, there dig it, refine it, bring it to the same place where the other man planted his corn, coin it, and see the same person, all the while of his working for silver, gathering also food for his necessary livelihood, and procuring himself covering, and see. I say, the silver of the one, must be esteemed of equal value with the corn of the other, the one being perhaps 20 ounces and the other 20 bushels. From whence it follows, that the price of a bushel of this corn to be an ounce of silver. 8. Once the price of a bushel of corn is known, this can be used to determine the price of the corn that makes up the rent, i.e., the total money rent. Petty follows this discussion with a very bold attempt to deduce the price of land from the total money rent. By Petty's time, land in England had already become an object of buying and selling, with a determinate price approximately equal to the total annual rent multiplied by 20, or, more precisely, by 21. Petty knew from business experience that a parcel of land yielding an annual rent of £50 would sell for approximately £1,000. Petty asks, why is the price of land equal to 20 times its annual rent? Taking his investigation into rent as his starting point, but without knowledge of the laws governing the formation of profit and interest, Petty could not know that this relationship between the annual rent and the price of land depends upon the average rate of interest prevailing at the time. In England this was around 5%, and that the former changes together with the latter. For example, if the rate of interest falls from 5% to 4%, the price on the same tract of land would rise to £1,250, or to 25 times the annual rent. Thus Petty resorts to the following artificial argument: the buyer reckons that by purchasing land he will be guaranteeing a set annual income for himself, his son, and his grandson. People's concern for posterity usually did not extend any farther. Suppose that the buyer is around 50 years old, the son about 28 and the grandson 7. According to the statistics from Grunt's mortality tables, these three people can count on living on average a further 21 years. Thus, reckoning on the land providing an annual income for 21 years, the buyer agrees to pay a sum 21 times greater than the overall yearly rent. However erroneous this argument of Petty's may be, it contains within it one fertile idea of profound truth: the value of land is none other than the sum of a definite number of annual rents. Since the size of money rent depends upon the value of a bushel of corn, and this in turn is determined by the quantity of labor expended on its production, it follows that labor is the source not only of the value of corn, but in the final accounting also of the value of land. Petty's argument represents an early and daring attempt to subject agricultural phenomena to the law of labor value. The other side of this, however, is that Petty's concentration upon land rent testifies to the still overwhelming predominance of agriculture. Economic theory, although turning to new concepts and ideas in order to generalize the phenomena of the new capitalist economy, often dresses them up in the clothing of concepts and ideas inherited from the era when agriculture and feudal forms of land tenure were dominant. Within economic theory, the basic category of capitalist economy, profit, has still not detached itself from land rent, but is dissolved into it. All surplus value, including profit, appears under the heading of rent. In part, this theoretical disregard for the category of profit is explained by the difficulties involved in working out new categories that correspond to the reality of new phenomena, but it is also explained by the fact that manufacturing profit at this time still played but a secondary role, while commercial profit was viewed by the mercantilists as a markup on the price of a commodity. Petty singled out only one form of profit as special, and that was the interest on loan capital. This was a necessary distinction, in view both of the huge importance that loan capital had at the time, and of the sharp class antagonism that existed between money capital and landed interests. But having specially singled out money interest, Petty all the same regarded it as a derivative form of revenue, as though it were a substitute for rent. Because he did not understand that fluctuations in the price of land dutifully follow upon fluctuations in the level of interest. Petty imagined that the relation between these two phenomena was in fact the other way round. He explained the level of interest from the level of land prices. If a parcel of land could be purchased for £1,000 and yielded an annual rent of £50, the owner of a capital of £1,000 would naturally agree to loan it out only on condition that the money received in interest was no less than the £50 received per year in rent. Thus, given the price of land, the rate of interest was established at 5%. As we see, Petty was the first to sketch in the outlines of the labor theory of value, and attempted on the basis of this to explain the quantitative relationships between different phenomena, between the quantity of a product and the quantity of silver for which it would exchange, between natural wages and natural rent, between natural rent and money rent, between money rent and the price of land, and between the price of land and the rate of interest. Yet along with these rudiments of a correct understanding of the relationship between value and labor, we often find in Petty a different concept of value, in which the source of the latter is ascribed to labor and nature. Petty gave brilliant expression to this idea in his famous phrase, "Labor is the father and active principle of wealth, as lands are the mother." 9. It is clear that he is speaking here about material wealth, or use values, whose production indeed requires the active union of the forces of nature with human activity. However, once the value of a product, which he does not differentiate from the product itself, is created by labor and land, the determination of the magnitude of this value necessitates that there first be found a general measure by which the action of the forces of nature and the laboring activity of man can be compared. So the problem arises of a measure of value, which itself rests upon the problem of the par between land and labor. All things ought to be valued by two natural denominations, which is land and labor. That is, we ought to say, a ship or garment is worth such a measure of land, with such another measure of labor, forasmuch as both ships and garments were the creatures of lands and men's labors thereupon. This being true, we should be glad to find out a natural par between land and labor, so as we might express the value of either of them alone as well or better than by both, and reduce one into the other as easily and certainly as we reduce pence into pounds. 10. How, then, do we resolve this most important consideration in political economies? How do we make a par and equation between lands and labor? 11. Both land and labor participate in the process of creating use values. Let us examine the proportion in which each of them does so. Suppose that a calf is set out to pasture on 2 acres of uncultivated land, and that the weight which it puts on in the course of a year represents a quantity of meat sufficient to feed a man for 50 days. It is obvious that there having been no assistance from human labor, the land has produced 50 days' food. The sum of these daily rations comprises the yearly rent from this particular plot of land. If one man now cultivates the same land and in a year produces a greater number of daily food rations, the excess over and above the original 50 rations will constitute his wages. In this way the shares of land, rent, and of labor, wages, are both expressed in one and the same unit, in days' food. Thus the day's food of an adult man, at a medium, and not the day's labor, is the common measure of value. Wherefore I valued an Irish cabin at the number of days' food, which the maker spent in building of it. In other words, its value is determined by the sum of the wages paid to the builder. 12. We therefore see that there is a sharp disparity and contradiction between these two constructs of Petty. Previously he was speaking about exchange value, now he is concerned with use value. Before it was labor that he considered as the source of value, now it is labor and land. Previously he deduced the value of land, or, to be more exact, the price of land, from labor, now he seeks a par between land and labor. Before, he took as his measure of value the quantity of labor, now he takes the value of labor, i.e., wages. Previously Petty determined the magnitude of rent on the land by deducting the worker's means of consumption, i.e., wages, from the total product, now he finds wages by deducting rent from this product. If Petty can be justifiably acknowledged as the father of the labor theory of value, he can also be recognized as the forebear of those basic errors and contradictions in its formulation that it has taken economic thought 200 years to overcome. In one variant or another, these fundamental mistakes, the confusion of exchange value with use value, the search for an equation between land and labor, and the confusion between the quantity of labor and the value of labor, were repeated in the ensuing literature, including that of the English economists whose writings filled the near 100-year period that separated the activity of Petty from the works of Adam Smith. Let us now dwell briefly on Locke, Cantillon, and James Steuart. For Locke the source of value is labor, value being understood, however, as material wealth, or use value. Nature and the earth furnished only the most worthless materials as in themselves 13, i.e., without the assistance of human labor. How great the contrast between these natural works of nature and those products modified by human labor. Labor is the source of the powerful increase in the wealth of modern nations. I think it will be but a very modest computation to say, that of the products of the earth useful to the life of man, 9/10 are the effects of labor. 14 For whatever bread is more worth than acorns, wine than water, and cloth or silk than leaves, skins, or moss, that is wholly owing to labor and industry. 15 Labor is the primary source of a commodity's use value, as we have already seen. However, its exchange value, in Locke's view, is determined by the law of supply and demand. With Cantillon, who died in 1734, we again find confusion between exchange value and use value, as well as a further attempt to deduce value from land and labor. Land is the source of matter from whence all wealth is produced. The labor of man is the form which produces it, and wealth in itself is nothing but the maintenance, conveniences, and superfluities of life. 16 Once a thing is created by land and labor, the price or intrinsic value of a thing is the measure of the quantity of land and of labor entering into its production. 17 Cantillon was clearly influenced by Petty, and rather than stopping at the simple determination of value by land and labor, looks to find an equation between these two elements. Nor was he satisfied with Petty's solution, who at one point, as we have seen, reduces the value of land to labor, and at another designates a man's daily subsistence, the food ration, as the common denominator between the value of land, rent, and the value of labor, wages. Cantillon, as a forerunner of the physiocrats, awards the palm of superiority to land, and endeavors to reduce the value of the worker's labor to the value of that plot of land that would be sufficient to feed him and his family. Thus the intrinsic value of anything may be measured by the quantity of land used in its production and the quantity of labor which enters into it, in other words by the quantity of land of which the produce is allotted to those who have worked upon it. 18. Proceeding from Petty's mistaken ideas, Cantillon moves even farther away from a correct formulation of the labor theory of value. What is more, in order to reduce the value of land to labor he, on the contrary, establishes an equality between human labor and a determinate plot of land. Finally, to James Steuart, we find with him, too, this same confusion between exchange value and use value. Within a concrete product of labor, i.e., a use value, Steuart differentiates between the material substratum, which is given by nature, and the modification made upon it by human labor. Though it may seem odd, he calls the natural material out of which the product is created its intrinsic worth. The intrinsic worth of a silver vase is the raw material, the silver, out of which it was fashioned. Its modification by the labor of the worker who made the vase makes up its useful value. Here two things deserve our attention. First, the simple substance, or the production of nature; the other, the modification Preobrazovany transformation, IR, or the work of man. The first I shall call the intrinsic worth, the other, the useful value. The value of the second must be estimated according to the labor it has cost to produce it. 19. What Steuart has in mind, therefore, is the concrete useful labor which creates use value and gives form to some substance which has rendered it useful, ornamental, or, in short, fit for man, mediately or immediately. 20. It was, therefore, during the mercantilist age that there appeared in embryo the main theories of value that were to play an important part in the subsequent history of economic thought: the theory of supply and demand, the theory of subjective utility, the theory of production costs, and the labor theory of value. Of these, it was not until the appearance of the Austrian school that the theory of subjective utility was employed in economic science with any kind of success. Of the others, it was the labor theory of value which had the greatest impact upon the further evolution of economic thought. At the hands of Petty and his followers the labor theory of value suffered a multitude of glaring contradictions, being pushed by Locke onto the same level as the theory of supply and demand, and by Steuart onto the plane of the theory of production costs. The labor theory of value owed its future progress to the classical school and to scientific socialism. Petty's heirs were Smith, Ricardo, Rodbertus, and Marx. Chapter 8. The Evolution of the Theory of Money. David Hume. Within the theoretical heritage of the mercantilist period we also find, along with the rudiments of a labor theory of value, attempts to develop a theory of money. Together with questions surrounding the balance of trade, it was the problem of money which most attracted and gave birth to an extensive literature. This was especially the case in the Italian cities, where there was a developed moneyed bourgeoisie and where monetary circulation was in a state of constant confusion. While in England a multitude of writings appeared entitled A Discourse upon Trade, in Italy the traditional title was A Discourse on Money. All of these works focused upon questions of economic policy, prohibitions upon the export of money, the debasement of coins, and the like. The incessant debasement of coinage by rulers provoked furious debates. Those who defended the power of the kings and princes upheld their right to reduce the metallic content of coins, arguing that the value of coins is determined not by the quantity of metal they contain, but by state edict. Money is value created by law, wrote Nicholas Barbon, a partisan of the legal, or state theory of money. Defenders of the commercial bourgeoisie, which suffered from fluctuations in the value of coinage, demanded the minting of coins of standard weight. These forefathers of the metallic theory of money argued that the constant decline in the metallic content of the coinage inevitably led to a drop in its value. Finally, there were certain writers who proposed a compromise solution, most clearly expressed by the well-known John Law at the beginning of the 18th century. According to Law's doctrine, the value of coins is composed of two parts: 1. Its real value. 1 is determined by the value of the metal that it contains. Beyond this, however, it possesses also an additional value, which stems from the use of the metal in question as specie and from the additional demand for this metal that the manufacture of coins thus produces. Because the aims were practical, the arguments and discussions in mercantilist writings on money are haphazard and disconnected. It is only in the mid-18th century, when mercantilist literature was in the last days of its decline, that we find more or less finished statements of the two theories which have come to play such an important role in ensuing writings on money, right up to the present day, the well-known quantity theory of money, as put forth by David Hume, and an opposing theory advanced by famed Stoyart. David Hume, 1711–1776, was both a celebrated philosopher and an outstanding economist. His essays, which appeared in 1753, levelled, with their ingenious and brilliant critique, the final blow to mercantilist ideas. As Hume was in general a clear-cut defender of free trade, he cannot, of course, be counted as a mercantilist in any exact sense of the term. Usually in the history of economic thought Hume is accorded a place somewhere between the physiocrats and Adam Smith, of whom he was both a direct predecessor and a close friend. Nevertheless, in the interests of giving greater clarity to our presentation, we think it permissible to consider Hume's works in the present section, which covers not only the age when mercantilist ideas were at their zenith, but the period of their decline as well. The issues around which Hume's ideas centered were the very same as had been constantly debated within mercantilist writings, namely the balance of trade, the rate of interest, and money. In his discussion of the first two of these, Hume's power lies not so much in his originality as in the brilliant development and decisive formulation that he gave to ideas already expressed before him, by North in particular. If, at the end of the 17th century, North's voice had stood practically alone, Hume, with his critique of mercantilism, was by the mid-18th century expressing the general thinking of his age. Hume's sharply critical stance towards the idea of a balance of trade flows from his general conception of commerce. For the mercantilists, the object of foreign trade was to bring advantage to the trading nation at the expense of others. Foreign trade for Hume, however, consists of a mutual exchange of the different material products that the separate nations have produced by virtue of the diversity of their geniuses, climates, and soils. It therefore follows that one nation can sell its surplus products to another only if the latter itself possesses excess produce which it can offer in exchange. If our neighbors have no art or cultivation, they cannot take our commodities, because they will have nothing to give in exchange. Thus an increase of riches and commerce in any one nation, instead of hurting, commonly promotes the riches and commerce of all its neighbors. 3. Every nation has an interest in the more extensive development of international commerce and in doing away with those numberless bars, obstructions, and imposts, which all nations of Europe, and none more than England, have put upon trade from an exorbitant desire of amassing money, or from an ill-grounded apprehension of losing their specie. For in the course of commerce the precious metals will be distributed between individual countries proportionately to their trade, industry, and people. 5. Should the quantity of a nation's ready money exceed this normal level, it will flow out of the country. In the reverse situation there will be an influx. Compulsory measures to increase the quantity of money in a country are unnecessary. The mercantilists had maintained that a rise in the quantity of money lowers a country's rate of interest and thereby stimulates commerce. Hume's essay, Of Interest, was dedicated to refuting these ideas. The level of interest depends not upon an abundance of precious metals, but upon the following three factors: the volume of demand for credit, the number of capitals that are free and seeking investment, and the size of commercial profits. The greater or less stock of labor and commodities, i.e., capital I.R., must have a great influence, since we really and in effect borrow these, when we take money upon interest. Interest falls not because of a great abundance of the precious metals, but because of an increase in the number of lenders having property or command over them. Out of the growth of trade, free capitals are accumulated and the number of lenders rises, at the same time as there is a decline in commercial profit. Both of these call forth a drop in the rate of interest. Since the same growth of commerce that sinks the interest, commonly acquires great abundance of the precious metals, people are mistakenly disposed to take the latter as the cause of the rate of interest's decline. The fact is, however, that both of these phenomena, the abundance of money and a low interest rate, are conditioned by one and the same factor, the expansion of trade and industry. 6. On the question of interest, Hume is developing ideas outlined by North. His service consists in the insistence with which he differentiates capital from money, and in his correct idea that the rate of interest depends upon the level of profits. Hume has in view a more developed system of credit relations than did the mercantilists. The latter often spoke about consumer credit, to which the landlords, especially, took recourse. Hume, however, has in mind productive credit going to merchants and manufacturers. The most original part of Hume's economic doctrine is his quantity theory of money. This, too, is closely tied to his polemic against the mercantilists, who saw an increasing quantity of ready money as a powerful stimulus to the expansion of trade and industry. Hume's express goal was to show that even a protracted rise in the overall volume of money could in no way increase a nation's wealth, but would have as its sole result a corresponding and universal rise in the nominal prices of commodities. Thus Hume's polemic with the mercantilists led him to a quantity theory of money, according to which the value, or purchasing power, of money is determined by the latter's overall quantity. Suppose, argues Hume, that the quantity of money within a nation doubles. Does this mean an increase in its riches? Not at all, since it is products and labor that make up a nation's wealth. Money is nothing but the representation of labor and commodities, and serves only as a method of rating and estimating them. 7. It is a conditional unit of account, an instrument which men have agreed upon to facilitate the exchange of one commodity for another, and, as such, has no value of its own. 8. Following Locke, and asserting that money has chiefly a fictitious value. 9. Hume sets himself firmly upon the ground of a nominalist theory of money, and in opposition to the mercantilist doctrine that money alone, i.e., gold and silver, possesses true value. Obviously, then, once the monetary unit becomes but a representative for a determinate number of commodities, any rise in the overall quantity of money, or decrease in the general mass of commodities, will mean that each unit of the country's money commands fewer commodities. It seems a maxim almost self-evident, that the prices of everything depend on the proportion between commodities and money, and that any considerable alteration on either has the same effect, either of heightening or lowering the price. Increase the commodities, they become cheaper; increase the money, they rise in their value. 10. And vice versa. An increase in the quantity of money whose sole result is to universally raise commodity prices is incapable of bringing the slightest benefit to a country. From the standpoint of international commerce it can even prove harmful, since when commodities become more expensive a nation is less competitive on the world market. If foreign trade is left out of account, the effect of raising the quantity of money is neither good nor bad, any more than it would matter to the merchant whether he kept his books with Arabic numerals or Roman ones, the latter simply requiring more symbols to register the same number. Money having chiefly a fictitious value, the greater or less plenty of it is of no consequence, if we consider a nation within itself, and the quantity of specie, when once fixed, though ever so large, has no other effect, than to oblige everyone to tell out a greater number of those shining bits of metal, for clothes, furniture, or equipage. 11. Hume's forerunner in the development of the quantity theory was the famous French writer Montesquieu, 1689–1755, author of the work De l'Esprit de Lois. Montesquieu proposed a purely mechanical relationship between a country's quantity of money and its level of commodity prices. Double the amount of money, for example, and the result is a twofold jump in prices. The task that Hume set himself was to trace the economic process by which changes in the quantity of money exercised their effect upon commodity prices. He depicts this process as follows: here are a set of manufacturers or merchants, we shall suppose, who have received returns of gold and silver for goods which they sent to Cadiz. They are thereby enabled to employ more workmen than formerly, who never dream of demanding higher wages, but are glad of employment from such good paymasters. If workmen become scarce, the manufacturer gives higher wages, but at first requires an increase of labor, and this is willingly submitted to by the artisan, who can now eat and drink better, to compensate his additional toil and fatigue. He carries his money to market, where he finds everything at the same price as formerly, but returns with greater quantity and of better kinds, for the use of his family. The farmer and gardener, finding that all their commodities are taken off, apply themselves with alacrity to the raising more, and at the same time can afford to take better and more cloths from their tradesmen, whose price is the same as formerly, and their industry only whetted by so much new gain. It is easy to trace the money in its progress through the whole commonwealth, where we shall find, that it must first quicken the diligence of every individual, before it increase the price of labor. 12. Thus, if a group of traders comes into possession of a greater sum of money, this will raise their demand for specific commodities and gradually cause the latter's price to rise. The dealers in this last group of commodities will in turn manifest a heightened demand for other commodities, whose price will also eventually go up. In this way, the greater demand, which is stimulated by a growth in the quantity of money, will spread from one group of commodities to another and will lead gradually to a general rise in the level of prices, or to a fall in the value of a unit of money. At first, no alteration is perceived; by degrees the price rises, first of one commodity, then of another, till the whole at last reaches a just proportion with the new quantity of specie which is in the kingdom. 13. By endeavoring to describe the influence that a growing quantity of money and increased demand exert upon the motivation and behavior of producers, on the one hand, encouraging them to expand production, on the other, raising their demand for other commodities, Hume liberated the quantity theory of money from the naively mechanical way that it had been formulated by Montesquieu, and paved the way for newer, psychological variants of the theory. In doing so, however, Hume introduced into it one major qualification: the rise in commodity prices that follows an increase in the quantity of money is not a rapid phenomenon, but proceeds over what, on occasion, can be extremely protracted periods, affecting different commodities at different points in time. There was one other important limitation that Hume imposed upon his theory. Prices do not so much depend on the absolute quantity of commodities and that of money, which are in a nation, as on that of the commodities which come or may come to market, and of the money which circulates. If the coin be locked up in chests, it is the same thing with regard to prices, as if it were annihilated; if the commodities be hoarded in magazines and granaries, a like effect follows. As the money and commodities, in these cases, never meet, they cannot affect each other. 14. Hume's theory of money is in turn a reaction against the mercantilist concept of money and a theoretical generalization from the phenomena of universal price rises that Europe experienced during the price revolution of the 16th to 17th centuries, when there had been a massive influx of silver and gold from America. Yet Hume failed to take account of one crucial circumstance: side by side with the huge increase in Europe's quantity of precious metals, there was also a sharp fall in their value, as the richer American mines were opened up and as major technical improvements in extraction and processing were introduced. The discovery in the middle of the 16th century of the process of amalgamating silver with mercury lowered production costs considerably. The fall that took place in the value of precious metals, and the simultaneous and rapid growth of money economy and of the mass of commodities being thrown onto the market together, demanded a far greater mass of money than before, a demand that was met by the inflow of American silver and gold. The price revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries could not, therefore, be explained simply as the product of an increase in the quantity of money. The fact that the prices of commodities were rising reflected a fall in the value of the precious metals themselves. The nominalist conception of money as a simple token, with no value of its own but rather with a fictitious value that derives from, and alters with fluctuations in the amount of money, proved to be profoundly mistaken when applied to metallic money. Without dwelling on the other inadequacies of the quantity theory, that it ignores the velocity of money turnover, the role of credit money, etc., it should be noted that Hume himself introduced corrections into the theory that opened the way for its supersession. For it is Hume, we see, who recognizes that when the quantity of money in a country doubles from 1 to 2 million rubles, the additional million might be accumulated in chests as a hoard. In that case the quantity of money in circulation will remain as before, at 1 million rubles, and no rise in commodity prices will ensue. The doubling of the nation's money gives rise to no surge of commodity prices, since part of this mass of money will lie outside of circulation. But if that is so, the question will arise, what determines the quantity of money that enters into circulation? Obviously it is the demands of commodity circulation, which in turn depends upon the mass of commodities and their prices, the latter depending on the value of commodities and the value of the precious metals that function as money. It is impossible, therefore, to assert that the quantity of money in circulation determines the prices of commodities. To the contrary, it is the demands of commodity circulation which includes the prices of commodities that determines the quantity of money in circulation. Such was the position put forward in the middle of the 18th century by James Steuart, whom we have already encountered above. On questions of economic policy, Steuart, whose work appeared in 1767, was a belated spokesman for the views of the mercantilists, and in this regard cedes a great deal to Hume when it comes to his grasp of the needs of his own epoch. His attachment to mercantilist ideas, however, protected him from the nominalist error of seeing money as a simple token. In his objection to the quantity theory of money, Steuart argues that the level of commodity prices depends upon other causes than the quantity of money within a country. The standard price of everything is determined by the complicated operations of demand and competition, which bear no determined proportion whatsoever to the quantity of gold and silver in the country. 15. Let the specie of a country, therefore, be augmented or diminished, in ever so great a proportion, commodities will still rise and fall according to the principles of demand and competition, and these will constantly depend upon the inclinations of those who have property or any kind of equivalent whatsoever to give, but never upon the quantity of coin they are possessed of. 16. The volume of commodity circulation and the prices of commodities are what determine what money is demanded in circulation. Now the state of trade, manufactures, modes of living, and the customary expense of the inhabitants, when taken all together, regulate and determine what we may call the mass of ready money demand. 17. The circulation of every country must ever be in proportion to the industry of the inhabitants, producing the commodities which come to market. If the coin of a country, therefore, fall below the proportion of the produce of industry offered to sale, inventions, such as symbolical money, will be fallen upon to provide an equivalent for it. But if the specie be found above the proportion of the industry, it will have no effect in raising prices, nor will it enter into circulation, it will be hoarded up in treasures. Whatever be the quantity of money in any nation, in correspondence with the rest of the world, there never can remain in circulation, but a quantity nearly proportional to the consumption of the rich, and to the labor and industry of its poor inhabitants. 18. Steuart, therefore, denies that commodity prices are dependent upon the quantity of money in circulation. To the contrary, it is the quantity of money in circulation which is determined by the demands of commodity circulation, including the level of commodity prices. Taking the total mass of money in the country, one part enters into circulation, what remains over and above the money that commodity circulation requires lies outside the latter, either to be accumulated as a hoard, reserves, or as articles of luxury. If commodity circulation's demand for money expands, part of this hoard is put into circulation. In the opposite situation, coin will flow out of circulation. The ideas that Steuart had put forward in contraposition to the quantity theory were extended in the 19th century by Tuke, and then later on by Marx. These two theories, Hume's quantity theory, on the one hand, and Steuart's doctrine, on the other, represent in brilliant fashion the two basic tendencies in the theory of monetary circulation that even to this day are vying for supremacy in economic science. 1. Part 2. The Physiocrats. Chapter 9. The economic situation in mid-18th century France. 1. Before taking up the history of the physiocratic school, we must first outline, in its general features, the state of the French economy in the middle of the 18th century. The physiocratic school captured the attention of a broad circle of society above all by virtue of its program for the regeneration of agriculture and its protest against mercantilist policy. To understand how this school emerged, we must acquaint ourselves with the condition of agriculture and the fortunes that befell mercantilist policy in France during the 18th century. France had consistently pursued a mercantilist policy beginning with the administration of Colbert, 1661 to 1682, Louis XIV's famous minister. Colbert is regarded as the classical representative of mercantilism, and has sometimes been mistakenly taken as the founder of mercantilist policy itself, which thus became known as Colbertism. In reality, Colbert was merely pursuing with a dogged consistency a policy that was generally typical of the early capitalist period, that of using the state to give implantation to trade, shipping, and industry. Colbert hoped by these means first of all to make the country more wealthy and replenish the state treasury, which suffered from constant deficits, and, secondly, to politically weaken the feudal aristocracy. In order to develop domestic trade, Colbert wanted to do away with the customs posts that existed between the separate provinces, and with the stationing of guards along the roads and bridges that belonged to individual feudal lords. But opposition from these same provinces and lords meant that Colbert could form his single customs union over a part of the country only. It needed the Great French Revolution to finish the job of uniting all of France together into a single customs union. To develop foreign trade, Colbert took care to build up shipping, constructed a sizable fleet, encouraged trade with India, and founded colonies in America. He placed foreign trade upon the so-called balance of trade system. The import of foreign-made industrial goods was forbidden or impeded, while the export of French manufactures was stimulated by the use of bonuses. Colbert spared no expense in his efforts to implant new branches of industry in France, especially those which worked for export. He assisted in the setting up of workshops for cloth, linen, silk, lace, carpets, stockings, mirrors, and the like, handed out subsidies, premiums, and interest-free loans to their organizers, whom he freed from tax obligations while granting many of them monopoly rights over manufacturing. To ensure that industry would have cheap hands and inexpensive raw materials, he put a ban on the export of corn and primary materials, much to the detriment of agriculture. The industry thus implanted at state expense was subjected by Colbert to the strictest state control. As a means of guaranteeing that French commodities would win out over foreign competition, the state took care to see that they were of high quality. There were countless regulations and instructions to define the most meticulous details of their manufacture, the length and width of materials, the number of threads in a warp, methods of dyeing, etc. During the first years of Colbert's administration, some 150 regulations were issued laying down rules for the manufacture and dyeing of woven goods. One such instruction, dated 1671, contained no less than 317 articles relating to the decoration of woolen fabrics of all colors and to the elements and drugs thereby employed. Special works inspectors were appointed to see that these rules were adhered to. They examined commodities both in the workshop and on the market, interfered in every detail of production, carried out searches, and so on. Commodities that had been manufactured in violation of the rules were seized and put on public display, together with the name of the industrialist or merchant concerned. For the violators there were fines and confiscations. This strict regulation over industry introduced by Colbert became even more petty and constraining under his successors. At first the mercantilist policy of Colbert and of those who followed him was crowned with brilliant success. France held a place in the front rank of Europe's trading and industrial nations. But the successes were fragile, as became obvious almost immediately following Colbert's death, and even more so in the mid-18th century. French industry, it is true, was unrivaled in the production of luxuries for the needs of the court and the aristocracy. Many of these luxuries even earned the title of French commodities. The court at Versailles eclipsed and outshone all the other courts of Europe, and Paris became the acknowledged pace-setter in fashion and taste. Yet these outward achievements rested upon a frail base. In a country where the population was overwhelmingly made up of peasants ruined by the exact ions of the gentry and the tax officers, capitalist industry had little scope for advancement. Instead of providing the state with a source of income, the new manufactories demanded their usual privileges and subsidies, absorbing part of the state's resources. The number of centralized workshops remained insignificant, being in their majority simply distribution offices which farmed out work to cottage workers. France's dreams about her industry conquering vast foreign markets and colonies went unrealized. Her battle with England in the mid-18th century for domination over the world market ended with England's victory, as the latter took control of France's American colonies and consolidated its own position in India. In cloth, which was the most important branch of industry, England held first place. The petty regulation of industry, in which Colbert had invested such great hopes for bettering the quality with which commodities were manufactured, in reality became an obstacle to the introduction of technical improvements, inhibited the diversification of production, and prevented industrialists from rapidly adapting to the demands of the market. Bacallan, intendant too of manufactories, noted that regulations placed constraints upon the entrepreneurial activity of manufacturers, put a check on competition, and stood in the way of inventiveness. Freedom is preferable to regulation, he wrote in 1761. At least it occasions no harm, while rules are always dangerous, and a good many of them are absurd. In the middle of the 18th century, not just entrepreneurs but even state officials were increasingly and persistently voicing the demand for the abolition of the constricting regulation of industry characteristic of mercantilist policy. Certainly, the strongest brake upon the growth of France's capitalist industry was not the constraining influence of mercantilist policy in and of itself, but the fact that its authors pursued it in a country of impoverished peasants while simultaneously preserving a seigneurial system and absolute monarchy. Had France had a developed agriculture, industry could have reckoned upon an extensive internal market, especially when account is taken of the country's large population. At the beginning of the 18th century there were around 18 million people in France, compared to a population in England and Wales numbering no more than 5 or 6 million. France's backward and decimated agriculture proved too narrow a base, however, for the growth of capitalist industry. The purchasing power of a half-starved peasantry, compelled to hand over the better part of its meager harvest to the gentry and the state, was inconsequential. Without the resources to purchase industrial articles, the peasantry had cut its living requirements to a minimum. According to Young, who visited France before the Revolution, the peasantry wore neither shoes nor stockings, and sometimes went even without clogs. 3. In Brittany the peasants were dressed from head to foot in the same coarse cloth usually used to fashion sacks. In the end, Colbert's mercantilist policy of building up a brilliant manufacturing industry upon the backs of an unclothed and unshod peasantry was bound to fail. In France in the mid-18th century, the conviction was becoming increasingly widespread that the primary condition for the durable growth of a capitalist economy was the advance of agriculture and the abolition of feudal survivals in the countryside. The reality of the situation was that French agriculture during the 18th century was in deep decline and utter devastation. It is true that with all but the most insignificant exceptions serfdom had already died out, the individual peasant was a free man. But his land was still encumbered with innumerable feudal payments and obligations. Only a small percentage of the peasantry possessed land that was legally fully their own private property, allodium. The majority owned land upon which they paid a so-called cens. The peasant paying a cens, too, was seemingly in possession of his own land, he could sell it and transfer it as a legacy. But the extent of his ownership was limited by the feudal rights of the seigneur. Every parish had its supreme master, or seigneur. The latter would occasionally own a small piece of land or have a castle in the parish, though sometimes not even that. He hardly ever appeared in the parish to look around. Nevertheless, every peasant in the parish was obliged to pay the seigneur an annual cens, the size of which was determined by custom and never changed. On some lands the cens was replaced by payment in kind, where the peasant handed over to the seigneur 1/10, 1/8, or, sometimes even 1/4 of his harvest, the so-called champart. Over and above this, when the land was sold by a peasant or transferred to an heir after his death, the seigneur was paid a certain sum of money by the new owner. Even worse off were those peasants with only small plots or those with no land at all. Some of them were employed as handicraft workers or seasonal laborers, or hired themselves out as farm hands. Others rented a piece of land from the seigneur or from another owner, paying for it in kind with half of their harvest. Having no resources for equipment, these sharecroppers, or métayers, so called because they gave up half of their harvest to the landowner, often received seed, livestock, or simple agricultural implements from the landlord. If lack of means meant that the cens-paying peasants worked the land by primitive methods, cultivation was even worse on lands worked by the métayers. Only a small portion of the land belonging to the gentry, the clergy, the crown, or wealthy members of the bourgeoisie was leased in large plots to better-off peasants or tenant farmers who could invest a reasonable capital in their holdings and cultivate them along more rational principles. Unlike in England, the extensive spread of tenant farming in the 18th century, which went hand in hand with the improvement and rationalization of agriculture, was rarely to be found in France. In the French countryside of the 18th century, the role played by bourgeois forms of landed property and rent was still insignificant compared to ownership, where a cens was paid, or to sharecropping by métayers, both of which were enmeshed in a vast number of survivals from the feudal system. No less burdensome than the seigneur's exactions were the state taxes shouldered by the peasant economy. The absolute monarchy required vast sums to maintain its centralized bureaucracy and its army. The rush for colonies and foreign markets that made up mercantilist policy led to endless wars of devastation. Equally, support for the new manufactories absorbed substantial resources. The other side of this was that after its protracted struggle to deprive the members of the landed aristocracy of their political rights, the crown attempted to recompense them by putting into place a resplendent court, by establishing for the gentry a multitude of court and other official positions, by reinforcing their seigneurial rights on the land, exempting them from the payment of tax, etc. The gentry were completely freed from paying the most important direct tax, the taille, out of which the clergy received an annual cash payment of a fixed amount. As the townspeople were also able to evade both the taille and other direct taxes, the latter's entire weight fell on those at the bottom of the agricultural population, the peasantry. The latter suffered also from indirect taxes, especially that on salt. Both the size of the taxes and the way in which they would be levied often changed, so that the peasantry never knew in advance how much was going to be demanded of it. What usually happened was that the collection of taxes was entrusted to wealthy tax farmers, fermiers generals, for who used this privilege to build up fortunes. Sometimes the treasury would receive only a small share of the total taxes that had been exacted. These taxes to the state, to which church tithes must also be added, exhausted the peasant economy. Not long before the Revolution, the Duke of Liancourt pointed out that a fiscal policy based upon the custom of constantly demanding money from the cultivator without giving anything back in exchange would severely retard agricultural progress. Another break on this progress was corn pricing policy. Ever since Colbert, the French government had pursued with increasing diligence a mercantilist policy of bringing down the price of corn. Its aim was first of all to cheapen the raw materials and the hands needed by industry, and second, to ensure that the urban population, that of Paris in particular, would be provided for. The export of corn abroad was forbidden, its import was permitted. Within the country the corn trade was subjected to extremely tight regulation. The sale of corn was prohibited other than at the markets, and it could not be sent out of a city, because of fears about speculation and rising prices. The activities of corn merchants were greatly restricted, and there was no free movement of corn between individual provinces. The result was that the high price of corn in some localities was accompanied by its undervaluation in others, and prices fluctuated sharply from year to year. Agriculture suffered at one and the same time from low corn prices and from the uncertainty engendered by their constant fluctuation. Ruined by payments to the seigneur and the state, and suffering under the policy on the price of grain, the peasant economy was unable to accumulate the means for making improvements in agricultural technique. The three-field system of cultivation predominated, although in many localities even the two-field system still operated. The sowing of forage had been introduced only in certain northern provinces. While the patchwork of fields and compulsory crop rotation kept industrial crops from being widely cultivated, the raising of livestock was in a pitiable state and the fields went virtually unfertilized. A lean cow, a wooden plough, and a harrow made up the inventory of a French peasant at the same time as the English farmer was in the main already practicing crop rotation, had a flourishing animal husbandry, and was using iron agricultural tools. It was no wonder that the French harvest lagged far behind that in England, usually not exceeding a fifth of the latter, and that, from the beginning of the 18th century up to the Revolution, France experienced no less than 30 famine years. The poor productivity of agriculture, together with the low price of corn which prevailed until the middle of the 18th century, reduced the income side of the peasant's budget at the very time when his payments to the state and to the seigneur were stretching his outgoings to the absolute limit. As Taine aptly put it, the French peasant of the pre-revolutionary period resembled a man plunged up to his neck in water, who ran the risk of drowning with the slightest wave. Except for small groups of well-off peasants and farmers, the overwhelming mass of peasants lived a life of perpetual and brutal want, never having enough to eat and never able to make ends meet. Bishop Massillon wrote in 1740, "Our rural people lives in horrible destitution, without beds and without furniture, the majority even feeding themselves for half the year with bread made of barley or oats, this constituting their only food, though they be compelled to snatch it out of their own mouths and those of their children just to pay taxes." Moreau de Jeunesse, the famous statistician, characterized the pre-revolution state of the Breton peasant in the following terms: out of the 4 sheaves which he brings in from the fields, 1 belongs to the seigneur, another is owing to the priest or to the priory of the neighboring monastery, a third goes entirely to the payment of taxes, and the 4th to cover his costs of production. If this is a somewhat exaggerated calculation, it was in any event not at all unusual for half the gross harvest to go in payment to the state and the seigneur, so that with deduction for seed, and given the low yields, this could come to 1/5 of the harvest, scarcely any grain remained to provide for the farmer. There were times when payments owing to the state and the seigneur would be levied on the basis of the gross, and not the net yield, i.e., with no allowance being made for the deduction of seed. When this happened, the peasants, especially the métayers, would sometimes not even have enough left with which to keep themselves alive. It was not simply that these conditions made agricultural improvement and expansion impossible, they profoundly disrupted the process of simple reproduction of agriculture at its old level. Many rural districts were actually being depopulated, in others, those cultivating the land either went off to do seasonal work or swelled the near countless ranks of beggars. The Marquis de Tourbillon noted in 1760 that half the cultivable land lay empty, and at every step one could see fields abandoned by their tillers. Arthur Young's travel notes give a striking picture of how the decline of agriculture was affecting the majority of French districts, excepting but a handful of lucky provinces. In one province he describes how 1/3 of the land was totally uncultivated while the remaining 2/3 showed evident signs of devastation. In another he encounters nothing but poverty and poor crops, and in a third, the poor people who cultivate the soil here, are métayers, who hire the land without ability to stock it, a miserable system that perpetuates poverty and excludes instruction. 5. The degradation of France's agriculture during the 18th century was a clear sign that there was now a glaring contradiction between the need to develop the productive forces and the antiquated socio-political regime. For France to develop her capitalist economy there would have to be an advance in agriculture, but the precondition for this was the replacement of the seigneurial system with bourgeois forms of land tenure. In the middle of the 18th century this had already become obvious, but there were 2 contradictory paths by which this change could take place, depending upon whether the land, which under the feudal system was jointly owned by lord and peasant, became the private property of the former or the latter. If it went to the lord, This would mean that large-scale landowners would gradually drive the peasants paying the cens and the métayers off the land and would begin to lease it out in large tracts to well-to-do farmers. This process, whereby priority was given to the leasing of large plots on a capitalist basis while the majority of peasants was made landless, was what took place in England, which thus became a country of large-scale land holdings. The second path implied that the peasants would be freed of all seigneurial payments and obligations and that they would separately become the sole proprietors of the land they worked. This was the path followed by the Great French Revolution, out of which France emerged as a country of small-scale peasant holdings. In the middle of the 18th century, however, a revolutionary solution to the agrarian question still seemed excluded. The only way by which an impoverished agriculture could be rationalized and given a boost appeared at that time to be along the English model of large-scale tenant farming, the spread of which had already played no small role in promoting the success of English agriculture. Above all, this type of capitalist agrarian reform lay in the interests of the farmers and the well-off layers of the peasantry, i.e., the rural bourgeoisie, or the so-called rural third estate. A reform along these lines could to some extent work to the advantage of the landowners, who would retain their right of ownership over the land and would receive rent. In the mid-18th century this type of agrarian reform found its proponents in the physiocrats, who proposed to resolve the historical task of advancing agriculture by replacing the seigneurial system with capitalist tenant farming. In their program, the physiocrats were concerned to create favorable conditions for the development of capitalist agriculture. We have seen that up to the mid-18th century, French agriculture suffered first, from low productivity of the land and poor harvests, second, from low corn prices, and third, from heavy seigneurial obligations and state taxes. The first two of these acted to reduce the income of the cultivator, while the third placed the most severe strain upon the budgeting of his expenses. In their program the physiocrats demanded that all of these unfavorable conditions be done away with. First, they championed the rationalization of agriculture along the lines of English farming. Second, they launched a furious attack against the mercantilist policy of reducing corn prices, and demanded both freedom of trade and the free export of corn. Third, their program called for the complete relief of the farming class from taxation and for all taxes to be shifted onto the rent paid to the landowners. The physiocrats did not, however, confine themselves simply to preaching reforms in the interests of bolstering agriculture and making the rural bourgeoisie more wealthy. They tried to give their practical program a theoretical foundation. They argued that only with the implementation of their reforms could it be assured that the process of social reproduction would proceed normally and provide a substantial net income, or in their terminology, net product. The leader of the physiocrats, Quesnay, with his theory of social reproduction and the theory of net product, or surplus value, made what was the first attempt to analyze the capitalist economy taken as a whole. And though the physiocrats' practical program came to nothing, their theoretical ideas, once freed from their one-sidedness and errors, were taken up and developed by later currents within economics, the classical school and Marx, and thus earned for Quesnay immortal fame as one of the founders of modern political economy. Chapter 10. The History of the Physiocratic School. The physiocratic theory was developed in France during the middle of the 18th century. The entire first half of that century, however, can be looked upon as the age of the physiocrats' forerunners. The ruin of the peasantry and the decline of agriculture had attracted attention even at the close of the 17th century. La Brouillerie was already painting a somber picture of the peasants' poverty, while Fenelon was writing that the people were starving and abandoning the cultivation of the land, and that France was being turned into a desolate and starving poorhouse. One Bois Guilabert, 1646–1714, the economist who called himself the barrister of agriculture, came out against the Colbertist policy of lowering corn prices and demanded the free export of grain. He maintained that never is a people so unfortunate as when the price of corn is cheap. He also stood opposed to the mercantilists' exaggerated assessment of the role of money. Money in his view ought only to be ascribed a modest and secondary role as a means of facilitating exchange. a contemporary of Bois-Guilbert, the famous Marshal Vauban, demanded an easing of the ruinous tax burden on the peasantry. Bois-Guilbert's writings brought him into disgrace, while Vauban died on the very day when his book was being ceremonially burned at the hands of the executioner. These same ideas were subsequently developed further by the Marquis d'Argenson, 1694–1757. The struggle against mercantilist protectionism had led him to make a principled defense of complete freedom of trade. Do not interfere, laissez-faire, such must be the motto of every public authority. It is in the writings of Argenson that we first meet, and with some frequency too, with that famous formula of the free traders, laissez-faire, later supplemented, probably by Gournay, with the words, et laissez-passer. Thus, by the mid-18th century, there were to be found certain thinkers whose individual ideas and practical demands were to become part of the physiocratic system. It was with the middle of the 18th century, however, that these ideas and demands became the subject of lively debate amongst broad sections of society. The degradation of agriculture and the stagnation of industry, the impoverishment of the peasantry and the incessant state deficits meant that for a wide public there was an obvious lack of credibility in the ancien regime. Henceforward there began in France a pre-revolutionary epoch of dissatisfaction and ferment, of projects for reform and quests for new social and philosophical formulae. With the beginning of the 1750s, economic questions likewise began to be debated in books and periodicals, within the salons of high society, and in government commissions. The failures of the state's corn policy helped generalize the conviction amongst broad sections of society that the old prohibitions and restrictions on the corn trade would have to be revoked. It was partly under the impact of public opinion that in 1754 the state permitted the free transport of corn between individual provinces, although the ban on exporting it out of the country remained in force. It was during these years of heightened social interest in economic issues that two groups of economists appeared on the scene, one around Gournay, the other around Quesnay. Both grew up in opposition to the prohibitions, monopolies, and regulations of mercantilist policy. But while Quesnay rejected this policy in the name of the interests of agriculture and the rural bourgeoisie, Gournay's demand was mostly for the removal of those restrictions which were putting a brake upon the free development of urban industry and trade, the guilds, industrial regulations, and domestic tariffs. Unlike Quesnay's school, Gournay and his followers were primarily interested in practical matters, and left behind no works of theoretical value. François Quesnay, 1694–1774, born into a family of small-scale, semi-peasant landowners, had made his way in life entirely unaided. A medical doctor by training, he earned a reputation as an eminent physician, publishing a number of scientific works on medicine and biology. In 1749 he was invited to the court as attending physician to the famous Madame de Pompadour, the favorite of Louis XV, and for 3 years was also the appointed physician to the king himself. During this time Quesnay, who was already 55, abandoned his scientific medical pursuits and devoted his energy to working on the economic problems that had been stirring the public opinion of his day. In his first articles, published in 1756–1757 in the famous Encyclopedia, Quesnay attributed the decline of agriculture to heavy taxes and to the artificially low price of corn produced by the ban on its export abroad. Already in these articles Quesnay was depicting the superiority of large-scale farming, and advising that prosperous farmers, who could invest substantial capital in agriculture, be attracted to the countryside. It was in Quesnay's later works that he laid down the theoretical foundations to his ideas. In 1758 he produced his famous Tableau économique, later supplemented by the writing of his Économie générale et politique de l'agriculture. These two works set down the basic propositions of Quesnay's economic theory and policy. Quesnay gave a statement of the philosophical basis to his theory in his Le droit naturel of 1765. If the development of physiocratic theory was the work of Quesnay alone, it found its popularizers and propagandists in a talented group of followers who gathered around him and who formed the tightly knit physiocratic school, or sect as its opponents termed it. Most active amongst this group were the Marquis Mirabeau the Elder and Dupont de Nemours, with lesser roles being played by Mercier de la Rivière, Elie Trozen, and Badeau. The only one of the physiocrat's followers who can properly be considered an original and independent thinker is Turgot, who never in fact belonged to the sect in the strict sense of the word. The physiocrats propagandized their ideas in books and journals, salons, and government commissions. At one point they even gained control over a semi-official journal put out by the government, but being soon ousted from it, they acquired their own journal, Ephemerides. In 1767 the physiocrats began regular weekly meetings in the Salon Mirabeau in Paris, which for 10 years served as a rallying point for these kindred spirits and the recruitment of new members. These meetings played no small part in fostering an agrarian vogue through wide circles of society. The physiocrats' ideas drew universal attention, attracting the interest both of Voltaire and Rousseau and of royal personages of such eminence as Catherine II. As Quesnay's ideas gained currency, it became increasingly clear that as a social current physiocracy, though securing definite reforms, was doomed to failure in the conditions of pre-revolutionary France. France was moving inexorably towards a revolution, in which the broad popular, including peasant, masses led by the urban bourgeoisie were to assert themselves against the crown and the privileges of the aristocracy. The physiocrats' endeavors to avoid the agrarian revolution by means of agrarian reform to be carried out in the interests of a weak rural bourgeoisie and with the assistance of the crown and certain sections of the gentry had no chance of being realized. By adhering to the absolute monarchy, the physiocrats isolated themselves from that current of social thought which dominated their age, the encyclopedists, who were the ideologues of the progressive urban bourgeoisie. At the same time they provoked attack upon themselves from those who directly defended the economic interests of the commercial industrial bourgeoisie, including the followers of Gournay. From them came a bitter assault against the physiocratic doctrine of the sterility of the commercial industrial class and the need for the free export of corn. In 1770, the famous economist Gallieni counterposed to the physiocratic ideal of an agricultural country exporting its corn and importing back from abroad cheap finished manufactures, the idea of a developed industrial nation which could consume all its own corn domestically, and even make additional imports. On the issue of corn exports the interests of agriculture and industry sharply conflicted, and the liberal law of 1764, which allowed for the free exportation of corn abroad, was abrogated in 1770. Hopes that the physiocratic program could be carried out were given new life during the ministry of Turgot, 1774 to 1776. After his appointment as Minister of Finance, Turgot attempted to carry out a number of important reforms. He restored the freedom of the domestic corn trade, issued a law abolishing the guilds and establishing freedom of occupation, and replaced the obligation so burdensome to the peasantry of doing labor service upon the roads, the corvée, with a monetary payment falling on all landowners, including the gentry. But Turgot's reforms provoked intense dissatisfaction amongst the reactionary sections of society, the court aristocracy, the gentry, and the tax farmers, which led the minister-reformer to resign. The hopes of the physiocrats notwithstanding, the absolute monarchy and the landowning class proved incapable of carrying out any reform of society, and France rapidly proceeded towards the formidable events of the Great Revolution. Turgot's fall was the final blow completing the collapse of the physiocrats as a defined social current. At first this collapse of their practical program proved fatal even to their theoretical ideas, which for years, even decades, were either buried in oblivion or made the object of the crudest derision. Marx, in the middle of the 19th century, was one of the first to point out the immense scientific service of the physiocrats concealed beneath the fantastic form or the mistakes of their theory. At the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th centuries the physiocrats enjoyed a temporary rehabilitation, and Marx's high assessment was fully confirmed by the thorough study of their theoretical ideas. At present François Quesnay contends with Adam Smith for the honor of founder of political economy. 1. Chapter 11. The social philosophy of the physiocrats. The physiocrats, as we know, considered it essential to replace the small-scale peasant holding with large-scale farming, wishing to guarantee these farmers the free export of corn and freedom from taxes. By what means did they hope to carry out their program? In their answer to this question, the physiocrats differed sharply from the members of the Enlightenment, the ideological vanguard of the urban bourgeoisie. The latter were harshly critical of the absolute monarchy, and counterposed to it the political ideal of either a constitutional monarchy with separation of powers, Montesquieu, or a democratic state based on the idea of popular sovereignty, Rousseau. In this manner the Enlightenment, despite its failure to work out its ideas to completion, put before the bourgeoisie the task of the revolutionary conquest of political power. The physiocrats had a different solution to this political question. They were defenders of an enlightened absolutism, of an absolute monarchy which, in Quesnay's words, was the only power standing above all of the different exclusive interests, which it must restrain. The physiocrats expected such an enlightened monarch to put through the economic reforms that they were recommending. There have been many authors who have pointed out the logical contradiction between the physiocrats' monarchist views and their economic demands for maximum individual freedom. Their adherence to the monarchy can, however, be explained from their general social and class position. The physiocrats did not so much try to rely upon an already existing rural bourgeoisie, which in any case was numerically insignificant and without influence, as to create conditions that would favor this class's economic development. Under these conditions it was clearly hopeless to dream of the rural bourgeoisie conquering political power. If the monarchy were overthrown, power promised to pass into the hands either of the gentry, which was still holding on to its political privileges, or of the youthful and wealthy urban bourgeoisie. Both of these prospects threatened the physiocratic program with collapse. If the gentry came to power, any tax reform in the physiocratic spirit would be precluded, and the burden of taxation would be hoisted upon the class of farmers. Seizure of power by the urban bourgeoisie, on the other hand, might further reinforce, as the physiocrats feared, the hated mercantilist policy of promoting trade and industry at the expense of agriculture. With the overthrow or undermining of the monarchy, coupled with a stronger political role for the gentry or the urban bourgeoisie, threatening the physiocratic program with total failure, there was nothing left for the physiocrats to do but to invest all their aspirations in the absolute monarchy and declare themselves its upholders. When the physiocrats expressed their support for keeping the absolute monarchy in power, this was certainly not so that the latter should continue its ruinous policy of sustaining feudal and mercantilist privileges. In the physiocrats' scheme of things, these privileges went against reason and natural right, i.e., those eternal and immutable laws, preordained for all time by the Creator, and obligatory both for individuals and for the state power. The Crown must not issue laws simply at will, since these might turn out to be in conflict with natural right and bear incalculable harm. It is this lack of knowledge of the eternal laws of natural right that explains the multitude of harmful positive laws which the state issues. If the Crown is to avoid confusion and disorder in social life, it must see to it that all its laws adhere strictly to the prescriptions of natural right. For the physiocrats' political ideal was a legal despotism, i.e., a monarchy which carried out the dictates of natural right or, as we shall see, encourages the development of the bourgeois economy. The physiocrats thereby placed a limit upon the Crown's arbitrary legislative authority, in the form of eternal and inviolable natural laws, which stand above the positive laws of the state. The physiocrats were here following the doctrine of natural right developed by earlier bourgeois thinkers of the 17th century, Grotius, Hobbes, and Locke. As part of its struggle against the antiquated feudal regime, the bourgeoisie was raising the demand for a new social order, a natural order, which, in its eyes, was one of justice and reason. As a counterweight to the privileges that were sanctified by the authority of the Crown and its laws, the bourgeoisie claimed sanctity for its demands in the authority of supreme, eternal natural laws, before which both Crown and the positive laws of the state were obliged to defer. Just what made up this ideal natural order that the thinkers of the 17th and 18th centuries were demanding be put in place? In essence, what they meant was the bourgeois social order, freed of feudal survivals and granting to its individual members the possibility of an unfettered pursuit of profit based on free competition with other members of society. The right of the individual to satisfy his natural wants and to acquire the things necessary to do this, the right of personal freedom, i.e., the freedom of the individual from serfdom, freedom of private property, i.e. property free of feudal obligations and restrictions, freedom of individual competition, i.e., the abolition of feudal and guild restrictions over economic activity. Such were the most essential natural rights of the individual which the bourgeois ideologists demanded be established. The doctrine of natural right played a crucial revolutionary role, as a battering ram which burst through the strongholds of the feudal regime and the absolute monarchy. The more radical thinkers of the 18th century had demanded that personal natural right be assured not only within the economy but in politics as well, i.e., they called for a democratization of the governmental system, Rousseau's doctrine of the social contract and popular sovereignty. In keeping with their conservative political inclinations, the physiocrats attempted to blunt the revolutionary edge of the theory of natural right, and refrained from using it to draw political conclusions. On the other hand, it was to their credit to have applied the ideas of natural right most consistently to the realm of economic life. For the physiocrats, the natural order was the totality of economic conditions that were necessary for the unhampered development of the bourgeois capitalist economy, above all, within agriculture. The laws of bourgeois economy were declared by the physiocrats to be natural laws, and no legislator had the right to violate them. In this way the physiocrats helped to liberate economic life from state interference, while they, on the other hand, began to arrive at a conception of an internal, natural, law-determined regularity to economic life, existing independently of the arbitrariness or intervention of any legislator. From the very outset natural right acquires with the physiocrats an economic coloring, being defined by Quesnay as the right which man has to things suitable for his use. Now while this formula prompted more radical thinkers to criticize the unequal distribution of goods between the rich and the propertyless, Quesnay is quick to limit it. Man's natural right is reduced simply to a right to the things whose use he can obtain. But to ensure that things are actually acquired, man must possess bodily and mental faculties, together with means and instruments. The inequality that exists in the faculties and resources, i.e., wealth, that people possess will create tremendous inequality in the use that they can make of their natural right. While to communist theorists, like Mably, and even to the more radical petty bourgeois ideologists, like Rousseau, this inequality appeared as a violation of natural right and impelled them towards a critique of private property. Quesnay easily accepted it as resulting inevitably from the arrangement of the laws of nature. Inequality of property is an unavoidable but minor evil which, in view of the immense benefit that private property itself brings in encouraging personal diligence, must necessarily be accommodated. Natural right, therefore, reduces itself to man's right to freely apply his labor and to the right of private property. Personal freedom and property are guaranteed to people from without, by natural laws, upon which reposes the basic harmony of well-ordered societies. 1. This formula can be simplified even further, for personal freedom is nothing but the basic form of property, i.e. private property, or the individual's right to freely apply his labor. From private property derives movable property, or man's right to the things which he creates with his labor. Finally, man, who with the help of his labor and movable things has made virgin land suitable for agriculture, acquires in perpetuity landed property. In essence, the natural right of man comes down to these three forms of property, all closely associated with one another. In their theory of property the physiocrats were repeating the ideas of Locke, making, however, one characteristic departure. While Locke was by no means sure that man had a right to those fruits of the earth that could not be cultivated by his own efforts, the physiocrats justified large-scale landed property on two grounds. Firstly, in the course of making the land suitable for cultivation landowners, or their forefathers, had made certain outlays, labor and movable things. Secondly, these Landowners would only invest large capitals in the land if their ownership over it was firmly guaranteed, and such investment was a necessary condition of agricultural prosperity. The physiocrats were agreed that the owners of large estates should be left their land, provided they leased it to capitalist farmers. As we see, the physiocratic doctrine of natural right bears the visible marks of the ambivalence of their moderate bourgeois social and economic program. Insofar as they leaned towards political compromise with the monarchy and economic compromise with the large landowners, they declared themselves defenders of the first and offered a rationale for the second. On the other hand, insofar as they hoped that the result of this type of social and political compromise would be the free development of capitalism within the economy proper, they proclaimed as their natural order the system of bourgeois economy freed of feudal survivals and based on private property. The guarantee of private property meant that the producer would be liberated from serfdom and from the fetters of feudalism and the guilds. The guarantee of movable property meant the assertion of the power of capital and victory for free competition within commodity exchange. Finally, landed property for the physiocrats meant the bourgeois form of land tenure, disencumbered from seigneurial customs and premised upon the capitalist form of rent. To establish this type of natural order within the economy, it would be necessary to do away with the constraints of state tutelage. Let the state allow broad scope to the workings of natural laws and the free play of individual interests, and concern itself simply with eliminating the artificial barriers that put a brake upon the action of these laws. What is demanded to make a nation prosperous? To cultivate the land with the greatest possible success and to safeguard society from thieves and beggars. The realization of the first of these demands is left to each person's own individual interest, that of the second is entrusted to the state. Woe to that country whose government keeps not to the modest task of protecting society from the danger of insidious elements, but begins to interfere into the economic activity of individuals. The physiocrats saw the mercantilist policy of strictly regulating individual economic activity as a source of constant disorder and infringement of wise and natural laws. For them, the free and uninhibited activity of individuals was the best assurance that natural order would be established within the economy. The physiocrats were fervent advocates of economic individualism, as was typical of the ideologists of the nascent bourgeoisie. Chapter 12. Large-scale and small-scale husbandry. Physiocratic economic theory, which we shall now begin to analyze, had as its task the investigation into, and discovery of the natural laws of the economy. The physiocrats were convinced that they could find eternal and immutable economic laws which would accord with the laws of nature and bear maximum advantage to mankind. Though they themselves were not aware of it, what they meant by natural economic laws were the laws of bourgeois economy. The physiocrats chose as the object of their theoretical study and as the ideal of their economic policy the large-scale capitalist farm. This predilection expressed both their social and class sympathies and their overriding interest in how to maximize the growth of the productive forces associated with agriculture. We have already seen just how far the degradation and devastation of French agriculture had gone by the mid-18th century. To bring France's economic life and state finances back to health, there would have to be an advance in agricultural productivity, which to the physiocrats was conceivable only within the context of capitalist farmsteads. The physiocrats looked to the England of their day as an example of the rapid spread of large-scale farms and concurrent agricultural rationalization. The contrast between the backward three-field system used by the small-scale French peasantry and the improved system of crop rotation employed by the English farmer leaped to the eye. The physiocrats became zealous defenders of new agricultural methods. If the productivity of agriculture was to be raised, it would be necessary, in their view, to introduce the rotation of crops, raise greater numbers of livestock, begin feeding cattle in stalls, make extensive use of fertilizers, and expand the sowing of industrial crops. But a holding run along such rational lines demands the investment of substantial capital, and can be tended only by large-scale farmers. And so the physiocrats became the defenders of large-scale, prosperous, and scientific cultivation, which they counterposed to the backward, small-scale cultivation of the peasantry. The physiocrats never tired of emphasizing the low productivity of the holdings worked by the peasants paying ascends and the métayers. Small-scale peasants work with only the most primitive implements, have insufficient cattle, and use practically no fertilizer on their fields. As a result, the amount of produce they get from the land is insignificant, barely able to satisfy their most pressing needs. Husbandmen who make a wretched living from a thankless type of cultivation serve only to maintain profitlessly the population of a poor nation. One small-scale agriculture yields practically no net product, or net income over and above the worker's necessary means of subsistence. It therefore follows that to make agriculture more productive, small-scale peasant holdings will have to be replaced by large farms. The land employed in the cultivation of corn should be brought together, as far as possible, into large farms worked by rich husbandmen, for in large agricultural enterprises there is less expenditure required for the upkeep and repair of buildings, and proportionately much less cost and much more net product, than in small ones. A multiplicity of small farmers is detrimental to the population. 2 Turgot, 2, agreeing with these words of Quesnay, shows decided preference for tenant farming over holdings of cens-paying peasants and métayers. This method, i.e. of tenant farming, of putting out land to lease, is the most advantageous of all to the proprietors and to the cultivators. It becomes established in all places where there are wealthy cultivators in a position to make the advances involved in cultivation, and as wealthy cultivators are in a position to provide the land. With much more labor and manure, there results from it a huge increase in the product and the revenue of landed property. 3. The physiocrats, therefore, proposed an agrarian reform directed at breaking those feudal seigneurial bonds that had tied the aristocratic landowner to the cens-paying peasants and the métayers. The land ought gradually to be cleansed of the latter and leased out in large tracts and as unrestricted private property to large farmers, whether these be the more prosperous peasants or independent tenants resettling from the towns. For the poorest strata of the peasantry there would be no option but to become wage laborers for the new farmers. Seigneurial obligations would be replaced by a voluntary contract between landowner and tenant, the small-scale, semi-feudal peasant holding by the large capitalist tenant. This type of agrarian reform would represent a sort of compromise between the rural bourgeoisie, who would profit from it considerably, and the large landowners, who would retain their right of ownership over the land and would receive rent. The seigneurial order in the countryside, which had so retarded the development of the productive forces, would be supplanted by a more progressive capitalist agriculture. On the whole, however, this reform was to be carried out at the expense of the broad mass of peasants, who, as in the case of England, would be made landless and proletarianized. The physiocrats, however, were by no means horrified by such a prospect. On the contrary, it appeared to them as the only way out of the agricultural crisis, and they depicted it in glowing terms. Farmers would increase in numbers, small-scale cultivation would disappear in one case after the other, and the revenue of the proprietors and the taxes would be proportionately increased owing to the increase in the produce of the landed property cultivated by rich husbandmen. For the physiocrats demanded of the state that it even take active measures to encourage farm holdings at the expense of small peasant holdings, example by freeing farmers, but not the small peasants, from militia service, relieving them of the corvée, etc. So that this type of farming should gain extensive implantation, as great a number of tenant capitalists as possible would have to be attracted to the countryside. This was the basic task that the physiocrats set themselves, to attract capitals into agriculture. The government ought to be more concerned with attracting wealth to the countryside than with attracting men. Men will not be lacking if there is wealth there, but without wealth there is a general decline, the land becomes valueless, and the kingdom is left without resources and power. 5. The whole of physiocratic economic policy was designed to assist in drawing capitals out of the towns and into the countryside, out of trade and industry and into agriculture. To this end the price of corn should be set high, as this would render agriculture an especially profitable undertaking. Also to this end the farmer must be assured of the inviolability of the capital that he has sunk into the land, and be relieved of personal obligations and land taxes, which ought to fall in toto on the landowners. Thus there must be complete security for the ready employment of wealth in the cultivation of the land, and full freedom of trade in produce. Otherwise wealthy inhabitants in essential occupations would carry off into the towns the wealth which they employ in agriculture, in order to enjoy there the privileges which an unenlightened government, in its partiality towards town-dwelling hirelings, would grant them. 6. The greatest harm done by mercantilist measures is that because they artificially stimulate trade and industry and because of the system of state loans and tax farming, they separate finance from agriculture, and deprive the countryside of the wealth necessary for the improvement of landed property and for the operations involved in the cultivation of the land. 7. The physiocratic ideal, then, was not the natural agriculture of a patriarchy, but commodity agriculture, producing for the market and organized by capitalist farmers. They consciously grasped that only the application of capital to agriculture would raise the latter's productivity and make possible the extraction of a net product, net income. The small-scale peasant holding delivers no net product. The greater the capital invested in agriculture, the larger the yields, the lower the costs per unit product, and the higher the net agricultural income. The capital advanced by cultivators, says Quesnay, must be of sufficient size, for if the advances are not sufficient, the expenses of cultivation are proportionately higher and yield a smaller net product. 8. Thus the more insufficient the advances are, the less profitable the men and the land are to the state. 9. In other words, the smaller the total invested capital, the greater the unit costs and the lower the productivity of agriculture. The investment of large capitals is a necessary condition for raising the productivity of agriculture. It follows that when the physiocrats talk about agriculture as the sole source of wealth, it is not agriculture in general that they have in mind, but capitalist agriculture. Likewise, when they describe a net product coming from the land, they mean land that has been fructified by capital. When Quesnay says that it is the land and the advances of the entrepreneurs of cultivation which are the unique source of the revenue of agricultural nations, 10. We should see in these words the correct formulation of physiocratic theory. Land in and of itself, without the application of capital, is possessed of no miraculous ability to yield a net product. In view of this fact, the most fertile land would be worth nothing without the wealth capital are necessary to provide for the expenses involved in cultivation. 11. Thus, capital's function within production is to increase vastly the productivity of agriculture. The source of net income is simply land plus the capital applied to it, i.e., capitalist agriculture. Just what is this capital that carries out such crucial functions in production? As the physiocrats are concerned primarily with the effect of capital on rises in agricultural productivity, it is natural that they should view it from its material technical aspect, as the totality of the means of production in the broad sense of the term. As against the mercantilist confusion of capital with money, the physiocrats stressed persistently that it was not money in and of itself that constitutes capital, but the means of production that money purchases and which contribute to an increased productivity of labor. Look over the farms and workshops, says Quesnay, and you will see just what constitutes the fund of these so precious advances. You will find there buildings, livestock, seed, raw materials, movables, and implements of all kinds. All of this, without doubt, is worth money, but none of it is money. Turgot describes capital in very similar terms: the more that cultivation is perfected and the more energetic it becomes, the larger are these advances. There is need of livestock, implements of husbandry and buildings in which to keep the livestock and to store the produce. It is necessary to pay a number of people proportionate to the extent of the undertaking and enable them to subsist until the harvest. 12. Hence the physiocrats were the forerunners of the so-called national economic concept of capital, as the totality of produced means of production, still common in bourgeois economic science. Despite the fact that this concept of capital suffers from its disregard for capital's social aspect, it nevertheless represents real progress over mercantilist doctrine, in that it shifts the focus of analysis away from the realm of exchange and into that of production. As is obvious from the preceding quotations, the physiocrats analyzed capital in its different material elements. They included amongst its constituents livestock and agricultural implements, seed, means of subsistence for workers, fodder for livestock, etc. Beyond this analysis of capital's material components, the physiocrats were also the first to make distinctions within capital according to the velocity with which it circulates. As we will see in the next chapter, they differentiated fixed capital from circulating capital. Chapter 13. Social classes. For the physiocrats, as we have seen, the leitmotif behind both their practical program and their theoretical argumentation was large-scale capitalist agriculture, which presupposed the separation of the class of landed proprietors from the class of capitalist farmers, the organizers of production. Obviously, besides these two classes there also existed a class of direct producers, i.e., agricultural wage laborers. To the physiocrats the presence of this class was inevitable. Nevertheless, it was upon the contradiction between the first two of these classes, the landowners, whom Quesnay calls proprietors, and the farmers, called by Quesnay the cultivators, or the productive class, that their entire attention was usually focused. Just as the third estate, the bourgeoisie, of 18th century France included among its numbers the wage laborers who had not yet managed to crystallize themselves into a distinct social class, so, too, in Quesnay's scheme did the agricultural workers form but a background to the productive class of cultivators, without being distinguished separately from them. This is not surprising if we remember that the class contradictions between capital and labor were only weakly developed at this time. As the working class did not yet play an independent role within social life, the relations between the farmers and their workers held little place in Quesnay's thinking. His attention was drawn first, to the conflict of interests between the town, i.e., industry and trade, and the countryside, the cultivators, and second, within the sphere of agriculture itself, to the conflict of interests between the landowners and the farmers. Quesnay therefore sees a tripartite class division of society. Within agriculture he distinguishes the class of landowners from the productive class, the farmers, while to both of these he counterposes the urban commercial industrial population, which he designates as the sterile one class, including members of the liberal professions, servants, etc. Each of these latter two classes, the productive and the sterile, can in fact be broken down into two different classes, entrepreneurs and wage laborers. The great service of Turgot was to have emphasized this class distinction with great precision. Thus the whole class which is engaged in meeting the different needs of society with the vast variety of industrial products finds itself, so to speak, subdivided into two orders, that of the entrepreneurs, manufacturers, and masters, who are all possessors of large capitals which they turn to account by setting to work, through the medium of their advances. The second order, which consists of ordinary artisans who possess no property but their own hands, who advance nothing but their daily labor, and who receive no profit but their wages. To this same class distinction exists within the productive cultivator class. The class of cultivators, like that of manufacturers, is divided into two orders of men, that of the entrepreneurs or capitalists, who make all the advances, and that of the ordinary workmen on wages. 3. Thus the three classes of Quesnay are converted by Turgot into 5. For the sake of clarity, the different class distinctions of Quesnay and Turgot can be presented as follows. The division of classes according to Quesnay. The division of classes according to Turgot. 1. The class of proprietors. 1. The class of proprietors. 2. Productive class, cultivators. 2. Capitalist farmers. 3. The sterile class, commercial and industrial. 3. Agricultural workmen. 4. Industrial capitalists. 5. Industrial workmen. Although Quesnay's analysis designates only three classes, his actual argument, as we have already noted, equally presupposes the presence of wage laborers. It thus seems permissible for us to take Turgot's schema as a clearer and more consistent formulation of the views of Quesnay himself. Let us now look at agriculture and examine the characteristics of the classes involved. The proprietors, according to Quesnay's theory, acquired their land either as an inheritance or by purchasing it from the people who had been its original owners. The latter, by means of their labor and movable property, took the virgin land and made it fit for cultivation. They uprooted trees, drained the land or watered it, enclosed it, provided roads, etc. By making these basic advances, the so-called avances foncières for the landowners consolidated their perpetual right to ownership of the land. As its owners, they would now receive from the tenant farmers a rental payment, or rent, equal to the whole of the net income, or net product remaining after the farmer has deducted his costs of production from his gross income. The farmers lease the land from the proprietors on a more or less long-term basis, and husband their holdings with their own capital. Here the farmer must invest two types of capital. First, he must immediately lay out large sums of money to purchase his agricultural stock, both dead and living, agricultural implements, livestock, etc., which depreciate slowly and can remain in service over several years, for example, 10 years. Second, the farmer must lay out annually a fixed sum for running expenses, and these he receives back in toto over the course of the year out of the returns from the sale of the harvest. In this category fall outlays on seed, fodder, and workers' wages, or what is the same thing, means of subsistence for the workers. Thus the farmer invests in his business first, a fixed capital, or to use Quesnay's expression, avances primitives, and second, a circulating capital, or avances annuels. Quesnay accords special significance to increases in fixed capital. The greater they are, the more productive the holding. Quesnay assumes that the size of the fixed capital is to be 5 times that of the circulating capital. For example, the class of farmers taken as a whole invests in agriculture a fixed capital of 10 billion livres, and a circulating capital of 2 billion, making 12 billion in all. What are the farmers' earnings from their holdings? After gathering in the harvest and selling it, they must use their receipts above all to cover their total costs of production, that is, all of their circulating capital and that portion of the fixed capital that has depreciated over the year. Taken all together, the class of farmers has first of all to recoup a circulating capital of 2 billion livres which was spent, 1. On raw materials, seed, and so on, and 2. On means of subsistence for all those taking part in production, i.e., not just the wage workers, but also for the farmers themselves and their families. As we see, Quesnay lumps together the means of subsistence for the workers, that is, their wages, and the means of subsistence consumed by the farmers themselves, purchased in fact out of their profits. Thus the farmers' outlays on their own consumption are treated not as profit, but as necessary costs of production. It is as if the farmers were paying themselves a wage, even though a high one, which, just like the workers' wages, represents one portion of the advanced circulating capital. Over and above the replacement of the 2 billions worth of circulating capital, the farmers receive, at the end of the year, on Quesnay's assumption, a further sum, equal to 10% of their total invested fixed capital, i.e., another 1 billion livres. This sum, however, is not in fact a profit on capital. Quesnay assumes that it goes merely to replace the part of the fixed capital that has worn out through the year, plus any losses that might be incurred through accidental misfortune, crop failures, floods, hail, and the like. In short, it is an amortization and insurance fund. If, as we have assumed, the value of the fixed capital, implements, livestock, etc., is 10 billion livres, and it has a lifetime of 10 years, it is clear that every year 1/10 of it will wear out. Hence, to keep the fixed capital constantly in good condition, 1 billion livres will have to be spent annually on its repair and renewal. We are leaving any insurance funds out of account here. Thus the farmers, who have invested a capital of 12 billion livres in their holdings, receive 3 billions in the course of each and every year, 2 billion as replacement for their circulating capital, and 1 billion as compensation for the worn-out portion of fixed capital. If the farmers sell the entire harvest for 5 billion livres, the 2 billions that stand as a surplus over and above production costs makes up the net income, or net product, and is paid to the landowners as rent. The farmers themselves receive no net income, but merely indemnification for the capital that they have spent. The only personal gain that they derive from the process of production is the receipt of the necessary means of subsistence for them and their families, even if greater in quantity and of better quality than those going to the workers. Consequently, even though the farmers are capitalists, they are in receipt of no profit on their capital, but obtain simply their necessary means of subsistence, or a kind of wage, albeit a more sizable one. This failure to grasp the social nature of the farmer's income and to give due regard to the category of profit is one of the physiocrats' most serious errors. In the physiocratic scheme of things, the farmer figures simultaneously as capitalist, investing a sizable capital in his business, and as worker, drawing a mere wage. And while it is true that there is a further income of 10% charged on fixed capital, this represents a replacement of capital, rather than profit. Quesnay senses that the farmer derives some sort of income in proportion to the size of his invested capital, but he does not wish to present this as a net income, profit, left over after production costs have been covered. Quesnay, as a defender of the farming class, wants to reserve a minimal income, profit, for the latter, which would be secure from the claims of rapacious landowners and an extravagant government. The only way that he can do this is to depict the farmer's entire income as a compensation for their capital and the means necessary for their subsistence. To render the farmer's income secure, Quesnay has transferred it out from under the heading of net income and under that of capital replacement or costs of production, leaving the rent paid to the landlords as the only item under net income. Quesnay, to protect the farmer's profit, has dressed them up as workers or peasants, who receive nothing but their necessary means of subsistence. One other reason for this disregard of farmers' profit lies in the backward economic conditions of 18th century France, where farmers were few in number and lost in a sea of peasants and métayers. At that time in France, the tenant farmer was not always clearly distinguished from that other tenant, the métayer, even though the latter, like the peasant, really did derive only his necessary means of subsistence from his holding. In addition, the farmer often worked his holding himself alongside his workers, and seemed to merge with them socially. The nature of the farmer as a capitalist had not yet crystallized itself with sufficient clarity. The ties between the farmer, peasant, métayer, and agricultural laborer made the transition from the one to the other barely perceptible. We have already had to make passing reference to the third class of people employed in agriculture, and whom Quesnay fails to distinguish as a specific group, that is, the agricultural wage laborers. These agricultural workers sell their labor, or labor power, to the farmers, and receive back from them a wage. What is the size of this wage? According to physiocratic theory, the level of wages does not exceed the minimum necessary to sustain the worker's existence. In Quesnay's words, the level of wages, and consequently the enjoyments which the wage earners can obtain for themselves, are fixed and reduced to a minimum by the extreme competition which exists between them. 5. The wage depends upon the price of the worker's food, above all corn. The daily wage of a laborer is fixed more or less naturally on the basis of the price of corn. 6. This so-called iron law of wages, which during the 17th and 18th centuries had many defenders amongst the mercantilists, was formulated even more precisely by Turgot, who is thus often considered to have been its author, since the hirer has a choice between a great number of workmen. He prefers the one who works most cheaply. Thus the workmen are obliged to vie with one another and lower their price. In every kind of work it is bound to be the case, and in actual fact is the case, that the wage of the workman is limited to what is necessary in order to enable him to procure his subsistence. 7. If, as we have seen, the physiocrats confuse the capitalist farmer with the peasant and the agricultural worker, their error is repeated even more crudely when applied to industry. The farmer, as depicted by Quesnay, though receiving no profit, is nevertheless a capitalist, in that he advances substantial sums for fixed capital and for hiring workers. According to Quesnay's picture, the industrialist figures as an artisan who makes no advances for fixed capital and hires no laborers. These artisans, members of the sterile class, expend nothing but raw materials and their personal labor and, upon selling the products that they have fashioned, receive back merely a compensation for their raw materials plus the value of the means of subsistence needed for themselves and their families. As with the farmers, the profit of the industrialists is ignored, being seen by the physiocrats as either the artisan's subsistence or the worker's wages. Also, like the farmers, industrialists receive only a replacement for their capital or costs of production, that is, their outlays for raw materials and for supporting themselves and their families while working. This theoretical confusion of industrial capitalists with artisans could have been facilitated by the fact that there were very few large-scale capitalists in France during the 18th century, and handicrafts continued to predominate. Chapter 14. The net product. The analysis of the class division of society leads us to the central point of physiocratic doctrine, its theory of the exclusive productivity of agriculture. According to physiocratic theory, agriculture is a productive employment because the product of cultivation does not simply replace the farmer's overall costs of production, but earns over and above this a certain surplus, a net product, or revenue, which is paid to the landowner as rent. Industry constitutes a sterile employment, since the value of industrial products does not exceed production costs. As for trade, which is also a sterile pursuit, see below ed. It is only in agriculture that wealth actually grows or that new wealth is created. Below we will see that there is a distinctive duality to this doctrine of the exclusive productivity of agriculture. On some occasions the physiocrats talk of agriculture yielding a revenue, that is, a surplus of exchange value over and above the value of costs of production. On others they talk in terms of agriculture yielding a net product, i.e., a surplus of articles of consumption beyond those necessary for the subsistence of the actual cultivator. In other words, the physiocrats understand the exclusive productivity of agriculture sometimes as agriculture's ability to yield a surplus quantum of value, at other times as its ability to produce a surplus quantity of material products. The fact that agriculture is productive of value is confused with the physical productivity of the land, a duality which renders physiocratic theory prone to confusion and contradiction. What was it that prompted the physiocrats to seek an explanation of revenue? It was the fact that the value of industrial products contains their costs of production, plus profit, whereas the value of agricultural produce includes, besides these elements, also a rent paid to the owner of the land. The physiocrats were thus in essence confronted with the problem of rent. How were they to account for this manifestly greater value of agricultural produce which yields a surplus quantum of value, ground rent? With the physiocrats the problem of rent takes on a particular form owing to their failure, as we have already seen, to note the existence of profit, and their inclusion of the farmer's income, as well as the industrialists, as part of necessary costs of production. Now, if profit is included in production costs, the entire problem appears as follows: why is it that the value of industrial products replaces only the cost of production, or capital, while the value of the produce of cultivation yields an excess value, a net income beyond that necessary to replace production costs? Rent is here converted from a surplus over the costs of production plus profit into a surplus over costs of production, that is, into surplus value. Rent, which in reality is part of surplus value, as is profit, is taken to be the sole form of surplus value, the sole net income. The problem of rent is thus turned into the problem of net income, or surplus value. Having posed the problem of surplus value, however, the physiocrats could find no way to solve it, for a correct solution is possible only with a correct theory of value. Insofar as the physiocrats have a theory of value, it is ill-formed and unable to explain the origins of surplus value. According to physiocratic doctrine, a product's value is equal to its costs of production. In consequence, when a product is sold at its value, there can accrue no net income, or surplus value. The physiocrats distinguished, 1. The fundamental price of a product, i.e. its cost price, or costs of production, and 2, the price upon its sale at first hand, that is, the price at which the product is sold by the direct producer. With respect to industrial products, the physiocrats maintained that totally free competition between industrialists, artisans, would cause the selling price of these products to tend to fall to the level of their costs of production, which would include the industrialist's own necessary means of subsistence. The price upon sale at first hand will not exceed the product's fundamental price, its cost price, and industry will provide no revenue over the compensation for production cost. In their theory of value, the physiocrats adhere, therefore, to a theory of production costs, which then, with complete consistency, leads them to deny the possibility that industry can receive a net income, or surplus value. As soon as the physiocrats move on to the realm of agriculture, however, their theory of value comes up against the fact that a net income, or rent, exists. Where does this rent, which figures as an excess in the value of the product over its costs of production, derive from? The price upon sale at first hand of agricultural produce clearly exceeds its fundamental price by the full amount of the rent. In turn, this means that the law of production costs fails to apply to the products of agriculture. The latter are subordinate to a completely different law of value than the products of industry. What is the law of value that governs agricultural produce? Quesnay at one point attempted to argue that because of rapid population growth, demand for these products is constantly in excess of supply, and they are thus sold at a price that exceeds their costs of production. The margin between the former and the latter is what makes up net income, rent. In essence, however, such an assertion, that the price of agricultural produce is forever greater than its value, is tantamount to a complete repudiation of a theory of value. Quesnay's attempt to explain the origin of net income from a rise in the value of agricultural produce proved bankrupt. Being shut off from the only methodologically correct means of explaining surplus value, i.e., on the basis of the theory of value, the physiocrats had no choice but to fall back on another and principally false approach. Once it becomes impossible to derive net income from a rise in the value of agricultural produce, does not its origin then have to be explained completely independently of that produce's exchange value? If there is no means of demonstrating that agriculture has the power to produce an increase in value, do we not then have to try to derive net income directly from the land's greater physical productivity? And so it was that Quesnay arrived at the central idea of physiocratic doctrine, that the source of net income ought to be sought in the physical productivity of the land. First, the problem of rent was turned into a problem of net income. Now the latter is transformed into a problem of net product. The fact that in agriculture an excess appears in the value of the product over the value of the costs of production is accounted for by the physical productivity of the land, which yields an in natura surplus of produce over and above the quantity of products laid out as production costs. An inquiry into the relation between the value of the product and its costs of production is cast aside and replaced by an inquiry into the relation between different quantities of in natura produce that spent on production, on the one hand, against that got from the harvest, on the other. To be able to make this comparison between a harvest and production costs on an in natura basis, the physiocrats resort to two simplifications. First, they ignore those costs of production made up of fixed capital, plows, implements, etc., and assume that in agriculture the only costs of production are themselves agricultural products or corn, seed, fodder, and the cultivator's means of subsistence. Second, in calculating production costs, the physiocrats give greatest weight to the means of subsistence going to the cultivators. Now, once production costs become equated with the cultivator's means of subsistence, the question of the in natura surplus of the harvest over and above the costs of production is transformed into the following: whence derives the surplus in means of subsistence that the harvest yields over and above those means of subsistence required to maintain the cultivators during the period of their labors? For the physiocrats, the surplus is to be explained by the physical productivity of the land and its ability to create new material substance. Following Cantillon, the English economist, the physiocrats maintain that in agriculture there is a process of generation that creates new material substance over and beyond that which existed beforehand, a quantitative increase that cannot take place in industry since the latter is confined simply to imparting to the substance a different form. In Quesnay's words, the work of the shoemaker consists merely in giving the raw materials a definite form. This is simply production of forms, and not a real production of wealth. In agriculture there is a generation or creation of wealth, a real increase of substance. In industry there is only a combining of raw materials with expenditures on the artisan's means of subsistence. The finished product is simply the result of combining these raw materials and means of subsistence, both of which were already in existence prior to industrial production and were obtained from agriculture. In agriculture wealth is multiplied, in industry it is merely composed. The Italian physiocrat, Paoletti, expressed this idea quite clearly: give the cook a measure of peas, with which he is to prepare your dinner, he will put them on the table for you well cooked and well dished up, but in the same quantity as he was given. But on the other hand give the same quantity to the gardener for him to put into the ground, he will return to you, when the right time has come, at least fourfold the quantity that he had been given. This is the true and only production too. Only agriculture gives birth to new matter in exchange for that which is consumed and destroyed by man. Industry can create no such new substance, but only transform or modify its shape. Agriculture generates new material substance for human society. Since the better part of this consists of the means of human subsistence, agriculture is not simply the source of new material substance, but also the sole source of these means of human subsistence. This in turn means that agriculture yields the means of subsistence not simply for the actual cultivators, but for other classes of society as well. It is the cultivator's labor which regenerates not only the subsistence goods which he himself has destroyed but also those destroyed by all the other consumers. It is this that gives supreme social superiority to the class of cultivators, which can always subsist on its own, off the fruits of its own labors. The other, if left to itself, could obtain no subsistence by its own sterile labors in and of themselves, unless it could receive means of subsistence from agriculture. 3. But we also know that these necessary means of subsistence constitute the wages of both agricultural and industrial workers. It therefore follows that agriculture is the source of wages for both the agricultural and industrial populations. Whatever the husbandman's labor causes the land to produce over and above his personal needs is the unique fund from which are paid the wages which all the other members of society receive in exchange for their labor. For by giving over part of their means of subsistence to the industrial class in exchange for the latter's manufactures, the cultivators seemingly pay them their maintenance, or wages. The cultivators are the class which pays the labor of the industrial population, the latter is salaried by the agricultural class. The physiocrat's train of thought here can be summarized as a set of propositions, each of which helps detail the general features of agriculture. 1. Agriculture is the source of rent, which is the margin between the value of the product and the farmer's costs of production plus profit. 2. Agriculture is the source of net income, which is the margin between the value of the product and its costs of production, the latter also containing in concealed form the farmer's profit. 3. Agriculture is the source of new material substance, which it puts at the disposal of society for satisfying the needs of its members. 4. Agriculture is the source of the net product, which is the surplus of the produce of agriculture over the products that are spent on the process of production. 5. Agriculture is the source of the surplus of means of subsistence over and above those means of subsistence necessary for the actual cultivators. 6. Agriculture is the source of means of subsistence for both the agricultural and industrial populations. 7. Agriculture is the source of the wages that pay the labor of the industrial population. The starting point for the physiocrats is the greater value produced by agriculture as the source of rent, or net income. To explain this phenomenon they look to agriculture's physical productivity as the source of new material substance, and to the in natura form of its produce as means of subsistence. The physiocrats then shift back again from this physical primacy to agriculture's social primacy as the sole source of the wages that nourish and maintain the industrial population. In this manner the physiocrats' entire theory of net income is infused with a fundamental dualism between two points of view, the value and the physical. They commit two basic errors. First, the basic physical difference that they discern between agriculture and industry does not exist. Agriculture, no matter what the physiocrats think, produces no new substance, but simply converts the diffuse material substance of soil, air, and water into grain. In other words, it endows matter with a form that is suitable for the satisfaction of human needs. Yet industry does exactly the same thing. Similarly, there is no basis for attributing to agriculture any special superiority in permitting a collaboration between human labor and the forces of nature, since this same collaboration with the forces of nature, steam, electricity, takes place within the industrial labor process. The physiocrat's second and in principle more important mistake is to take the peculiar physical productivity of agriculture, even if it were to exist, and deduce from this that agricultural produce has a higher value. Their error, wrote Marx, was that they confused the increase of material substance, which because of the natural processes of vegetation and generation distinguishes agriculture and stock raising from manufacture, with the increase of exchange value. 5. The physiocrats did not suspect that the inability of industrial labor to create new material substance in no way precludes it from being a source of surplus value. Had the physiocrats not artificially included capitalist profit in production costs, they would have been forced to conclude that industry, too, yields a profit, or net income beyond the mere restoration of its costs of production. On the other hand, the physiocrats failed to grasp that this increase in the material quantity of agricultural products, an increase which they attributed to the land's greater physical productivity, still does not signify any growth in their mass of exchange value. The physiocrats confused the production of in natura products, use values, with the production of exchange value. This confusion merely reflects the backward state of French agriculture in the 18th century, as it was going through a transitional stage from a natural to an exchange economy. Despite the depth of these errors, the physiocrats' theory of net income contained fertile ideas for future development. The physiocrats saw that the decisive feature of economic prosperity was the growth of net income or surplus value, and the main aim of the productive process was to increase this. They were mistaken to attribute the ability to yield a net income only to agriculture, but having done that the physiocrats were perfectly consistent in drawing the conclusion that agriculture alone constitutes productive employment. Their erroneous doctrine of the exclusive productivity of agriculture was, therefore, premised upon a correct idea, namely that from the point of view of the capitalist economy only labor which yields surplus value can be deemed productive. The physiocrats performed a second and still greater service, however, in that they took the question of the origin of surplus value out of the sphere of exchange and into production. The mercantilists had known surplus value primarily as profit upon trade, in which they saw nothing more than the markup which the merchant adds to the price of the commodity. In their view, profit has its source within exchange, especially within foreign trade, and it was this that they affirmed to be the most profitable occupation. The mercantilist doctrine that trade is the source of net income, or profit, was sharply refuted by the physiocrats. For them trade brings no new wealth into a country, since free competition, and the abolition of all exclusive monopolies and commercial restrictions reduce it to an exchange of one material product for another of equal value. For my part, I can never see anything in this trade but the exchange of value of equal value, without any production, even though circumstances render this exchange profitable to one or other of the contracting parties, or even to both. In fact, it must always be assumed that it is profitable to both, for both sides procure for themselves the enjoyment of wealth which they can obtain only through exchange. But there is never anything here but an exchange of an item of wealth of one value for another item of wealth of equal value, and consequently no real increase in wealth at all. 6. For all its advantages and its necessity, trade cannot be considered a productive occupation. The source of new wealth, net income, must be sought within production itself, agriculture, and not in exchange. The physiocratic theory that exchange is an exchange of equivalence presupposes that products have a value determined even before they enter into the process of exchange. The formation of prices always precedes purchases and sales. The real price of produce is established prior to its sale. Quesnay expressed here a theoretical proposition of extreme importance, to be developed subsequently by Marx. The value of the product is established in the process of production, even before it enters the process of exchange. The basis on which the mercantilists recognized foreign trade as most profitable was that it would allow a country to receive greater value for less, and exchange an in natura product for money or precious metals. In their doctrine on the equivalence in value of exchangeable products, the physiocrats refuted the first of these mercantilist prejudices. In their theory of money they took up arms against the second. According to the physiocrats, what should be strived for was to produce as many products in natura as possible. Selling them or transforming them into money neither presents any special difficulty nor yields any particular advantage. Is there really a greater need for buyers than for sellers? Is it really more profitable to sell than to buy? Is money really to be preferred to the good things of life? Certainly it is these things that are the true object of all commerce. Money merely facilitates the mutual exchange of this ordinary wealth by its circulation and is acquired by this party or that in the process. Money, in other words, is not true wealth, but only a means for the more convenient mutual exchange of the use values that genuinely comprise wealth. Thus money does not constitute the true wealth of a nation, the wealth which is consumed and regenerated continually, for money does not breed money. 7. Therefore, it is in this renascent wealth, and not, in the nation's money stock, that the prosperity and power of a state consist. 8. Money plays only the role of a token intermediating between sales and purchases. 9. Coined money has no other use than that of facilitating the exchange of produce, by serving as an intermediary token between sales and purchases. 10. Thus it is not money which we ought to think about, but rather the exchanges of the things which are to be sold and those which are to be bought, for it is in these exchanges themselves that the advantage which the contracting parties wish to procure, for themselves resides. 11. The mercantilist policy of attracting money into the country via a favorable balance of trade is mistaken. Concern ought to be with multiplying the produce of cultivation, rather than with increasing the country's stock of money. If produce is abundant and its price advantageous, there will be no shortage of ready money. A nation assures itself the largest possible net product or net income not by increasing its quantity of money through trade but by enlarging its volume of produce through production, agriculture. 1. Chapter 15. Quesnay's Tableau économique. Having dealt with physiocratic doctrine on different social classes and branches of production, we can now move on to analyze Quesnay's famous Tableau économique, the short lines of which sketch out the picture of reproduction and distribution of the entire social product between the various classes and branches of production. Quesnay first wrote the Tableau économique in 1758, and a small number of copies was run off in the court print shop. This initial text of the tableau vanished and was only discovered in 1894 by a scholar working on the papers of Mirabeau. Complaints about its lack of clarity and incomprehensibility led Quesnay in 1766 to publish the Analyse du Tableau économique, an explication of which we give below. The physiocrats hailed the tableau as a scientific discovery of momentous import. Mirabeau compared it with the invention of paper and money. Its opponents poured ridicule upon this hardly intelligible work, and it remained, in Engel's expression, an insoluble riddle of the Sphinx, one undeciphered and unavailed of by scientific thought until the mid-19th century. Marx was one of the first to demonstrate the tableau's immense scientific significance, a judgment now acknowledged by all researchers. Now to the tableau itself. 2. As we know, Quesnay divides society into three basic classes. 1. The class of proprietors, the landowners, including the crown and the clergy. 2. The productive class, the farmers, who represent the entire agricultural population. And 3. The sterile class, the commercial industrial population, professional people, etc. How, then, is the total social product that is created in the course of the year distributed between these three classes? Let us take the point at which the production year ends and the new year is just beginning, that is, the autumn, when the productive class, whom we shall henceforth term the farmers, have already gathered in the harvest, the value of which we assume amounts to 5 billion livres. 3. To obtain this harvest the farmers have laid out the following payments over the year just ended. 1. A circulating capital of 2 billion livres, subsistence for all those engaged in cultivation, fodder, seed, etc. and 2. 1 billion livres for repair and renewal of fixed capital, implements, livestock, that is, 10% of 10 billion livres, which is the value of the total fixed capital stock. The farmers, then, have spent a total of 3 billion livres, and have received a harvest worth 5 billions. The surplus of 2 billions is the net product, or net income that the cultivation has yielded, and it goes to the landlords, whom we shall henceforth refer to as the proprietors, as rent. The farmers had already paid these 2 billions rent to the landlords in cash at the start of the year, and it is as cash that the latter are currently holding it. Finally, the sterile class, whom we will call the industrialists, starts off the new production year with a stock of industrial goods worth 2 billions, which they would have manufactured during the year just ended. Thus, at the start of the new production year our three classes are holding the following, either as produce or as cash. 1. The farmers have a stock of agricultural produce worth 5 billion livres, of these 4 billions worth are in foodstuffs and 1 billion's worth in raw materials for working up by industry. 2. The proprietors have 2 billion livres in cash. 3. The industrialists have in stock 2 billion livres worth of industrial manufactures. There now begins a process of exchange or circulation between these three classes, which consists of a series of acts of purchase and sale between them. To give clarity to our exposition we present two schemes, the first depicts the transfer of products between the different classes, the second the transfer of money. As is obvious from scheme I, the first act of circulation is for the proprietors to purchase 1 billion's worth of foodstuffs from the farmers for their own maintenance over the coming year. These 1 billion livres in foodstuffs pass in this initial act of circulation from F to P, while the same amount of cash moves in the reverse direction from P to F, scheme 2. As a result of this first act of the circulation we get the following distribution of produce and money. The farmers have agricultural produce worth 4 billion livres, 3 billions worth of foodstuffs and 1 billion's worth of raw materials, plus a billion in cash. The proprietors have a billion's worth of foodstuffs and a billion in money, the industrialists have 2 billions worth of manufactures. In the second act of circulation, the proprietors take their remaining billion livres and purchase industrial products for their own consumption from the industrialists. These products move from I to P, while money moves from P to I. The result of this second act of circulation is that, F has 4 billions worth of agricultural produce and 1 billion in cash, P has a billion's worth of foodstuffs and 1 billion livres worth of industrial products, and I has a billion in industrial products and another billion livres in cash. In the third act of circulation the industrialists, who have received 1 billion in cash from the proprietors, take this money to buy from the farmers the foodstuffs necessary for their own upkeep over the coming year. The result of this third act of circulation is that, F has 3 billion livres worth of agricultural produce, 2 billions worth of foodstuffs and 1 billion in raw materials, plus 2 billions in cash. P has 1 billion livres worth of foodstuffs and 1 billion's worth of industrial goods, I has industrial products worth 1 billion plus a billion's worth of foodstuffs. In the fourth act of circulation, the farmers take the money just obtained from the industrialists and use it to purchase back from them 1 billion livres of industrial items, which we assume to be made up of tools and other implements needed to repair or restore their fixed capital. After this fourth step, F has 3 billions worth of agricultural produce, 2 billions in foodstuffs and 1 billion in raw materials, industrial goods worth 1 billion livres, and a further billion livres in money. P has foodstuffs worth 1 billion livres plus a billion in industrial products, I has foodstuffs worth a billion livres and a further billion in cash. Finally, in the fifth act of circulation, the industrialists take the money that they have just received from the farmers to buy from the latter 1 billion livres worth of raw materials, which will be worked up within industry. Following this fifth act of circulation, F has foodstuffs worth 2 billion livres, which they retain for their own subsistence, 1 billion in industrial products and 2 billions in money. P has foodstuffs worth 1 billion livres and 1 billion's worth of industrial products. I has a billion in foodstuffs and 1 billion worth of raw materials. For all its simplicity, Quesnay's scheme was the first ingenious attempt to depict as a unified whole the entire process of the reproduction, circulation, distribution, and consumption of a society's product. Quesnay's wish is to trace out the path of social reproduction, that is to reveal those conditions that make possible the uninterrupted, periodic repetition of the production process. Quesnay starts his tableau from the point where the harvest has been collected, when the entire annual social product which he takes as a single entity has been produced. Upon completion of production, this product enters the process of circulation, made up of a series of acts of purchase and sale. In the tableau, the whole circulation process is reduced to 5 acts of purchase and sale between different classes. In fact, of course, each of the acts of circulation listed in the tableau consists of a multitude of discrete transactions between separate individuals. The first act, for example, embraces many thousands of separate purchases on the part of the proprietors from the farmers, but which, being of a similar nature, the tableau combines together into one. It is the social and class aspects of these acts of circulation that interest Quesnay, i.e., how they promote the transfer of the social product among the social classes. For this reason, Quesnay leaves out of his scheme of circulation the transactions carried out between members of the same class, example what the farmers buy from or sell to each other. As Quesnay has it, the circulation process embraces not simply the movement of products in natura, but equally the movement of money back in a direction opposite to the flow of products. Quesnay's scheme shows clearly that the movement of money is secondary and subordinate merely to service the movement of products. The circulation of 5 billion livres worth of products is serviced by a total cash sum of 2 billions. Of the latter, one half goes simply to service the circulation of 1 billion in produce, the first act of circulation. The other billion, by being passed from hand to hand, services all the remaining 4 stages in the circulation process. The end result is that the entire 2 billion in cash, which started out in the hands of Class P, finishes up in the possession of Class F. What, then, does the latter do with it? As soon as the circulation process is complete, it passes it back to Class P as the upcoming year's rent. This one-way transfer of 2 billion in money from F to P has been indicated in our second scheme by 2 broken lines, step number 6, each of which represents a transfer of 1 billion livres. In sum, the second scheme clearly shows the unceasing circular movement of money. It passes from one hand to the next and eventually returns to its point of departure. 1 billion livres goes from P to F, and then back to P. The other billion livres is transferred from P to I, then from I to F, from F back to I, and then back again from I to F, at which point it passes as rent to P. 4. As a result of this process of circulation, the entire social product winds up distributed between the different social classes in such a manner as to permit the process of production to be renewed at its former level. The farmers have 2 billions worth of foodstuffs, as well as seed, fodder, etc., with which to maintain both themselves and their workers for the whole year. In addition, they have a billion in industrial goods for renewing the depreciated portion of their fixed capital. They have thus been compensated for the whole of their circulating capital plus their worn-out fixed capital and can begin the production process over again at its previous volume, obtaining at the end of the year a harvest worth 5 billion livres. The industrial class has its necessary means of subsistence, 1 billion livres worth, plus raw materials, also worth a billion, which when worked up over the coming year will result in the manufacture of finished goods once more worth 2 billion livres. As the value of the industrial goods equals the value of the raw materials plus the value of the means of subsistence consumed by the industrialists, it is obvious that industry creates no net income. The farmers and industrialists have, therefore, sufficient stock of products both for their personal consumption and for repeating the process of production. Finally, the landowners have those foodstuffs and industrial wares that they will require for the year's consumption. The case Quesnay is examining in his tableau is one of simple reproduction where reproduction is on the same scale as before. He was, nevertheless, totally aware that there are two other forms of reproduction, reproduction on an extended scale, and reproduction on a declining scale. The difference between them consists in the differing magnitudes of net product that are produced, or since this in turn depends upon the volume of capital invested in agriculture in differences in the amount of such capital. If there is a rise in total outlays on agricultural production, at the expense either of the net income going to the proprietors or of the outlays on industry whose own level of reproduction is assumed not to change, the net product will grow, and with it the whole of the reproduced social product. If the fund for agricultural advances remains at the old level unconditionally needed to maintain cultivation in status quo or to restore the expenses of cultivation, reproduction will proceed on the same level as before. Finally, if the cultivators cannot be assured of receiving back all of their productive expenditure, outlays on cultivation will decline, and so, too, will the scale of social reproduction, in that case advances, wealth, useful enterprises, necessary employments, produce, revenue, population, all this will decline under a force majeure. This constitutes a physical law, established by nature, making it possible to judge the past, present, and future fortunes of governments by the manner in which they have been or are presently conducting themselves. This physical law established by nature is the basic law of social reproduction. Whether an economy prospers, remains stationary, or declines depends upon the expansion, stagnation, or reduction of the basic outlays on agriculture or, in other words, upon the capital at the disposal of the farming class. If a state is to prosper, it has no means of doing so other than increasing the capital invested in agriculture, nor will it have any means by which to forestall its decline if it violates the necessary laws of reproduction, i.e. if through taxes or excessively high rents it squanders or eats away at the capital of the farmers. Hence ensue the two basic principles of the physiocrat's economic policy: first, the necessity to introduce free trade and to raise the price of corn, so as to increase the flow of capital into agriculture; second, the need to protect this agricultural capital from the excessive claims of the landlords and the state. Chapter 16. Economic Policy. The physiocrats were fervent supporters of the freedom of trade and industry from state interference. They demanded that mercantilism's strict and petty regulation over economic life be removed. The physiocrats were the ideologues of free trade, and in this sense were the forerunners of the classical school. But there was a fundamental difference between the kind of free trade advocated by the physiocrats and that proposed by the classical economists. This difference emerges from their different social and class positions. Both the physiocrats and the classical economists protested against mercantilist policy, which had brought wealth to certain privileged sections of the commercial bourgeoisie. They both demanded that the interests of merchant capital be subordinated to those of productive capital. Yet while the classical economists understood productive capital to mean primarily industrial capital and wanted to pave the way for industry's powerful advance, it was the interests of productive agricultural capital that, as we have seen, the physiocrats pushed to the fore. The classical economists took up the cause of the industrial bourgeoisie. What they expected from free trade was the import of cheap foreign corn into England. The physiocrats, being defenders of the rural bourgeoisie, saw free trade and the free export of corn as a means of raising the price of grain. The classical economists were the spokesmen for industrial free trade. The free trade defended by the physiocrats was agrarian. The reason why the physiocrats attacked mercantilism so furiously was that the latter had, in their view, created a sharp divergence between the prices of industrial and agricultural products, while the monopolies enjoyed by industrialists, traders, and the guilds had made industrial products excessively dear. Prices on corn were being depressed artificially by the prohibition on the latter's export. The physiocrats wanted this divergence, known in our own day as the scissors, to be eliminated, and sought to have corn prices raised and industrial prices lowered. The physiocrats attempted to give their practical demands a theoretical foundation. They wanted to demonstrate theoretically that high corn prices were advantageous. To do this they made use of their theory of reproduction, which occupies a central place in the physiocratic system. By reproduction the physiocrats mean the renewal of the capital advanced, or production costs, together with the production of a net product, surplus value. Taken in this sense, reproduction for them occurs only in agriculture. Obviously, then, any transfer of capitals out of agriculture and into industry would be accompanied by a curtailment in the overall reproduction process, since industrial capitals are renewed, or circulate without any increase, while a flow of capitals from industry into agriculture would bring with it an expanded process of reproduction and an increase in net income. It therefore follows that to permit the flow of capitals from agriculture into industry, or trade, is incompatible with the aims of normal continuity or possible expansion of the reproductive process. To the contrary, it is the reverse flow that ought to be encouraged. To achieve this goal, corn prices should be high, as they make agriculture a more profitable employment and attract new capitals to it. Because of this, the fund of advances on cultivation grows, as does the net product, net income. The process of reproduction takes place on an extended scale, and the entire economy receives a powerful stimulus towards prosperity and expansion. Out of this doctrine of the beneficial effect of high corn prices arises the basic physiocratic maxim of economic policy, that the prices of produce and commodities in the kingdom should never be made to fall. Only high prices can guarantee and maintain the well-being of a people and the state through the successes of cultivation. This is the alpha and omega of economic science. By high price, or bon prix, Quesnay does not mean the excessively high price of corn that comes with harvest failure. In France such years had alternated with years of cheap corn and had made for terrible economic uncertainty. What he wants is for the price of corn to reach the high and stable level that prevails amongst trading nations, i.e., on the world market, and which exceeds its price in agricultural countries such as France. For corn prices within France to rise to their world market level, French corn would have to gain free and open access to the world market. Hence the physiocrats' persistent struggle against mercantilist prohibitions on the export of corn. Originally the physiocrats had taken free trade to mean above all the free exportation of corn. It was Quesnay's view that its free importation could only be allowed in years when the harvest had been bad. Quesnay, therefore, was advocating free trade mainly to the extent that the interests of agriculture demanded it. It was Quesnay's students who gave the slogan free trade a broader and more absolute character, and it was only with them that the famous formula of the free traders, laissez-faire, laissez-passer, began to be more and more frequently repeated. The physiocrats did not seek freedom of trade simply as a way of raising prices on agricultural produce. It was equally a means by which prices on industrial products could be lowered. The free importation of cheap manufactures from England or other industrial nations would undermine the monopoly position of the local manufactories and the guild master craftsmen, whose inflated prices on finished goods work to the detriment of their agricultural consumers. Let no one complain about the foreigners flooding France with cheap manufactures and destroying its local industrialists. The country will only gain if these French industrialists find it unprofitable to continue producing and put their capital to more profitable employment in agriculture. Every lever invested in agriculture yields a net product, while in industry it circulates without any increase. An agricultural nation should facilitate an active external trade in raw produce, by means of a passive external trade in manufactured commodities which it can profitably buy from abroad. Thus the ideal of physiocratic foreign commercial policy, an ideal dictated by the interests of agriculture and the farming class, is to sell corn abroad at high prices and buy cheap foreign industrial manufactures in return. Thus, the first benefit of free trade is that it guarantees a country an advantageous price in its sales and purchases, i.e., a high price on agricultural produce and a low price on industrial goods. The second benefit of free trade is that mutual competition between merchants compels them to accept a lower remuneration and reduce their profit on trade to the level of their necessary means of subsistence. Free competition alone can compel industrialists and merchants to give up their excess monopoly profits, the entire burden of which falls upon the class of cultivators. Thus we have Quesnay's famous VIIth maxim, that the government's economic policy should be concerned only with encouraging productive expenditure and trade in raw produce, i.e., production and circulation of agricultural products, and that it should refrain from interfering with sterile expenditure, i.e., industry and commerce, r. 2. If the class of cultivators is to reduce its burden of maintaining industry and commerce, the latter must be freed of state interference and turned into an arena for the unbridled competition between industrialists and merchants, both native and foreign. For the physiocrats, free trade appeared as a means of making the scissors go back in the opposite direction, where prices on industrial products would fall to the level of necessary costs of production and prices on agricultural produce would rise to the level of the world market. The farming class, however, had to defend itself against more than the mercantilist policy of one-sidedly encouraging industry and trade at the expense of agriculture. Its interests also had to be protected against the overbearing claims of the landowners and the government. We saw in Chapter 9 that once the cultivator had taken out his rent and taxes, there was often barely enough grain remaining for his meager subsistence. It was understandable, then, that under these conditions those owning capital should evince little desire to lease land. To attract capitals into agriculture, farmers would have to be guaranteed that the combined total of their rent and taxes, along with the church tithe, would not exceed the total revenue left over after their capital and profit on farming had been covered. The physiocrats' doctrine on taxes was a demand for just such a guarantee. The physiocrats demanded that all forms of direct and indirect taxes be replaced by a single direct land tax falling on revenue. The tax must be proportional to net income, raisable only in step with this income's growth. But since net income goes to the landowners as rent, the tax must fall exclusively on the landowners and comprise a certain proportion of the rent they receive. This plan of a single tax on the landowners' rent was later advanced by a number of bourgeois radical reformers, including Henry George. For 18th-century France it was a daring project, tantamount, in Marx's words, to the partial confiscation of landed property. 3. But it would also mean the abolition of the aristocracy's exemption from taxes, since a single tax would have to be levied upon all landowners, including the gentry. As with their slogan of free trade, the physiocrats tried to give a theoretical underpinning to their demand for tax reform. This was their doctrine on net income and reproduction. As we know, the value of the total annual product is divided into two parts. One replaces the advanced capital, costs of production, within which is concealed the farmer's profit. The excess makes up the net income. It is obvious that the first portion is a fixed property, with a clearly defined function to be reinvested in production. It is only net income, that is transferable property, which can be disposed of as is seen fit, to be spent on the needs of the landlords, the state, and the church, as well as on further improving the land. Should any tax fall not on net income, but on farming capital, this would lower outlays on cultivation, make it impossible for reproduction to take place on its former scale, and lead to a reduction of the net income and to the ruin of landlord and state alike. Taxes should not be taken from the wealth of the farmers of landed property, for the advances of a kingdom's agriculture ought to be regarded as if they were fixed property requiring to be preserved with great care in order to ensure the production of taxes, revenue, and subsistence for all classes of citizens. Otherwise taxation degenerates into spoliation, and brings about a state of decline which very soon ruins the state. For the physiocrats' basic demand vis-a-vis taxes was that, in the interests of keeping the process of reproduction on its proper path, farming capital be treated as inviolable. If farming capital must remain inviolate, is it then not possible to put the burden of taxation onto workers' wages or onto the commercial industrial class? The physiocrats rejected both of these schemes. Any tax on workers would necessitate a rise in their wages, since they receive only their necessary means of subsistence, and this would inevitably be paid by those people who hire the workers, i.e., by the very same capitalist farmers. As for the merchants and industrialists, under free trade they receive, as we know, only their capital, costs of production, and their necessary means of subsistence. A tax on commercial or industrial turnover would inevitably push up expenses on industry and trade, which would be paid, in the last instance, by the agricultural population. Since neither industry nor commerce create any new wealth, net income, any tax on them as with the working class will ultimately fall upon agriculture, to be levied either out of farming capital or out of net income. The first case, as already noted, entails violating the entire process of reproduction and bringing the country to ruin. In the second case, if the tax is eventually to be transferred to net income in any case, would it not simply be better to place it upon this sole reserve of transferable resources right away? Not only is it cheaper to tax net income, i.e., the landowner's rent, directly, but it makes it possible to keep the amount of tax exactly proportional to the size of net income. These basic principles of physiocratic economic and taxation policy were closely tied both to their social and class position and to their theoretical outlook. The introduction of a free trade and the single land tax would inevitably clear a path for the growth of capitalist agriculture. On the one hand, the corn trade would be freed from arbitrary administrative regulation and subjected to the vicissitudes of the world market, the state of which was strong and profitable. On the other hand, farming capital would be protected from the claims of the landowners and the treasury and the latter's appetite restricted to the realm of net income. Both of these conditions would of necessity promote the flow of capitals into agriculture, which would be reorganized along capitalist lines, leading to the enrichment of the farming class. What is more, these principles of economic policy followed logically from the theoretical laws of reproduction discovered by Quesnay. For the process of reproduction to proceed normally, farming capital has to be safeguarded, first from being reduced during the process of circulation and exchange between agriculture and industry, which requires in turn freedom of trade, with corn prices high and industrial prices cheap, and second, from any reduction owing to deductions being made to meet the needs of the landowners and the state, which requires that rent and taxes be limited by the size of net income, i.e., the introduction of a single tax on rent. Just as the physiocrats' economic theory aimed to discover the laws of capitalist reproduction, so their economic policy had to assure that this process of reproduction proceeded normally. Yet, as we saw in our chapter on natural right, the physiocrats took the laws of capitalist reproduction that they had discovered to be eternal and immutable natural laws. It is therefore understandable that they passed off their principles of economic policy as being commanded by natural law. They declared free trade to be a sacred freedom, which can be looked upon as a summary of all the rights of man, in exactly the same way as taxation is subordinated by the creator of nature to a definite order, prescribed by natural laws and coinciding with the taxation program of the physiocrats. All these parts of the physiocratic system, the philosophical conception of natural laws, the theoretical laws of reproduction, and the principles of economic policy, were inextricably bound together by the unity of their social and class position, itself exemplified by their system. Chapter 17. The theoretical legacy of the physiocrats. The main theoretical service of the physiocrats is that they attempted to lay bare the mechanism of the capitalist economy as a whole. The mercantilists had been taken up with analyzing individual economic phenomena, primarily those which had immediate practical interest. In the best of cases they confined themselves to a study of the causal connection between a number of separate phenomena, their theory of the balance of trade, which elucidated the connection between the movement of commodity imports and exports and fluctuations in a currency's rate of exchange, represents the highest level of generalization that mercantilist thought was able to attain. What characterized physiocratic theory is that it makes broad generalizations and seeks to uncover the connection between all the basic phenomena of the capitalist economy. This is why their theory of social reproduction as a unified process, embracing all aspects of economic life, lies at the center of the physiocratic system. The theory of social reproduction as set out in Quesnay's Tableau économique represents the physiocrat's most valuable theoretical legacy. For in it economic thought displayed a capacity for generalization that few other examples can equal. Casting aside all particulars and details, Quesnay, in a few bold and ingeniously simple strokes, depicts the entire process of capitalist reproduction as it embraces the production, circulation, distribution, and consumption of products. Here Quesnay's thought attains the highest levels of generalization. The entire economy is conceived of as an exchange of material objects between agriculture and industry. Society is explained as a totality composed of specific social classes. The products that are produced and dispersed throughout the entire country are aggregated into a single social product, and this by means of a few essential acts of circulation, each of which is itself a generalization of an infinite multitude of specific acts of purchase and sale, is then distributed amongst the main social classes. The concept of the economy as a periodically repeating process of reproduction, the idea that a nation's wealth is the outcome of a process of production that renews itself with every year, the idea that the national product is distributed amongst individual social classes. Every one of these fundamental ideas of classical political economy, which were to be further developed by Smith and Ricardo, belongs to Quesnay. The individual errors in, and clumsiness of the tableau économique notwithstanding, the theory of social reproduction that Quesnay created all by himself can on the whole be said to be the most mature and thoroughly thought out of his creations. Its basic ideas became part of the reserve fund of economic science, where they remain to this day. Just how far this theory of social reproduction transcended its own age can be seen from the fact the classics not only failed to develop its ideas any further, but in this area at least, actually trailed behind Quesnay. This is even more true of the epigones of the classical school, who failed to make any scientific use whatsoever of the tableau économique's seminal ideas. Whilst Quesnay's work in other areas, the problem of surplus value, capital, wages, and money, was improved upon by Smith or Ricardo, it was more than a century before anyone was found to carry on the work of developing the theory of social reproduction. Only Marx, in the second volume of Capital, took up the thread of Quesnay's initial investigation, improved upon the theory of social reproduction contained in the tableau, and brought it to completion. This theory takes us directly onto the problem of capital and surplus value, and it is the physiocrats' development of this problem that constitutes their second great scientific service. The physiocrats understood reproduction as the production of a product which both replaces its own value, the capital advanced, and yields over and above this a certain excess, or net income, surplus value. The reproduction process thus encompasses the replacement of capital and the production of surplus value. By sharply counterposing the costs of production, capital, to net income, surplus value, the physiocrats incisively characterized the capitalist economy as an economy whose aim is the production of surplus value. By making this distinction they brought greater clarity both to the problem of capital and to the problem of surplus value. Unlike the mercantilists, whose attention was focused upon the money form of capital, the physiocrats advanced a concept of productive capital as the totality of the means of production. They made the first and what for their day was the best analysis of capital, both from the point of view of its material elements and from that of its rate of circulation. By their use of the terms avances primitives and avances annuels, they made a seminal distinction between fixed and circulating capital, a distinction which Smith took over in toto and which prevails in economic science even to this day. What is inadequate about the physiocratic theory of capital, as with the theory of the classics, is that it ignores capital's social form and concentrates on the technical functions of those means of production which function as capital. Yet this failing shared by both the physiocrats and the classical school is inherent in any scientific tendency which, bounded by a bourgeois horizon, takes the bourgeois form of economy as the eternal and natural form of economy in general. It is just this conception which infused the progressive ideologists of the bourgeoisie during the period when the latter was still playing a revolutionary role in its struggle against the remnants of the feudal order. The same basic failure emerges, but with even greater force, in their doctrine of net income, surplus value. Because the physiocrats took no notice of profit, surplus value was known to them solely in the form of ground rent, and so they sought its source in the specific properties of agriculture. The problem of the interrelation between different social classes, the problem of surplus value, was confused with the problem of the interrelation between different branches of production. Once the physiocrats had failed in their attempt to explain surplus value, rent, on the basis of the greater value of agricultural produce, they had no other recourse but to look for its source in the physical productivity of nature. The physiocrats confounded a surplus quantum of value with a surplus product in natura, the production of value with the production of material substance, and the ability of agriculture to produce value with the physical productivity of the land. Thus what the physiocrats arrived at was a physical naturalistic solution to the problem of surplus value, their doctrine of nature as the source of value, and a theory of the exclusive productivity of agriculture. What this reflects is the limitation imposed upon physiocratic thought not simply by the horizons of bourgeois economy but by the even narrower perspective of its most backward sector, the semi-natural agrarian economy. The narrowness of this outlook left its mark upon the whole of physiocratic theory, leading it to form an incorrect understanding of the role of industry and to ignore industrial profit. Once the production of surplus value is confused with the production of material substance, industry becomes a sterile occupation incapable of yielding any revenue, and once industry yields no net income, industrial profit becomes simply compensation for the industrial capitalist's necessary means of subsistence. These closely interconnected errors, the physical naturalistic solution to the problem of surplus value, the doctrine of the unproductiveness of industry, and disregard of the most basic category of capitalist economy, profit, constitute between them the main defects of physiocratic theory and were what most often gave the physiocrats' opponents grounds for reproof and derision. The other form of income inherent in capitalist economy, wages, fared better amongst the physiocrats than did profit. For their time, Quesnay and Turgot gave one of the best formulations of the iron law of wages, a formulation which Ricardo was to develop and which still has its scientific partisans. However mistaken their solution to the problem of surplus value may have been, the physiocrats nevertheless performed a great service by having posed it in a clear-cut fashion and by having taken it out of the sphere of exchange and into that of production. The mercantilists knew net income solely as commercial profit, as profit upon alienation, the source of which lay in a non-equivalent exchange of products, which in turn meant that one of the contracting parties in the exchange gained at the expense of the other. The physiocrats were the first to pose the question of absolute rather than relative income, and of the possibility therefore of there being an increase of wealth, value, even where there was an exchange of equivalents. It is obvious that were this to be the case, an increase in value takes place not in the process of exchange, but in the process of production preceding it. The idea that value is created within the production process and determined prior to the product entering the process of circulation belongs to the physiocrats, and forms the necessary basis for the theory of surplus value. If the mercantilists, and especially Petit, gave one of the earliest formulations of the labor theory of value, the merit of posing the problem of surplus value goes to the physiocrats, even though their lack of a correct theory of value kept them from solving this problem correctly. Subsequent scientific progress consisted of an attempt to create a synthesis between the theory of value and the theory of surplus value, Smith and Ricardo, a synthesis which only Marx was able to carry out with success. Part 3. Adam Smith. Chapter 18. Industrial Capitalism in England during the mid-18th century. In France, mercantilism, which reflected the interests of commercial capital, had provoked the opposition of the physiocrats, who were defenders of the rural bourgeoisie. This opposition came to nothing in practice, however, as the physiocrats' program was not carried out. The only forces that could crush mercantilism were those of the urban industrial bourgeoisie. It fell to the classical school, founded by Adam Smith, to complete the conquest of mercantilism, in practice as well as in theory. If the physiocrats dreamt of rapid successes for productive agricultural capital, The classical school struggled against mercantilism in the name of the free development of industrial capitalism. To best understand Smith's doctrine, we must first know something about the state of industrial capitalism in England round about the middle of the 18th century, on the eve of the Industrial Revolution. The 18th century was a transitional period in the history of English industry, and was characterized by the coexistence of different forms of industrial organization. First, there were independent handicrafts, which still existed as a relic of the past. Second, there was a widely diffused system of cottage, or domestic large-scale industry, and third, there had by now appeared large, centralized capitalist enterprises, or manufactories. At the beginning of the 18th century there were still large numbers of independent craftsmen in England. Defoe has left an interesting portrait of the life of the independent master cloth makers who lived near Halifax. At almost every house there was a tenter, and almost on every tenter a piece of cloth, or shawloon. Every clothier must keep a horse, perhaps two, to fetch and carry for the use of his manufacture, so every manufacturer generally keeps a cow or two, or more, for his family. A house is full of lusty fellows, some at dye-fat, some dressing the cloths, some in the loom. Women and children are always busy carding, spinning, and see so that no hands being unemployed, all can gain their bread, even from the youngest to the antient, hardly anything above 4 years old, but its hands are sufficient to itself. 1. The craftsmen preserved their independence thanks to the fact that it was they themselves who were carting their commodities to nearby markets for sale. However, once at this market the craftsmen usually had to sell their commodities not directly to the consumer, but to a middleman. The cloth makers who lived near Leeds brought their cloth into Leeds twice a week, where trade was first carried out on a bridge and later on in 2 covered markets. Each cloth maker had his own stall to which he brought his cloth. At 6 or 7 in the morning, at the peal of the bells, the merchants and middlemen would appear and start bargaining with the cloth makers, concluding all their business in about an hour. By around 9 o'clock the benches had been cleared and the market was deserted. Under this setup the masters, though still maintaining their independence, were already selling their commodities to the merchant, rather than to the consumer. This need to sell to the merchants was caused in most cases by the specialization of the crafts, by the fact that each was concentrated in a specific region, and by the expansion of the market. If the cloth makers living around Leeds, for example, specialized in the manufacture of a particular type of cloth, its consumption was obviously not limited to the Leeds area alone, it would be exported to other English towns or even abroad. As the master could not deliver his cloth himself to such far-flung markets, he would sell it to merchants whose loaded caravans used to take the goods to the various fairs and trading towns of England. Also, the remoteness of raw materials markets, for example, the impossibility of going to the large trading centers to buy wool, led to the same result. The raw materials were purchased by merchants, who distributed them to the masters for working up. Thus, in Lancashire, weavers used to supply themselves with warps and wefts, work them up, and transport the finished products to market. Gradually, however, it became more difficult to acquire thread, at which point the Manchester merchants began to distribute warps and cotton to the weavers, and the weavers became dependent upon them. In other situations the dependence of the craftsmen upon the merchants was brought about by the need to buy new means of production. Advances in weaving technology demanded that each master have a greater number of looms. Lacking the means for this, it was the buyers up who ordered the additional looms and passed them out to the masters. Thus the changing conditions of producing and selling commodities, the specialization of crafts, the wider market over which these commodities were sold, the remoteness of markets for the purchase of raw materials, the need to expand the means of production, caused the master craftsman to be gradually subordinated to the buyer up. In Leeds the master still brought his own commodities to the merchant in town. Gradually, however, the merchant began to come to the master for them. The London merchants themselves travelled to the masters, bought up their commodities, and paid them in ready cash. In Birmingham the buyers up went around the master locksmiths on pack horses buying up their commodities. Cut off from the market, the craftsman became dependent on merchant capital. So long as the craftsman could sell his commodities to a number of merchants, he could still retain a degree of independence. But little by little he would become increasingly dependent upon one merchant in particular, who would buy up his entire output, place advance orders for his wares, extend him advances, and, finally, begin to supply him with raw materials, and, less frequently, with implements of production. From this moment on, the product belonged no longer to the craftsman, who was now receiving simply a recompense for his labors, but to the buyer up. He, in his turn, became a putter out, with many small-scale master craftsmen who had become dependent cottage laborers. Independent handicrafts gave way to the cottage, or domestic system of large-scale industry, the spread of which signified the penetration of commercial capital into industry, and paved the way for the complete reorganization of industry on a capitalist basis. During the 17th and 18th centuries, concurrently with the spread of the domestic, or decentralized system of large-scale industry, manufactories made their appearance. These were more or less large-scale, centralized capitalist enterprises. The manufactory differed from the domestic system in that the workers worked not alone at home, but on a single premises, which had been set up by the entrepreneur. It was distinguished from the later factory by the predominance of manual labor and the absence of any application of machinery. The manufactories came about sometimes independently of the domestic system and sometimes directly out of it. They arose independently wherever it was a case of a new, previously unknown branch of production being implanted in a given country, either foreign entrepreneurs, together with their hired personnel, or individual masters, who would subsequently join together into a single manufactory, would be sent for to come from abroad. It was in this manner that many manufactories arose in France with the active participation of the state. In other cases they grew directly out of the domestic system. The buyer up, who had previously put out raw materials for individual cottage workers to work up at home, would gather these workers together onto one premises where they would have to work under his direct supervision. The dependent cottage laborer was being converted into a hired worker, a proletarian, receiving a wage. The buyer up putter out was becoming the direct organizer of production, an industrial capitalist. If the spread of the domestic system was a sign of commercial capital's penetration into industry, the setting up of manufactories signified the completion of this process and the coming into being of industrial capitalism in the strict sense of the word. By bringing the workers together under one roof, the entrepreneur rid himself of the unnecessary expense involved in distributing the materials to the individual cottage laborers and in transferring the output of some workers to others for further processing. At the same time he gained better control over the raw materials, since under the domestic system the putters out were always complaining that the cottage workers were keeping back part of the raw materials for themselves. On the other hand, the domestic system did relieve the entrepreneur buyer up of all fixed capital costs, buildings, implements of production, while it made it possible for the cottage workers to work at home and combine their activity with subsidiary occupations, agriculture, growing fruit and vegetables, etc. It was because of these advantages that the domestic system proved able to compete with the manufactories, all the more so since the latter held no special advantages in terms of technology. The manufactories were, therefore, unable to oust and replace the domestic system on any significant scale. This was a task that only the factories, with their extensive application of machinery after the Industrial Revolution of the end of the 18th century, had it within their power to accomplish. Independent handicrafts and the domestic system existed side by side with the newly established manufactories, which did not so much replace them as wrest from them individual processes of production which, because of the complexity of their production process, the high quality of the raw materials involved and so on, demanded special supervision over the workers. Often only the very first and last production processes would be carried out within the manufactory, with intermediate processes being done at home by cottage laborers. Hence we very often see the combination of the manufactory with the domestic system. A few dozen workers, in rare cases a few hundred, would be laboring in the manufactory, while its owner would at the same time be distributing a substantial amount of work for cottage workers to work up at home. Although the manufactory did not become as widespread during the 17th and 18th centuries as did the domestic system or the 19th century factory, it nevertheless played an important role in the history of economic development. It signified the appearance of industrial capitalism, with its own characteristic social and technological features. 1. The division of society into a class of industrial capitalists and a class of hired laborers, and 2. The domination of large-scale production based on the division of labor, although without the application of machinery. In the age that preceded the appearance of the manufactories, the money capitalist, the usurer and financier, the merchant capitalist, the merchant, and the buyer up putter out were familiar figures. The latter represented a hybrid between the merchant and the entrepreneur. His primary line of business was still trade, and he undertook the organization of cottage industry only insofar as this was necessary for the more successful vending of commodities. His income was equally hybrid in character, being made up partly of commercial profit, profit upon alienation, earned by selling commodities where there was a favorable market, and partly from the exploitation of the cottage worker producer. With the appearance of the manufactories, the industrial capitalist in the narrow sense of the word gradually emerged with his own characteristic form of income, industrial profit. The owner of the manufactory saw his main job as organizing the process of production. He gave up his commercial role, usually selling his commodities to merchants, who received the profit from trade. At the same time, it was in the manufactory that the process of forming an industrial proletariat was being completed. Of course, the socio-economic processes that created the preconditions for the proletariat's appearance had been going on long before the spread of manufactories, proceeding with a special intensity in the 17th and 18th centuries, the creation of a landless peasantry, the impoverishment of the craftsmen, the exclusiveness of the guilds and the difficulty of becoming a master, the separation of the journeymen from the masters. The industrial proletarians had their forerunners in the journeymen and cottage laborers. The journeymen, however, never gave up hope of acquiring simple instruments and becoming master craftsmen. The cottage laborers, recruited from the semi-proletarianized craftsmen and peasants, preserved an illusory independence thanks to the fact that they worked at home, had their own implements of labor, and drew subsidiary earnings from agriculture. The journeymen and cottage workers represented an intermediary type, between the independent producer, the craftsman and peasant, and the wage laborer. The workers in the manufactories were proletarians in the exact sense of the term. The large-scale nature of production left most of them with no hope of joining the ranks of the entrepreneurs. Deprived of all implements of production, they received their income strictly from the sale of their labor power, i.e., quite precisely, a wage. And although there were still innumerable threads tying the manufactory workers to craft production and cottage industry, they had often been craftsmen and cottage laborers before, had hopes of going back to their previous illusory independence, sometimes drew an auxiliary income from a plot of land or a vegetable patch, and in a few cases even retained their own simple instruments which they carried with them to work in the enterprise. Their work in the manufactory put them in the social position of hired proletarians and gave their income the social character of a wage. Moving from industrial capitalism's social characteristics to its technological ones, one can say that in terms of its implements of labor the manufactory still preserved a continuity with handicrafts, while in terms of its organization of labor it paved the way for the factory. The extensive application of machinery, which was to ensure the factory production of the 19th century, its rapid development, was still unknown in the manufactory. The basic form of the capitalist organization of labor had, however, already been created, large-scale production based upon the division of labor. Alongside the previously existing social division of labor between individual enterprises appeared a manufacturing, or technical division of labor within the enterprise itself. The breakdown of the production process into separate stages had also existed within guild handicrafts. There, however, it occurred simply as a social division of labor between individual craft enterprises. The carders worked up the wool, after which they passed it on to the master spinner who prepared the yarn, the weaver wove the material, the dyer dyed it, and so on. Within each workshop the division of labor was practically non-existent. The transition from handicrafts to the manufactory was a twofold process. In the first place, previously independent crafts or processes of production were grouped together in a single manufactory. For example, a manufactory making cloth would join together carders, spinners, etc. In the second place, each individual process of production, example carding or spinning, would be further broken down into a series of even more detailed operations. By breaking down the process of production and then combining them according to a single plan, the manufactory acquired the features of a complex, differentiated organism, in which individual jobs and workers formed a necessary complement to one another. Hand in hand with this breakdown of the production process went the specialization of the workers. A specific worker was assigned to each detailed operation, to be occupied with this and this alone. The master craftsman, possessing more or less universal technical knowledge, within his own profession, of course, was replaced by a worker concerned with only a detail or part of the process, and who, by constantly repeating one and the same simple, monotonous operation, became capable of performing it with great perfection, speed, and dexterity. Although the majority of operations was still performed by workers who were trained craftsmen, the more simple jobs were already beginning to be carried out by workers who were untrained, a group completely unknown in the period of the guilds. On the other hand, the need to coordinate the joint work of many individuals within a single enterprise led to a division within the leading organizing personnel. Besides the entrepreneur, who was the ultimate organizer of the enterprise, there appeared foremen, overseers, checkers, etc. With the manufactory, workers began to be broken down into horizontal groups. Although trained craftsmen or skilled workers still formed the basic nucleus, they now had untrained workers underneath them and managerial personnel above them. Finally, parallel with this specialization of the workers came the specialization, or differentiation, of the implements of labor. A particular tool would be modified depending on the nature of the operation it was meant to perform. Hence appeared different types of hammers, cutting tools, etc., each of which was adapted as best as possible to a given detailed operation. Tools, however, continued to be manually operated, with their action dependent on the strength and dexterity of the hands that guided them. They were little more than a supplement to the living workers, who still occupied the primary place within the production process. The manufactory relied on manual technology, the high level of productivity of which was owing to the breakdown of the process of production, the specialization of the workers, and the differentiation of the implements of labor. Thus in 18th century England new, capitalist relations were developing within industry alongside the previously existing guild handicrafts. The domestic system had become widespread, less so the manufactory. In the course of its growth, capitalist industry came up against obstacles created by outmoded yet extant legislation, in particular the guild system, which in its day had been set up to protect the interests of the crafts, and the policy of mercantilism. The guild regulations extended the right to engage independently in industry only to those persons who had taken a 7-year course of study and had become members of a guild. This was Elizabeth I's Law on Apprenticeship, issued in 1562 and still in force in the 18th century. These same regulations forbade the sale of commodities to any buyer up who was not in a guild. The prohibition on taking in more than a certain number of journeymen and apprentices held back the construction of manufactories. Strict compliance with guild regulations would have made it impossible for the domestic system and the manufactories to spread. But the demands of economic development proved stronger than outdated legislation. The guilds themselves were gradually compelled to allow work to be done for buyers up, since craftsmen were now producing for far-away markets and could not have managed without their assistance. Already in 16th century Strasbourg, for example, weavers unable to find a market for their goods were beseeching merchants in every way possible to buy up their wares. The guilds were more stubborn in their struggle against the manufactories, but they still could not halt their development. To escape the guild restrictions, the putters out and entrepreneurs transferred their activities to rural areas, or to new towns which were not subject to the guild regime. Yet even in towns where the guild system was in force, regulations were completely bypassed in the interests of the capitalist entrepreneurs. New branches of production, non-existent when the guild laws had been issued, example cotton textiles, were exempted from their application. The law providing for justices of the peace to set compulsory wage levels also gradually fell into disuse. As late as the mid-18th century, Parliament reaffirmed the legal force of this law in the interests of the small-scale master cloth makers, but was soon compelled to repeal it under pressure from the capitalists engaged in cloth making. Mercantilist policy, which in its day had served to implant the capitalist economy, over the course of time turned into a brake on its further development. The zealous patronage afforded to favored branches of native industry harmed the growth of industrial capitalism in other sectors. For many years, for instance, the English government, acting in the interests of the cloth industry, had forbidden, or put all kinds of constraints upon the development of the cotton textile industry that was later to assure England her dominant position in the world market. The monopolies of the privileged trading companies were hampering the initiative of individual private traders and industrialists. The system of rigid protectionism, which it is true still found support from some industrialists, was already becoming superfluous and even harmful to the most important sectors of English industry, textiles and metallurgy, which were in no way threatened by foreign competition and had everything to gain from doing away with the obstacles standing between them and the world market. To ensure the powerful development of industrial capitalism and to turn England into the world's factory required that trade and industry be freed from the restrictions of the guilds and mercantilism. The ideas of free trade that North had expounded and Hume had developed, as did the physiocrats in France, had gained wide currency by the second half of the 18th century. Adam Smith owed his book's brilliant success above all to its eloquent sermons on behalf of the freedom of trade and industry. Adam Smith can be called the economist of the manufactory period of capitalist economy. Only an economist who had observed the growth of industrial capitalism through large-scale manufactory enterprises could present a general picture of the capitalist economy and analyze its separate elements in a way so markedly different from the physiocrats. Smith for the most part portrays the capitalist economy as a manufactory with a complex division of labor, hence his theory of the division of labor. Smith opposes the physiocrats' false ideas about the class division of society, by consistently and correctly dividing society into the classes of capitalists, wage laborers, and landowners. He clearly differentiates the forms of income appropriate to each of these classes and isolates the category of industrial profit, an enormous advance over the physiocrats' naive notions of profit. Once profit is identified as a specific category, one does away both with the identification of rent with surplus value and with the theory that the origin of surplus value lies in the physical productivity of the land. Smith seeks the source of value and surplus value in labor, not simply agricultural labor, but industrial labor as well. Despite falling into some fatal errors in formulating this theory of value and in attempting to deduce from it the phenomena of distribution, Smith is nonetheless the first to make the labor theory of value the touchstone of his entire economic theory. Smith's theory of capital marks a tremendous step forward. The technical features of industrial capitalism characteristic of the manufactory period find their theoretical reflection in Smith's doctrine on the division of labor. Its social characteristics are reflected in his theory of social classes and forms of income, especially his theory of industrial profit, in his labor theory of value, and in his theory of capital. Chapter 19. Adam Smith, the man. On the surface, Smith's life is very straightforward. He was born in 1723 into the family of a customs official, in the small Scottish town of Kirkcaldy. Displaying exceptional abilities at an early age, he devoted himself primarily and assiduously to the study of philosophy. Beginning in 1751, Smith spent 13 years as a professor at Glasgow University, where he taught a highly successful course in moral philosophy. Following the spirit of the 18th century encyclopedists, the course was not confined simply to ethics, but covered theology, ethics, natural right, and, finally, a section which would now be most accurately called economic policy. Smith's economic theory grew out of the last of these. At that time Glasgow University had no separate chair of political economy, which is not surprising since political economy had not yet formed into an independent science. Mercantilist writings were largely practical in character, while for those thinkers disposed towards theory, political economy still remained a subordinate part of philosophy and natural right. At first economic questions had this same subordinate status in Smith's thinking. He devoted his main efforts to his work on ethics, and in 1759 he published the Theory of Moral Sentiments, which earned him great renown. When Smith incorporated economic problems into his course on moral philosophy, he was possibly following the example of his predecessor in the department, the famous philosopher, Hutcheson. However, whereas Hutcheson used to deal with economic questions only in passing, Smith gradually made them the focus of his scientific activity. Smith moved from philosophy to political economy, just as Quesnay had followed the same path from philosophy and medicine. In neither case can this transition be seen as purely accidental. If Quesnay's evolution could be explained by his growing concern with the economic problems of mid-18th century France, what influenced Smith was firstly, the great changes taking place at the time in English economic life, and secondly, the influence of his elder contemporaries, Hume and Quesnay. England was in transition from the age of commercial capital to that of industrial capitalism, and the changes in economic life were so considerable that they could not fail to attract the attention and interest of anyone living at the time. Nor should it be thought that these changes went unfelt in far-away Scotland. The implantation of industrial capitalism was proceeding there with especial success and rapidity. During the first half of the 18th century, the number of large-scale manufactories was actually greater in Scotland than in England. Joint stock companies had been set up in the cloth and linen industries. In the Scottish mountains the metallurgical industry had made great headway. It was there, in the celebrated factories of Coran, that the famous Watt, the future inventor of the steam engine, built his first improved machine in 1769, the pump. The years when Smith lived and taught in Glasgow saw an unusually rapid development of trade and industry in the city. Large-scale manufactories were established, banks were set up, and port and shipping facilities were improved. Scotland's rapid economic development in the 18th century explains why it was that commercial, industrial and intellectual circles in Glasgow displayed what for their day was a lively interest in economic questions. A political economy club had already been formed in Glasgow in the 1740s, which, given the date it was founded, would obviously make it the first in the world. Smith was an habitué of this club and met there weekly with his friends. Both the conversations inside, and local events going on outside the club's walls gave economists food for thought. Watt, whom we have already mentioned, had his workshop in Glasgow, where he carried out experiments on a new type of machine. When the local guild corporation forbade him in 1757 from conducting any further experiments, Smith earnestly took up his case, and Watt was soon allowed to continue his work in the university workshop. Besides his observations on what was actually going on around him, Smith's thinking was also nurtured by literary influences. Hume, a close friend of Smith, had published his economic works at the beginning of the 1750s. A few years later appeared Quesnay's first articles and his Tableau économique. Both Hume and the physiocrats, whom Smith got to know personally later on in Paris, exercised a strong influence on him. Smith later recalled his 13 years as a professor as the most useful and happiest period of his life. He closed these years as the celebrated author of the Theory of Moral Sentiments, and with a plan for a general economic work. In 1764 he gave up his professorship at his own request in order to travel to France as the preceptor of a young lord. In all, Smith spent more than 2.5 years in France, including 9 months in Paris, where he met with eminent philosophers and teachers including Quesnay and his followers. In Paris Smith was already known as a philosopher but had still not proved himself as an economist. In the words of the physiocrat, Dupont, he has still not shown the stuff that he is made of. At the time of his Paris visit, Smith was already telling his friends that he was contemplating a substantial work on economic questions. Upon his return to England at the end of 1766, he decided to devote all his efforts to carrying out this plan. Rather than returning to university life, he settled in his native Kirkcaldy, that small town where for 7 years he led a secluded existence working on his opus. None of his friends' efforts to induce him to give up his isolation met with any success. "I want to know," wrote Hume to him, "what you have been doing, and propose to exact a rigorous account of the method by which you have employed yourself during your retreat. I am positive you are in the wrong in many of your speculations, especially where you have the misfortune to differ from me." One Hume again writes, a few years later, "I shall not take any excuse from your state of health, which I suppose only a subterfuge invented by indolence and love of solitude. Indeed, my dear Smith, if you continue to hearken to complaints of this nature, you will cut yourself out entirely from human society, to the great loss of both parties." 2. The years in isolation had not been in vain. In 1776 Smith's great work, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, was presented to the world. It earned him universal acclaim and opened up a new era in the history of economic thought. From this moment onwards, political economy ceased to be either an aggregation of separate discourses or an appendage of philosophy and natural right. It emerged as a systematically and coherently expounded independent theoretical science. Even before Smith the need had been felt for such a scientific synthesis. It was no accident that, just as they were about to pass from the scene, both the economic schools that preceded Smith had, as it were, wished to present the world with a synthetic exposition of their knowledge and ideas. Approximately 10 years prior to the appearance of Smith's work, the world had received a general statement of the mercantilist position in James Steuart's An Inquiry into the Principles of Political Economy, while Turgot had generalized the work of the physiocrats in his Reflections sur la formation et la distribution de richesses. Neither of these books, however, was capable of opening a new scientific age, the first because its underlying theoretical ideas were either not worked out or mistakenly presented, the second because the physiocrats' horizon never looked beyond the sphere of agriculture. It fell to Smith to give a theoretical formulation of the phenomena of rising industrial capitalism. Smith's book owed its immense success on the one hand to its quality of theoretical generalization, and on the other to the eloquence with which it propounded the ideas of free trade. The struggle for and against mercantilist policy was still being carried out at too topical a level to afford Smith the luxury of a purely theoretical investigation. Of the 5 books of The Wealth of Nations, only the first 2 are dedicated to theoretical questions, while descriptive material and problems of economic policy predominate in the other 3, with special consideration being given to the polemic against mercantilism. Today these sections of Smith's work hold merely an historical interest. The first 2 books, on the other hand, were to form the basis for theoretical economy's future development. Smith lived for a further 14 years after the publication of The Wealth of Nations. The growing pressures of his work on the Board of Customs and the infirmities of old age left him little time and energy for scientific labors. It is true that right up to his death he continued to entertain his lifelong dream of rounding off his scientific philosophical system by writing those parts that were still missing. He gathered together materials for works on law and the history of literature, but not long before his death in 1790, he burned his manuscripts. 1. Hume's letter to Smith of August 20, 1769, in the Correspondence of Adam Smith, edited by Ernest Campbell Mosner and Ian Simpson Ross, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1977, p. 155. 2. Hume, letter to Smith of January 28, 1772, Ibid, p. 160. Chapter 20. Smith's Social Philosophy. Smith's economic system, like that of the physiocrats, was intimately linked with his doctrine of natural right. In 18th-century England, as in the France of the same period, the bourgeoisie, as we have seen, had still not managed to completely emancipate the capitalist economy from the bonds of antiquated legislation, it is therefore understandable that it sought to sanctify its class demands, which coincided in this period with the interests of overall national economic development, with the authority of an eternal, rational, natural right. But it is noticeable that Smith's views on natural right depart significantly from those of Quesnay. The idea of natural right was central to Quesnay's system. In his view, any positive legislation contradicting natural right would bring ruin to the country and the degradation of its economy. Economic progress or regression depends upon whether the dictates of natural right are carried out or violated. Smith ascribed to legislation a more modest impact upon economic life. M.R. Quesnay, he wrote, seems to have imagined that the political body would thrive and prosper only under a certain regimen, the exact regimen of perfect liberty and perfect justice. He seems not to have considered that in the political body, the natural effort which every man is continually making to better his own condition is a principle of preservation capable of preventing and correcting, in many respects, the bad effects of a political economy, in some degree, both partial and oppressive. Such a political economy, though it no doubt retards more or less, is not always capable of stopping altogether the natural progress of a nation towards wealth and prosperity, and still less of making it go backwards. One economic progress forces a way for itself, whatever the retarding influence of poor legislation that violates the principles of natural right. The explanation for this marked difference in the views of Quesnay and Smith lies in the differing economic conditions of France and England in the 18th century. In France, capitalist agriculture was not so much an actually existing phenomenon as a physiocratic slogan that had still to be put into practice. Given France's feudal survivals and absolute monarchy, the extensive development of capitalism was genuinely impossible without a fundamental social and political revolution and the implementation of the natural law of bourgeois society. This accounts for the extreme importance of natural right in Quesnay's system. England in the 18th century found itself in a different situation. Despite the continuing political domination of the landowning oligarchy, the basic social preconditions for the development of capitalism were already present. The capitalist economy was developing rapidly, either breaking or bypassing the separate guild or mercantilist restrictions which, despite slowing down the former's growth, could not halt it. Hence Smith's view that economic progress is continuous, even where legislation is bad and contradicts the principles of natural right. Thus for Smith economic forces prove stronger than legal and political obstacles. There follows from this an important methodological principle: it is possible to study the action of economic forces independently of the legal and political environment within which this activity takes place. Smith, in this way, cautiously cuts the umbilical cord binding political economy to natural right, a cord which for Quesnay had formed an unbreakable thread. Political economy becomes an independent science, and this is one of the great achievements of the classical school. On the other hand, the ground is being prepared for counterposing eternal and immutable economic laws to historically transient and alterable socio-political conditions, and this is one of the classical school's flaws. In their view, the nature of economic forces does not alter, even though they may be compelled to operate in different social surroundings. In Smith's eyes, economic life is a combination between economic forces, the nature of which does not alter, and historical conditions, which do, the latter accelerate or slow down the movement of the former, but do not change their nature. Although an interest in changes in historical conditions is not foreign to Smith, he sees the economist's main task as studying the activity of economic forces which by nature are immutable. What do these economic forces consist of? As is clear from the passage quoted above, Smith has in mind the natural effort which every man is continually making to better his own condition. These natural efforts of each individual are a perpetual stimulus to economic progress. The constancy and immutability of their action flows from the constancy of human nature. Man, who by virtue of his egoistical nature strives constantly to improve his own condition, is far more interested in that which directly concerns himself than he is in that which concerns others. 3. Within the complex and changing web of economic phenomena we will find one constantly acting force, the uniform, constant, and uninterrupted effort of every man to better his condition, the principle from which public and national, as well as private opulence is originally derived. 4. For Quesnay the necessary condition of economic progress is the implementation of an immutable system of natural right, for Smith it is the activity of the immutable nature of economic man. The type of economic man at the center of the classical school's constructs, in independent pursuit of his own personal interests through free competition with others, is none other than an idealization of the independent commodity producer tied to other members of society by relations of exchange and competition. The classical economists took the socially conditioned and historically changing nature of the commodity producer and elevated it to being the naturally conditioned and immutable nature of man in general. Once the aspiration of the individual to better his situation is made to flow from the constancy of human nature, it is obvious that it will be operative in all historical epochs and under any social conditions. Smith challenges the view, which he attributes to Quesnay, that the individual exhibits this striving only under conditions of complete freedom. Smith's view is that it has been operating many hundreds of years before complete freedom, i.e., the bourgeois order, was ever realized, gaining victory over bad administration and legislation. Unfavorable social conditions are certainly able to retard the activity of these economic forces. Under slavery, for instance, the workers had no personal interest in the progress of production, whereas on the contrary, when they are secure of enjoying the fruits of their industry, they naturally exert it to better their condition. 5. Invariable human nature manifests itself most forcefully under definite social conditions, namely those of the bourgeois order based on private property and unrestricted competition. Instead of explaining the nature of man as commodity producer by the conditions of this social system, however, Smith sees the latter simply as an additional condition for the full outpouring of the individual forces located within man's permanent nature. The victory of one social system over another, the bourgeois order over the feudal, appears to Smith, as to other members of the 18th century Enlightenment, as a victory of man's natural, immutable nature over the artificial social institutions of the past. And as the new bourgeois social institutions are a necessary condition for the complete manifestation of the invariable nature of the individual, they thereby take on the character of eternal, natural forms of economy. Thus the starting point of Smith's investigation, his abstract economic man, is studied, so to speak, within a bourgeois encirclement, i.e., the commodity capitalist economy. This abstraction from social factors, for all the errors it produced in evaluating such factors through the prism of human nature, proved to be the savior of classical theory. For it allowed it to become a theory of commodity capitalist economy. How does Smith bridge the gap from his abstract individual to commodity capitalist society? True to his original individualistic principles, Smith moves from the individual to society. Society is composed of separate, independent individuals. The social phenomenon is the result of these different individuals interacting with one another. Social unity, insofar as we are talking about the economic side of society, is fashioned out of, and held together by these individuals' personal interests. So far as their economic contacts are concerned, each individual enters into intercourse with others only insofar as this is dictated by his own personal interests and promises him some form of gain. The form of this intercourse is exchange. The propensity to truck, barter, and exchange one thing for another is an essential principle of human nature. This permanent characteristic causes individuals to join together into an exchange society. Society looked at as an economic unit, is an exchange society which separate persons enter into out of their personal interests. Already in Smith's early work, The Theory of Moral Sentiments, we find this extremely revealing passage: society may subsist among different men, as among different merchants, from a sense of its utility, without any mutual love or affection, and though no man in it should owe any obligation, or be bound in gratitude to any other, it may still be upheld by a mercenary exchange of good offices according to an agreed valuation. 6. Smith conceives of economic intercourse between people as a form of exchange, in other words, as economic intercourse between the owners of commodities. Smith develops this idea further in the second chapter of Book I of The Wealth of Nations, but man has almost constant occasion for the help of his brethren, and it is in vain for him to expect it from their benevolence only. He will be more likely to prevail if he can interest their self-love in his favor, and shew them that it is for their own advantage to do for him what he requires of them. Whoever offers to another a bargain of any kind, proposes to do this. Give me that which I want, and you shall have this which you want, is the meaning of every such offer, and it is in this manner that we obtain from one another the far greater part of those good offices which we stand in need of. It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker, that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interest. 7. An individual's personal interest prompts him to enter into exchange with other people, and the aspiration to exchange, as we shall see, calls forth in turn the division of labor between people. The argument just presented brilliantly characterizes Smith's individualist and rationalist method. Smith explains the origin of the most important social institutions, in this instance, exchange and the division of labor, by the undeviating nature of the abstract individual, his personal interest and conscious striving for the greatest gain. He thereby attributes to abstract man motives and aspirations, here, the striving to barter or exchange, that are in fact the result of the influence exercised on the individual by these same social institutions, the division of labor and exchange, over long periods of time, influences which he then adduces as a means of explaining these institutions. Smith deduces the basic socio-economic institutions that characterize the commodity capitalist economy from the nature of man. What he takes as human nature, however, is the determinate nature of man as it takes shape under the influence of the commodity capitalist economy. Smith applies this same method of moving from the individual to society when explaining other socio-economic institutions. He explains the appearance of money by the simple fact that, owing to the inconvenience of in natura exchange, every prudent man in every period of society, after the first establishment of the division of labor, must naturally have endeavored to manage his affairs in such a manner, as to have at all times by him, besides the peculiar produce of his own industry, a certain quantity of some one commodity or other, such as he imagined few people would be likely to refuse in exchange for the produce of their industry. 8. The words that we have italicized are those which especially characterize Smith's method. We should look for explanations of social institutions in the nature of every man, that is, in the personal interests of each individual, hence we call Smith's method individualist. We call it rationalist because, in talking about the prudent man who consciously weighs up his advantages, Smith takes the rational calculation of the benefits and losses inherent in distinct economic activities, a calculation which only develops within the soil of highly developed commodity and capitalist economy to be a property of human nature in general. Moreover, these actions of the individual take place in every period of society. Once the division of labor has been established, this assertion reveals the anti-historical nature of Smith's method. Finally, Smith takes these activities of the individual as natural. Here Smith grounds himself on the theory of natural right, introducing, however, important improvements that we will need to dwell on further. According to Smith's basic sociological conception, socio-economic phenomena result from the actions of individuals as dictated by personal interest. It follows from this, and this conclusion is extremely important, that economic phenomena are natural in character. The concept natural is being used here in two different senses, one theoretical, the other practical. The basic proposition of Smith's theoretical system states that economic phenomena possess an inherent, natural, law-determined regularity, which exists independently of the will of the state and is based on the immutable natural inclinations of the individual. The basic proposition of Smith's economic policy states that only when economic phenomena proceed naturally, unconstrained by the state, do they bring maximum benefit both to the individual and to society as a whole. The first of these propositions made Smith one of the founders of theoretical economics, the second made him the town crier of economic liberalism. Let us begin with the second proposition. Once the individual's personal interest is seen as the stimulus of economic progress and the source of all economic institutions, the individual must be given the possibility to develop his economic powers freely, without any obstacles. The main precept of economic policy is freedom of individual economic activity and the elimination of state interference. There is no danger that in struggling for his own personal interest the individual will violate the interests of society as a whole. The interests of the individual and those of society are in complete harmony. Out of this mutual interaction of individuals, each of whom pursues only his correctly understood personal interests, arise the most valuable social institutions, which in turn foster a tremendous rise in the productivity of labor, the division of labor, exchange, money, the accumulation of capitals, and their proper distribution between the different branches of production. A man, by pursuing his own interest, frequently promotes that of the society more effectually than when he really intends to promote it. 9. Thus every man, as long as he does not violate the laws of justice, is left perfectly free to pursue his own interest his own way, and to bring both his industry and capital into competition with those of any other man, or order of men. The sovereign is completely discharged from a duty, in the attempting to perform which he must always be exposed to innumerable delusions, and for the proper performance of which no human wisdom or knowledge could ever be sufficient, the duty of superintending the industry of private people, and of directing it towards the employments most suitable to the interest of the society. 10. The government refrains from interfering in economic life, and preserves for itself only the modest functions of defending the country's external security, protecting individual persons from oppression by other members of society, and concerning itself with certain social undertakings. Economic life is given over wholly to the free play of individual interests. Smith, like the physiocrats, expected that the realization of this obvious and simple system of natural liberty 11 would result in maximum benefit both for society as a whole and for the separate classes of the population. Smith's optimistic views, which for all the reservations that he placed upon them made him the founder of economic liberalism, could make their appearance only in an epoch when the industrial bourgeoisie still played a progressive role and its interests coincided with the needs of the overall economic development of society. Smith's aim had never been to defend the narrow interests of merchants and industrialists, towards whom he evinced no particular sympathy. He spoke about the condition of the workers, often with ardent feeling, and he wanted to improve it. But he was deeply convinced that only with complete freedom of competition and the powerful development of the capitalist economy would it be possible to expect any improvement in the position of the lower classes. He believed that the working class would receive an ever-increasing share in the growing mass of wealth of capitalist society. Capitalism's future development was to prove Smith's optimistic expectations wrong and lay bare the irreconcilable contradictions between the interests of the bourgeoisie, on the one hand, and those of the working class and the economic development of society as a whole, on the other. In its day, optimistic liberalism played a positive role as a tool for freeing the productive forces of capitalist economy from the fetters of the old regime and of mercantilism, but later on, in the hands of Say, and especially of Bastiat, it was turned into an instrument for defending capitalism against the attacks of the socialists. Smith, therefore, considered the economic phenomena of bourgeois society to be natural, in the sense that they had been arranged in the best possible fashion and required no conscious intervention by any agencies of the state or of society. In this sense, to identify a phenomenon as natural is the same as judging it as something positive. Here, to be natural means that it corresponds to the principles of natural right. In addition to using the term natural in an evaluative sense, however, Smith also employs it when making purely theoretical judgments, where his task is to investigate a phenomenon as it exists, independently of any positive or negative assessment. Here, to identify a phenomenon as natural has a purely theoretical meaning, indicating, as we have already noted, that economic phenomena possess an inherent, natural law-determined regularity independently of any interference from the state. When Smith says that the natural price, the value, of a commodity replaces its costs of production and earns an average profit, he means that where there is free competition and no intervention by the state, the prices of commodities will have a tendency to establish themselves at the level indicated. This spontaneously established normal level for the price of the commodity in question constitutes its natural price. What is natural in this instance is the result, reached regularly and spontaneously without the state placing any constraints upon the free competition of individuals. Hence the concept natural embraces two characteristics, 1. Spontaneity, and 2. Law-determined regularity. As to the first, a price is only recognized as natural when it is the spontaneous result of free competition and the conflict of individual personal interests. In this sense, the natural, free, price is to be counterposed both to the legally set, fixed price established by the state or the guilds, and to a monopoly price. As to the second attribute, not every market price is identified as natural, but only the central price, to which the prices of all commodities are continually gravitating. 12. In other words, that level of prices which must be established under conditions of market equilibrium, where there is a balance between supply and demand. In this sense, Smith differentiates natural price, value, which expresses the law-determined regularity of market phenomena, from market prices, which constantly fluctuate depending upon fluctuations in supply and demand. This second concept of natural plays an extremely important part in Smith's theoretical system. He speaks of natural price, the natural level of wages, of profit, and of rent. Here the concept natural means not that the precepts of natural right are being adhered to, but is a recognition of the spontaneous law-determined regularity of market phenomena. Although Smith from time to time uses the term in its first, evaluative sense, he most frequently employs it in its second, purely theoretical meaning. In any case, he does not confuse the practical and theoretical meanings of the term. Smith's transition from an evaluative to a theoretical understanding of the term natural marked a great step forward for the purely theoretical, scientific causal study of economic phenomena. The economic investigations of the mercantilists were practical in character. Their works were overwhelmingly a collection of practical prescriptions recommended to the state for implementation. The embryos of a theoretical analysis that we find in Petty had little impact upon the general train of mercantilist thought. With the physiocrats as well, attention was focused not so much upon investigating that which existed, i.e., the real phenomena of the capitalist economy, as upon elaborating that which ought to have existed, i.e., the conditions which had to be realized if the nation's economy was to flourish. They looked upon their economic laws and propositions as the prescriptions of natural right. It is only because they took capitalism as the ideal natural order that the physiocrats' analysis contains theoretically valuable elements for an understanding of capitalist economy. If the mercantilist system was by nature practical, and that of the physiocrats teleological, Smith consciously set himself the task of studying the capitalist economy theoretically. It is true that questions of economic policy are for Smith extremely important and are often interwoven with his theoretical analysis in the course of his exposition. Nevertheless, in the main the latter is kept methodologically distinct and isolated from his considerations of practical issues. It is true that some of Smith's more serious errors can be explained by his confusion of theoretical and practical problems, see the chapter below on the theory of value, but in this there is no cause for surprise, because it had grown out of practical needs and had been dissolved into economic policy in its primitive stages. Economic theory was not immediately capable of gaining a clear awareness of itself as a method of purely theoretical analysis. In any event, Smith's analysis represented a great and methodologically decisive service. He set political economy onto the path of theoretically studying the real phenomena of capitalist economy. Smith's reputation as the founder of political economy rests upon this. Chapter 21. The Division of Labor. Smith's very first lines show that he had clearly introduced something new into economic science. It is interesting to compare the beginning of Smith's work with that of Munn's mercantilist gospel. The ordinary means therefore to increase our wealth and treasure is by foreign trade. One that is how Munn, who sees commerce, or the sphere of circulation as the source of all wealth, begins his book. Smith, like the physiocrats, shifts the focus of analysis onto production, but in doing so avoids their one-sidedness. It is labor in general that he proclaims the sole source of wealth, i.e., the entire labor of a nation as distributed over the different branches of production and divided up between society's individual members. The annual labor of every nation is the fund which originally supplies it with all the necessaries and conveniences of life which it annually consumes. 2. The source of wealth is labor. Here labor is to be understood as the total, aggregated labor of a nation having the form of a social division of labor, and wealth as the totality of material products or articles of consumption. If it is labor that creates wealth, then increases in the latter can take place under one of the following two conditions. 1. There is a rise in the individual worker's productivity of labor, or 2. The number of productive workers increases compared to other members of society. A rise in the productivity of labor, however, is a result of the division of labor, while an increase in the number of productive workers demands an increase and accumulation of the capital spent on maintaining them. Smith divides up the first two theoretically orientated books of The Wealth of Nations accordingly. Book 1 begins by describing the division of labor. From here Smith passes to the closely associated phenomena of exchange, money, value, and the distribution of what is produced, i.e., wages, profit, and rent. Book 2 contains his theory of capital and his doctrine on the accumulation of capital and productive labor. The first chapters of The Wealth of Nations, devoted to the division of labor, have always been considered among the most brilliant. It is they that have made the greatest impact by virtue of their sweep and eloquence of description. For all practical purposes Smith says little that is new compared to his predecessors, Petty, Ferguson, yet what a happy intuition it was that led him to place his description of the division of labor at the very beginning of the book. Because of this, commodity society at once emerges as a society based on the one hand on the division of labor and on the other upon exchange between individual economic units. In other words, as a society based on labor and exchange, a commercial society, to use Smith's term. Smith begins with his well-known description of a pin-making manufactory, with its detailed division of labor between 10 workers. One draws the wire, another straightens it, a third cuts it, etc. By breaking down the labor process into extremely simple operations, each of which is assigned to an individual laborer, the productivity of labor is raised 100 times. Those 10 workers produce 48,000 pins a day, whereas each of them working separately could barely produce 20 pins in a full day. Smith enumerates 3 reasons why the division of labor raises labor productivity. 1. Each worker acquires greater dexterity by constantly repeating the same operations. 2. There is no time lost in switching from one operation to another. And 3. Breaking the labor down into basic operations facilitates the invention of labor-saving tools. 3. The arguments used by Smith are characteristic of the manufactory period, which was itself characterized by the specialization of workers to a few partial operations and by the differentiation of tools. Smith's assertion that the division of labor is the main reason for the growth in labor productivity places him squarely in his context. His underestimation of the role played by the implements of labor, and by machinery in particular, is quite understandable given that his was an age still prior to the onset of the Industrial Revolution, and the manufactory's technical superiority relied on a minutely executed division of labor. Although at the beginning of his book Smith describes only the beneficial aspects of the division of labor inside the manufactory, in other passages he explains how humiliating the monotonous character of the work is to the individuality of the worker performing only partial operations, and how it makes him stupid and ignorant. 4. From the pin-making manufactory Smith quickly moves on to other examples of the division of labor. Here he takes as his example not the division of labor within a single enterprise, but the division of labor between different enterprises belonging to different branches of production. Smith brilliantly depicts how cloth passes through a series of economic units, beginning with the sheep farmer, whose labors are devoted to obtaining the wool, and ending with the worker employed at dyeing and finishing the cloth. It is here, when describing this type of division of labor, that Smith is at his most eloquent. Observe the accommodation of the most common artificer or day laborer in a civilized and thriving country, and you will perceive that the number of people of whose industry a part, though but a small part, has been employed in procuring him this accommodation, exceeds all computation. The woolen coat, for example, which covers the day laborer, as coarse and rough as it may appear, is the produce of the joint labor of a great multitude of workmen. The shepherd, the sorter of the wool comber or carder, the dyer, the scribbler, the spinner, the weaver, the fuller, the dresser, with many others, must all join their different arts in order to complete even this homely production. 5 over and above this were also employed merchants and carriers, shipbuilders, workers who fashioned the tools, etc. Here it is everywhere a question of a division of labor between different commodity producers or individual enterprises. We see here that Smith confuses the social division of labor with the division of labor within the manufactory, which is technical. He fails to perceive the deep social distinction that exists between these two forms of the division of labor. The social division of labor between individual enterprises, being based on the exchange of their products, comprises the basic feature of any commodity economy and is already significantly developed under craft production. The technical division of labor within a single enterprise appeared only with the emergence of large-scale, capitalist enterprises, i.e., the manufactories. The first of these forms presupposes that the means of production are broken up between independent commodity producers. The latter presupposes the concentration of substantial means of production in the hands of a single capitalist. The separate, independent commodity producers, handicraftsmen, are bound to one another only by exchanging their products on the market. In the manufactory, the individual workers are bound to each other by the general direction of the capitalist. In the first instance, the nature of the bond between people is disorganized, spontaneous, and through the market. In the second, it is organized and planned. Smith failed to take account of these distinctions because his attention, and this is generally speaking one of the characteristic features of the classical school, was focused not on the social forms of the division of labor but upon its material and technical advantages in raising the productivity of labor. From this standpoint, since both forms taken by the division of labor act to raise labor productivity, they can be treated as identical. The different social natures of the mutual relations between independent commodity producers, on the one hand, and the workers in a single manufactory, on the other, recede into the background, escaping the author's attention. In his first chapters, Smith's main task is to describe the social division of labor based on exchange and characteristic of any commodity economy. Greatly influenced, however, by the type of division of labor to be found within the manufactory, Smith also adduces examples from this sphere, and is in general inclined to depict the social division of labor as a form of the division of labor within the enterprise. To Smith, the whole of society appears as a gigantic manufactory, where the work is divided up between thousands of separate but mutually complementary enterprises. The material connection and interdependence between commodity producers is placed in the forefront. Each member of society is useful to all the others, and is compelled in turn to enlist their assistance. Without the assistance and cooperation of many thousands, the very meanest person in a civilized country could not be provided, even according to the easy and simple manner in which he is commonly accommodated. 6. All people, though each of them be animated simply by the pursuit of personal gain, in reality work for one another. The most dissimilar geniuses are of use to one another. 7. A complete harmony of interests exists between society's individual members. Here we come across a second feature of the classical school, closely tied to the first. Because Smith has directed his attention towards the material and technical interdependence between the individual members of society, he assumes that these individuals enjoy a complete harmony of interests. Through their labor, the spinner and weaver mutually complement one another. The one could not exist without the other. Smith forgets, however, that both are commodity producers who sell their products on the market. The struggle over the price of the product, example that of yarn, creates a deep antagonism between them. Both branches of production, under the pressure of fluctuations in market prices and through the ruin of numerous producers, adapt to one another spontaneously. Smith's concern for the material and technical advantages of the division of labor, rather than for the social form that it assumes in a commodity exchanging economy, leads him to overestimate the elements of harmony in such an economy and to ignore the contradictions and antagonisms that it produces. Despite this, Smith did grasp the close connection between the division of labor and exchange and in fact lays great stress on it. A feature of the classical school is not that it completely abstracts the material and technical side of production from its social from, but that it confuses the two. To the classical school it was inconceivable that the process of production could have any social form other than a commodity capitalist one, which in their eyes is the rational and natural form of economy. Once it is assumed that the process of production always takes place within a specific social form, it becomes superfluous to carry out a special analysis of that form, rather it is enough simply to study the process of production in general. However, because the process of production in general is tied irrevocably to a given social form, the conclusions obtained from studying the former are fully applicable to the latter. Hence it happens that the classical economists constantly confuse the material, technical and social points of view, an example of which is afforded by Smith's doctrine on the division of labor. Smith cannot imagine any division of labor other than one based on exchange, for him a necessary property of human nature, one which distinguishes man from animals. This propensity to exchange called forth the division of labor. On this point Smith is mistaken, since the social division of labor has existed albeit on a modest scale even where a commodity economy had been absent, example in the Indian Commune. At another point Smith correctly notes that the development of exchange provides an impetus for the further division of labor. The extent of this division must always be limited by the extent of that power, the power of exchange or, in other words, by the extent of the market. 8. Though he lays great stress upon the effect of exchange in bringing about and developing the division of labor, Smith nevertheless ignores the role of exchange as that specific social form that the division of labor assumes in commodity economy. He is constrained by his analysis of the division of labor in general and its material and technical advantages. For all its inadequacies, Smith's theory of the division of labor did him a great service. By starting out from a conception of society as a gigantic workshop with a division of labor, Smith arrived at the extremely valuable idea of society as a society of people who labor and who simultaneously exchange. The division of labor makes all members of society participants in a single process of production. The products of labor of all members of society are brought, as it were, into a common stock, where every man may purchase whatever part of the produce of other men's talents he has occasion for. 9. Each man becomes dependent on the labor of other people. But after the division of labor has once thoroughly taken place, it is but a very small part of these the necessaries, conveniences, and amusements of human life transaction with which a man's own labor can supply him. The far greater part of them he must derive from the labor of other people. 10. Each man acquires the produce of other people's labor, and they are thus united together into a single laboring society. Smith conceives of his laboring society strictly as an exchange society. When the division of labor has been once thoroughly established, it is but a very small part of a man's wants which the produce of his own labor can supply. He supplies the far greater part of them by exchanging that surplus part of the produce of his own labor, which is over and above his own consumption, for such parts of the produce of other men's labor as he has occasion for. Every man thus lives by exchanging, or becomes in some measure a merchant, and the society itself grows to be what is properly a commercial society. 11. The social division of labor appears to Smith only in the form of exchange, while, on the other hand, the exchange of the produce of labor is reduced, according to this view, to an exchange of the laboring activities of individual producers. Commodities contain the value of a certain quantity of labor which we exchange for what is supposed at the time to contain the value of an equal quantity. 12. By acquiring the product of someone else's labor I thereby acquire the labor of its producer. The Smithian conception of society as at one and the same time a laboring and an exchanging society can be expressed by the following two propositions. 1. What appears as a market exchange of commodities for money is in reality the mutual exchange of the products of labor of the different persons who, between them, perform the whole of social labor. 2. The exchange of the products of the different people's labor reduces itself to the mutual exchange of the producer's very labor. With the first proposition Smith took his distance from the mercantilists, with the second he differentiates himself from the physiocrats. The mercantilists, though focusing their attention upon exchange, were blinded by its market, monetary form. They saw only the exchange of an in natura product for money, i.e., for social wealth, and wanted to limit the entire exchange process to the sale, cm, and then convert the money into treasure. Smith, following the example of the physiocrats, saw exchange as a unity of the acts of sale, cm, and purchase, mc1, in other words, as an exchange of one in natura product, c, for another, c1, through the medium of money. The latter plays only a transitory role as means of circulation. Hence Smith's assessment of the role of money is the opposite to that of the mercantilists. Money does not constitute the wealth of society. The revenue of the society consists altogether in those goods, and not in the will which circulates them. 13. Money is needed merely as an auxiliary for facilitating the circulation of products. The gold and silver money which circulates in any country may very properly be compared to a highway, which, while it circulates and carries to market all the grass and corn of the country, produces not a single pile of either. 14. Money is simply dead capital. An increase in the quantity of money in a country correspondingly lowers outlays on the material production of products and consequently reduces society's real income, which consists in what it produces. Any savings on the outlays needed to maintain the monetary system, example replacing gold with banknotes, are to society's overwhelming advantage. Thus, the exchange of a commodity for money is in essence nothing but an exchange of one product for another. Thus far Smith is in agreement with Quesnay, whose tableau économique presented the first overall picture of the circulation of products. Beyond this, however, they begin to diverge. Although there were a number of particular questions where Smith was simply repeating the views of the physiocrats, in essence he overcame their one-sidedness through his theory of the division of labor and value. The point of view from which Smith starts out is that labor creates wealth. The circulation of products is, in his view, not a movement of the substance of nature, but a circulation of the products of labor. Because for Smith society is a laboring society, he sees the exchange of the products of labor as an exchange of the laboring activities of society's individual members. Once the division and mutual exchange of labor are made the basis of commodity economy, it is evident that the different branches of production are bound to each other by relations of mutual dependence, rather than of one-sided subordination. Industry is not subordinated to agriculture but coordinated with it. Smith posits, in place of the unidirectional flow of the substance of nature from agriculture to industry, a two-directional transmission of the products of labor originating from wherever it is that human labor is being applied. One flow of products passes from agriculture to industry, a counter-flow moves from industry to agriculture. The two flows cross each other and are balanced out on the basis of an exchange of equivalents, which is the theory of value's object of study. Smith could accord a central role to the theory of value, a theory that was virtually non-existent amongst the physiocrats, precisely because he was able to identify the problem of how the different branches of production were economically coordinated, and to keep this question separate from the problem of the economic subordination of different social classes. He took up the latter in his theory of distribution, the first he dealt with in his theory of value. Although theoretically the two problems were closely interconnected, and the theory of distribution was built up on the basis of the theory of value, it was nevertheless necessary that they be studied separately. This in turn helped Smith to do away with the conceptual confusion that had kept the physiocrats from correctly grasping both the class structure of society and the interdependence that exists between branches of production, agriculture and industry. Smith, too, continued to confuse these two problems, as we will see, and in so doing introduced contradictions into his theory of value. All the same, his merits were enormous. He identified the problem of coordination between branches of production of equal standing. he depicted the interrelation between them as a mutual exchange of products of labor, and he perceived that behind this exchange of products lies an exchange of labor. By doing this he assigned the labor theory of value that central place which it continues to occupy in economic science. Chapter 22. The Theory of Value. In setting out to analyze the concept of value, Smith draws a primary distinction between use value and exchange value. The former he places outside the scope of his investigation and devotes his entire attention to the latter. In this way Smith grounds himself firmly in the study of commodity economy, where each product is designated for exchange rather than for the direct satisfaction of the needs of its producer. Smith owes his ability to pose the question in such a principled and clear-cut fashion to his doctrine of the division of labor. In any society based on the division of labor, each producer will be fashioning products needed by other members of society. Thereby, Smith very precisely, and absolutely correctly defines the object one of his investigation, exchange value. On the other hand, if we ask what is the exact point of view from which Smith studies this object, we find a methodological duality in the way that he poses the problem. On the one hand, Smith wishes to uncover the causes that determine first, how much value a commodity possesses, and second, any changes in this magnitude. On the other hand, he wants to find a precise, invariable standard which could then be used to measure the value of a commodity. On the one hand he aspires to lay bare the sources of changes in value, and on the other to find an invariable measure of value. It is clear that there exists a fundamental methodological difference between these two ways of posing the question, and that this difference must introduce a dualism into the core of Smith's theory. The theoretical study of real changes in value becomes confused with the practical task of arriving at the best measure of value. 2. As a result of this confusion, Smith's analysis of exchange value becomes bifurcated and flows along two methodologically different channels, the one the discovery of what causes changes in value, the other the search for an invariable measure of value. Each of these paths leads Smith to a particular conception of labor value, or of labor as the basis of value. The first leads him to a concept of the quantity of labor expended on the production of a given product, the second to a concept of the quantity of labor which a given commodity can acquire or purchase through exchange. Smith asks, at the outset of his investigation, wherein consists the real measure of exchangeable value? The quest for such an invariable measure occupies the better part of his attention. Book I, Chapter 5. To understand why Smith directs his analysis along such a methodologically incorrect path, we ought to recall that Smith had inherited the problem of finding a measure of value from his mercantilist predecessors. For the mercantilists, inclined as they were to address themselves to practical problems, the theory of value had as its practical task to find a measure of value. We will recall how Petty and Cantillon had sought a measure of value in the equation between labor and land. It was only slowly and gradually over the course of the 18th century, and largely due to the efforts of Smith himself, that political economy was turned from an agglomeration of practical rules into a system of theoretical propositions, and that the concept of there being theoretical laws behind phenomena ceased to be mixed together with practical prescriptions, as the mercantilists had done, or with natural law, as had the physiocrats. In Smith's theory of value, this task of theoretically studying the causes of real economic phenomena had still not freed itself from extraneous elements of a practical character. Smith's general individualist and rationalist approach intruded equally into his search for a measure of value. Earlier we saw that Smith explains the origin of socio-economic phenomena by the utility they possess from the point of view of the isolated economic individual. He adopts the same approach when dealing with the division of labor and exchange. The division of labor, which is founded upon exchange, makes it possible for each individual to obtain the articles that he needs by exchanging his own product, which thereby acquires special significance for the individual by virtue of his ability to exchange it for other articles. From the individual's point of view, the first practical question to be posed is how great a significance does this article hold for him, i.e., what is the precise measure of exchange value? What, then, is the measure or index of the value of a given product? It would seem at first glance that we could take as our measure the quantity of other commodities that we get in exchange. The greater their number, the higher, obviously, is the value of the commodity in question. Smith quite rightly rejects this answer, on the grounds that the value of the commodity that I receive in exchange for my own product is itself subject to constant changes. It is equally impossible to measure the value of a commodity by the quantity of money, gold, that it will exchange for, since gold, too, changes in value. In that case, by what could I measure the value of my product? To answer this question, Smith makes recourse to his theory of the division of labor. There he established that a society based on the division of labor is a society of people who labor and who, through mutual exchange of the products of their labor, indirectly exchange their labor. Smith, however, takes what is an extremely valuable objective sociological conception of exchange value, one which Marx was to use as the basis of his own theory of value, and gives it a subjective individualist interpretation. An exchange society is founded upon the mutual exchange of the labor of its members. Smith then asks, what does this exchange reduce itself to from the standpoint of the isolated individual? His answer, to the acquisition of the labor of other people in exchange for his own product. In exchanging the cloth that I have made for sugar or money, I am in essence acquiring a definite quantity of other people's labor. My cloth has a greater exchange value the greater the quantity of other people's labor I can dispose over, or command, in Smith's expression, in exchange for it. Because of the social division of labor, I can obtain what products I need by exchanging products that I have produced, rather than producing these necessities myself, with my own labor. Consequently, I can measure the value of what I have produced by the quantity of other people's labor that I receive when exchanging it. The quantity of labor which can be acquired or purchased in exchange for a given commodity is the measure of that commodity's value. Although Smith's theory of the measure of value would seem to flow out of his conception of exchange society as a society of laborers, it suffers from the following defect. When we say that in a society of simple commodity producers all of its members exchange the products of their labor, and hence also their labor itself, we are using the term exchange in two different ways. The products of labor really are exchanged and placed on an equal footing with one another in the market. Here we have exchange in the literal sense of the word. As regards the exchange of actual labor, we mean essentially a process through which the laboring activities of individuals are bound to one another and distributed, a process closely associated with the market exchange of the products of labor. Literally speaking, there is no exchange of labor, since it is not actual labor that is bought and sold on the market, but only the products of labor. The laboring activity of people performs a definite social function, but it is not an object of purchase and sale. When we say that there is an exchange of labor, we mean that labors are made socially equal uravnini and not that they are equated priravnavani on the market. Thus, when we say that in an exchange society, where people relate to one another as simple commodity producers, I use my cloth to acquire domination over, or to purchase someone else's labor, this says merely that I exert an indirect influence upon the labor of another commodity producer by acquiring what he has made. I exchange my product directly for a product of labor, and not for someone else's labor. In exchange for my cloth I receive sugar, and thereby indirectly the labor of the sugar producer. In other words, I acquire the labor of another person in an already materialist form, as a product that he has produced. This differs enormously from the direct exchange of my cloth for someone's labor, i.e., for the labor power of a hired worker. What differentiates these two cases so sharply is not simply the material form of the labor being purchased, materialist versus living, but also the type of social relations that bind together the participants in the exchange. In the first case they enter into a relation with one another as simple commodity producers, in the second, as capitalist and worker. The first case, i.e., an exchange of one product for another, or for materialist labor, constitutes a basic feature of any commodity economy. The second, i.e., the exchange of a product for living labor, or of capital for labor power, occurs only within a capitalist economy. Only in the second instance does labor function directly as an object of purchase and sale or as a commodity, i.e., labor power. Smith's mistake was to confuse the social exchange, or more properly, equalization, of labor that takes place in any commodity economy with the market exchange of labor as an object of purchase and sale that occurs in a capitalist economy. Smith says that I acquire or purchase with my cloth the labor of other people. But when it is asked whether I am exchanging my cloth for materialized labor, i.e., for the product of someone else's labor, or for the living labor of a hired worker, Smith gives no clear-cut answer. He talks about the quantity either of other men's labor, or, what is the same thing, of the produce of other men's labor which it allows him the owner of the given commodity I.R. to purchase or command. 3. Smith carries this confusion of labor with the products of labor right through his analysis. At the beginning of chapter 5, Smith usually has in mind indirectly disposing over the labor of other independent commodity producers by acquiring the products of their labor. But by the end of this chapter he is already laying greater stress upon the exchange of a commodity for living labor, or labor power. The commodity owner appears now as an employer and the commodity surrendered in exchange for labor as the price of labor, or the worker's wage. 4. To introduce features inherent in a capitalist economy into an analysis of the value of commodities, or of a simple commodity economy means to bring into this analysis a terrible confusion. Smith's conception of the labor which is purchased in exchange for a given commodity, and which serves as a measure of that commodity's value, becomes really two concepts. Sometimes it appears as the materialist labor purchased, and sometimes as the living labor purchased. Smith's conceptual confusion resulted from the fact that having failed from the outset to grasp the social nature of the process of exchanging labor in a commodity economy, he mistook it for the market exchange, or purchase and sale of labor. He took labor as a social function to be the same as the labor which functions as a commodity. Yet if labor acts as an article of purchase and sale, can it really serve as a measure of value? Does not the value of labor itself change thanks to the fact that a given quantity of labor will be able to purchase a greater or lesser amount of commodities, depending upon fluctuations in the wages paid to labor? To get out of this difficulty, Smith puts forward his famous proposition that equal quantities of labor, at all times and places, may be said to be of equal value to the laborer. 5. However many commodities the worker may be able to exchange a day of labor for, this day's labor will always mean that he has to sacrifice the same amount of his ease, his liberty, and his happiness. 6. Should he today be able to exchange a day's labor for twice as much cloth as he could last year, this merely shows that the value of cloth has fallen. The value of the labor itself has not changed, and cannot change, since the subjective assessment of the effort of laboring remains unaltered. But in that case, the objective quantity of labor purchased in exchange for a given commodity can be taken as an exact measure of that commodity's value. We need only establish that a given commodity previously purchasable with 1 day's labor can now only be bought with the labor of 2 days, to be convinced that the value of this commodity has doubled. 2 days' labor at all times represents twice the subjective effort and strain compared with the labor of a single day, even if that 2 days' labor now affords no more commodities, or wages, than 1 day's labor did before. The distinctive feature of Smith's theoretical confusion between objective and subjective factors, a confusion in which objective factors tend to dominate, is as follows. In order that an objective quantity of labor purchased may preserve its role as the invariable measure of value, Smith has to claim that subjective assessments of the efforts of laboring are also invariable. Previously, Smith had mistakenly turned labor as a social function into labor as a commodity, and had taken labor purchased as an invariable measure of value. Now, in order to be rid of the constant fluctuations in value inherent in labor being itself a commodity, he substitutes for the objective quantity of labor purchased the total subjective strain and effort that this labor elicits. The confusion of laboring activity as a social function with labor as a commodity, i.e., with labor purchased, the confusion of the materialized labor purchased with the living labor purchased, finally, the confusion of the objective quantity of labor with the total subjective effort and exertion. These conceptual confusions are the price that Smith had to pay for having directed his investigation along the methodologically false path of looking for a measure of value. Thus far we have been discussing Smith's doctrine of the measure of value. Parallel with this confused and error-ridden train of thought, however, there is another, more valuable and promising theoretical thread which is directed at analyzing the causes of quantitative changes in the value of commodities. These two theoretical paths constantly cross one another. Although at the beginning of his analysis, in Chapter 5, Smith's thinking is mostly taken up with the quest for a measure of value, he constantly comes up against the fact that the value of commodities really does change. Compelled to inquire further into the causes of such changes, he unhesitatingly deems that cause to be a change in the quantity of labor expended on a commodity's production. Especially interesting are Smith's remarks on why money cannot be taken as an invariable measure of value. Gold and silver, however, like every other commodity, vary in their value. It is thus obvious that the quantity of labor which any particular quantity of them can purchase or command also changes. But when the question is put, why has the value of gold and silver, i.e., the quantity of labor which they can purchase, changed, the answer forthcoming is unequivocal, because there has been an alteration in the quantity of labor expended on their production. As it cost less labor to bring those metals from the mine to the market, they could purchase or command less labor. It is quite obvious that Smith is combining here the concepts of labor purchased and labor expended. The first is a measure or index of the magnitude of a commodity's value, the second is the cause of quantitative changes in its value. 7. At the start of Chapter 8, Smith sees changes in the value of commodities as a direct consequence of all those improvements in its labor's transaction productive powers, to which the division of labor has given occasion. All things would gradually have become cheaper and cheaper. They would have been produced by a smaller quantity of labor, and, naturally, would have been purchased likewise with the produce of a smaller quantity. 8. Once a smaller quantity of labor begins to be expended on the production of a certain commodity, so, too, must fall the quantity of labor which this commodity will purchase when exchanged. A change in the quantity of expended labor is consequently a cause of changes in the quantity of purchasable labor, hence also of changes in value, of which this latter acts as a measure or index. The value of a commodity is determined by the labor expended on its production, and is measured by the labor which it will purchase in the course of exchange. Thus Smith is now determining the value of the commodity in two ways: 1, by the quantity of labor expended on its production, and 2, by the quantity of labor which the given commodity can purchase through exchange. Do these two definitions not contradict one another? From a quantitative point of view, there are definite social conditions under which the two will coincide. Suppose that we have a society of simple commodity producers or craftsmen who own their own means of production. Each of them will exchange the product of 10 hours of his own labor, example cloth, for the product of 10 hours labor, example a table, performed by somebody else. It will be as if he is purchasing a quantity of another person's labor, materialized in the table, exactly equal to the quantity of labor he himself expended on the production of his cloth. In this case we can say that it makes no difference whether the value of the cloth is determined 1, by the quantity of labor expended on its production, or 2, by the quantity of labor which it can purchase when exchanged. The quantity of expended labor coincides completely with the quantity of materialized labor that can be purchased. In a simple commodity economy, labor performs a twofold function. Labor purchased serves as a measure of the value of products, while labor expended regulates the proportions in which commodities are exchanged. In that early and rude state of society which precedes both the accumulation of stock and the appropriation of land, the proportion between the quantities of labor necessary for acquiring different objects seems to be the only circumstance which can afford any rule for exchanging them for one another. 9. In early society, which in essence means simple commodity economy, the exchange of products is subject to the law of labor value. Up to this point, these two strands of Smith's analysis, the one leading from the measure of value to purchased labor, the other from the source of changes in value to expended labor ran parallel and could be reconciled since, under conditions of a simple commodity economy, the materialized labor that is purchased is equal to the labor that has been expended. Smith, however, did not confine his study to a simple commodity economy, being interested first and foremost in the capitalist economy developing around him. The handicraft motif in his theory of value is accompanied by a capitalist motif. If the commodity is a means by which the craftsman can acquire the product, or materialized labor, of another person, for the capitalist it is a means of acquiring another person's living labor. Smith remembers full well that under capitalism the hired laborer receives only a part of the produce of his labor, and that hence a smaller quantity of materialized labor, the commodity, is being exchanged for a greater quantity of living labor, labor power. For the product of 10 hours labor the capitalist may receive 12 hours of living labor from the workers. It therefore follows that the quantity of labor expended on a commodity's production is no longer equal to the quantity of living labor which that commodity will purchase in exchange. In a capitalist economy the two determinations of value, which had coincided under conditions of simple commodity production, now sharply diverge. Smith, therefore, now has to make a firm choice. The value of a commodity must be determined either by the labor expended on its production, or by the living labor that it can purchase in exchange. Instead of adopting the first, correct standpoint, Smith draws exactly the opposite conclusion. He holds fast to his earlier view that the value of a product is determined, or measured, by the quantity of living labor that it will purchase when exchanged. But since this quantity of labor exceeds the quantity of labor expended on a given product, labor expended can no longer act as a regulator of the value of products, as it did under a simple commodity economy. The law of labor value ceases to operate in capitalist society. If this is so, what, then, determines a product's value in a capitalist economy? Suppose that a capitalist advances a capital of £100 for the hire of laborers. Smith assumes that the entire capital is spent on hiring labor power and ignores outlays on fixed capital, who in turn produce for him commodities with a value of £120. How is the value of these commodities determined, measured? As we already know, by the quantity of living labor which the capitalist can buy with them when they are exchanged. Out of the total £120 the capitalist can purchase, first of all, the same amount of the labor of hired workers as was expended on the manufacture of the commodities in question, i.e., £100, or the sum of their wages. Second, he can purchase an additional quantity of labor with the £20 that are left over and which constitute his profit. As a result, the value of the commodities is no longer determined, measured, by the quantity of labor expended on their production. In fact, Smith now substitutes paid labor, i.e., wages, or the value of labor, for expended labor. The value of the commodities is now large enough to pay in full for the labor expended on their production and, on top of this, to yield a certain mass of profit. In other words, in a capitalist economy the value of the commodity is defined as the sum of wages plus profit, and, in certain circumstances, also plus rent, i.e., as the sum of its costs of production taken in the broad sense of the term. Smith here abandons the terrain of the labor theory of value and replaces it with the theory of production costs. Previously Smith defined the value of a commodity by the quantity of labor expended on its production. Now he defines it as the sum of wages, profit, and rent. Earlier Smith stated that the value of a commodity resolves itself into revenue, wages, profit, and rent. Now he says that value is composed of revenues, which therefore now function as the sources of a commodity's exchange value. Revenues are what is primary and given, while the commodity's value is seen as secondary and derivative, made up by adding together the separate revenues. The magnitude of a commodity's value depends upon the natural rates of wages, profit, and rent. 10. Summing up Smith's trend of thought, one can say that his theory of value suffers from the fundamental defect of a duality in his overall methodological approach. His analysis of the causes of changes in value leads him to a concept of expended labor. His search for a measure of value, deriving as it does from an individualist understanding of the division of labor, leads him to a concept of purchased labor. What is more, these two concepts of labor are each viewed from their objective and subjective aspects, although primarily from the former. In addition, the concept of labor purchased is itself bifurcated, figuring on most occasions as materialized labor purchased, the exchange between simple commodity producers, or an exchange of commodity for commodity, on others as living labor purchased, an exchange between the capitalist and worker, or the exchange of a commodity as capital for labor as labor power. Insofar as it is the first, craft motif which predominates, labor purchased is acknowledged as being equal to the labor expended, and it makes no difference whether the commodity's value be determined by the one or the other. Here Smith is operating with a labor theory of value, so that the parallelism and reconcilability of these two strands of his theory hides his methodological dualism. As soon as the capitalist motif comes to the fore, however, the two analytical paths and the two concepts of labor markedly diverge. In a capitalist economy, the labor materialized in the commodity exchanges for a larger quantity of living labor. It is an exchange of non-equivalence, and Smith is unable to explain it from the standpoint of labor value. By preserving for labor purchased its former role as measure of value, Smith must then give up acknowledging expended labor as the regulator of the proportions of exchange. The commodity's value depends now no longer upon the labor expended but on the size of the incomes of the various participants in production, i.e., on wages, profit, and rent. Though the idea of labor value is one of the basic motifs in Smith's thought, he did not take it through to its conclusion, and when applying it to capitalist economy he replaced it with the theory of production costs. Smith's labor theory of value was dashed upon the rocks, for it was impossible to make it accord with the exchange of materialist labor for living labor, or capital for labor. So long as Smith kept within the bounds of a simple commodity economy, the contradictory elements which his theory concealed, the regulator of changes in value and measure of value, expended labor and purchased labor, materialist labor purchased and living labor purchased, could still maintain themselves in some sort of unstable equilibrium. As soon as Smith extended his analysis to capitalist economy, however, this unstable equilibrium was destroyed and the dualistic character of Smith's constructs emerged into the full light of day. Each of the different aspects of Smith's doctrine was taken over and developed by later economic schools. Ricardo developed one side of Smith's theory when with utmost consistency he defined the value of a commodity by the labor expended on its production. Malthus developed another aspect of the theory and defined the value of commodities by the labor which they can purchase in exchange. The same fate befell Smith's theory, also infused by a dualism, on the relationship between the value of a product and the incomes of those taking part in its production. The idea that the value of a commodity resolves itself into wages, profit, and rent formed the basis of Ricardo's theory, who then liberated it from its internal contradictions. Smith's error on this question, his attempt to derive the value of the commodity from incomes, wages, profit, and rent, was taken over by Say, who developed it into the theory of productive services. Here, as elsewhere, the truly valuable kernel in Smith's ideas was subsequently to be developed by Ricardo, Rodbertus, and Marx, while its collateral offshoots were exploited by the so-called vulgar economists. Chapter 23. The Theory of Distribution. For all the inadequacies and contradictions in Smith's theory of distribution which it fell to Ricardo and Marx to rectify, it still has one great merit: Smith correctly depicted the division of classes and forms of revenue characteristic of the capitalist economy. Smith holds that contemporary society is divided into these basic classes: entrepreneur capitalists, wage laborers, and landowners, a division that is scientifically accepted even in our own day. The basic forms of revenue he takes to be profit, wages, and land rent. To fully appreciate the inventiveness of this division of classes and incomes, which today seems common knowledge, we need only compare Smith's doctrine with that of the physiocrats. Quesnay had divided society into three classes: landowners, cultivators, the productive class, and merchants and industrialists, the sterile class. This scheme confuses class divisions with the difference between branches of production, agriculture and industry. Turgot improved upon this schema substantially by dividing each of these latter two classes again into two. This gave a five-fold division of landowners, agricultural entrepreneurs, farmers, agricultural workers, industrial entrepreneurs, and industrial workers. In Turgot's schema, the division of classes coincides with the division between branches of production. Smith took the second and fourth classes and combined them together into a single class of capitalist entrepreneurs. In similar fashion, he amalgamated the third and fifth classes in a single class of wage laborers. Once again we had a tripartite division, but one in which the physiocratic counterposition of agriculture to industry had been removed and the class contradiction between capitalist entrepreneurs and wage laborers became revealed, as it had also been by Turgot, in its full clarity. Of still greater importance is Smith's systematic classification of revenue. The physiocrats for all intents and purposes knew only two types of income: land rent, net revenue, and wages. One in their constructs, entrepreneurial profit, does not exist, but is resolved either into a replacement for capital or into the necessary means of subsistence, i.e., wages, of industrialists, farmers, and merchants. Capitalist profit is equated with wages, or, to put it more accurately, both these forms of revenue are conceived as being of the same order as the income or subsistence of the independent craftsman. To ignore profit in this way, while it reflected the backward state of capitalist development in 18th century France, would have been impossible in more highly developed England. The English mercantilists had already devoted a great deal of attention to profit, although they knew it primarily as profit on trade. The successes of industrial capitalism found their expression in Smith's scheme, where industrial profit taken in the broad sense of the term, including the profit of farmers, figures as the basic form of revenue. The other form of income that had preoccupied mercantilist thinking, interest on loans, is subsidiary for Smith. Interest is merely that part of profit which the industrialist pays to the lender for the use of the latter's capital. In singling out profit as a special form of income, Smith is careful to delimit it from wages. He argues against the view that profits are only a different name for the wages of a particular sort of labor, the labor of inspection and direction. The volume of profits depends upon the size of the capital invested in a business and not upon the labor that the capitalist might expend on supervision. Hence profits are altogether different, are regulated by quite different principles than wages. 2. On the other hand, Smith distinguishes workers' wages not simply from the profits of the capitalist, but also from the income of the craftsman. Handicrafts were still important in 18th century England, and it is only natural that the example of the craftsman should often figure in Smith's arguments. Yet Smith was also greatly impressed by the gains made by industrial capitalism, which he tended even to overstate, and he maintained that such cases when an independent workman manufactures a product solely at his own expense are not very frequent, and in every part of Europe, 20 workmen serve under a master for one that is independent. Thus the wages of labor are everywhere understood to be, what they usually are, when the laborer is one person, and the owner of the stock which employs him another. 3. In the strict sense, wages are to be understood as the income of the worker who has been deprived of his means of production, and not that of the workman, craftsman, still in possession of them. Obviously Smith is counting as workers not simply the relatively small number at that time working in large-scale manufactories, but also the cottage laborers working on orders from buyers up putters out. Smith often portrays industrialists as people who supply the workers with the materials of their work. 4. Smith, then, does not do what Quesnay did and identify profits and wages with the income, subsistence, of the craftsman. His mistake is in the opposite direction. He declares that the revenue of the craftsman and peasant includes both wages and profit, when in fact this undifferentiated income of the petty independent producer is unique in character and distinct from these other two forms. The error that Smith made in transferring the categories of capitalist economy to the forms of economy that preceded it in no way diminishes the merit due to him where the theory of capitalist society is concerned. Smith correctly understood the class structure of that society and its characteristic forms of revenue. By separating profit off as a special form of revenue, Smith took a major step towards formulating the problem of surplus value. The mercantilists had known surplus value only as commercial profit, extracted out of the process of circulation via the non-equivalent exchange of commodities. The physiocrats, although having sought the origin of surplus value in production, understood it only as the rent of land. Because Smith singled out profit and understood that it makes up the capitalist's net income over and above compensation for his costs of production, he linked the problem of industrial profit to the problem of surplus value. The physiocrats were concerned only with the origin of ground rent, since from their point of view this was the one and only form of net income. Smith, by making profit part of revenue, widened the problem of surplus value. From a problem of rent which it had been with the physiocrats, it became a problem of the origin of all forms of income over and above what goes to labor, the rent of land, profit, and interest. 5. The question receiving priority was that of the origin of profit. Smith correctly regarded interest as part of profit. As for rent, here Smith was strongly influenced by physiocratic doctrine, and his explanation was extremely feeble and suffered from glaring contradictions. Smith looked for the source of rent, 1. Sometimes in the monopoly price of agricultural produce, which price was accounted for by the constantly high demand for such goods, 2. Sometimes in the physical productivity of the land, which produces a greater quantity of food than what is sufficient to maintain and to replace the stock which employed that labor, together with its profits, and 3. Sometimes in the labor of agricultural workers. 6. Rent, therefore, figures in Smith sometimes as a monopoly payment or markup over and above the value of agricultural produce, sometimes as the work of nature which remains after deducting or compensating everything which can be regarded as the work of man. 7. And sometimes as a share of almost all the produce which the laborer can either raise, or collect. 8. And which is given over to the landlord by virtue of his monopoly proprietorship. This last explanation, which accords with the idea of labor value, figures only fleetingly in Smith's theory of rent. The concept of labor value forcefully asserts itself in Smith's theory of profit. The question of the origin of profit as an independent form of revenue had inevitably to lead Smith beyond the bounds of the physiocratic theory of surplus product. The physical productivity of nature may have still been adequate to explain the origin of rent as a margin of surplus value which agriculture yields over and above total profits, but this explanation was clearly no longer applicable to profit, which is the normal and most often encountered form that surplus value takes. Certainly it is not just within agriculture that profit accrues, but also in industry, where in Smith's view nature does nothing, man does all. It is obvious that the source of profit must be sought in human labor. The problem of surplus value, revenue, which had been posed by the physiocrats, was now tied directly to the labor theory of value outlined by the mercantilists. It is one of Smith's greatest merits to have made the synthesis. Actually, for all the contradictions in his theory of profit and the gaps in his understanding, Smith was quite clearly disposed to the view that profit is that portion of the value of the product which the capitalist appropriates for himself. In that original state of things, which precedes both the appropriation of land and the accumulation of stock, the whole produce of labor belongs to the laborer. 9. But once the land has been appropriated as private property and there is an accumulation of stock, one part of the product of the worker's labor goes as rent to the landlord and another to the capitalist as profit. Where does this accumulation of stock come from? Smith, in the spirit of all the ideologists of the nascent bourgeoisie, offers the following explanation: the more industrious and prudent persons, rather than spending the full produce of their labor, saved part of it and gradually accumulated capital. Capital is what its owner or his forefathers saved out of the product of their labors. Capitals are increased by parsimony, and diminished by prodigality and misconduct. Parsimony and not industry, is the immediate cause of the increase of capital. It was Marx who, with his picture of primitive capital accumulation through commercial monopolies, the plundering of colonies, the displacement of the peasantry from its land, the exploitation of cottage laborers and workers, etc., overthrew the naive myth, so long dominant in bourgeois science, that the origin of capital lies in parsimony. Despite the naivete of Smith's doctrine of the origins of capital, he firmly grasps that in a society where this accumulation of stock has already taken place, the mass of the population, deprived of means of production, here taken in the broad sense to include also the means of subsistence to sustain the worker while laboring, 10 becomes immediately dependent on those fortunate individuals whose parsimony has allowed them to accumulate capital. The greater part of the workmen stand in need of a master to advance them the materials of their work, and their wages and maintenance till it be complete. He shares in the produce of their labor, or in the value which it adds to the materials upon which it is bestowed, and in this share consists his profit. 11. Profit is a deduction from the produce of labor, which the capitalist appropriates as his own. For their part, the workers are compelled to accede to such a deduction, since without a master to invest capital in a business they possess no means either to manage a business of their own or to maintain themselves while they are working. Smith thereby recognizes labor to be the source of value of the entire product, including that portion of value which accrues to the capitalist as profit. As we saw in the preceding chapter, however, Smith proved unable to work the idea of labor value through to the end. It is therefore understandable that his theory of distribution is likewise only incompletely thought out and plagued with major contradictions. We saw that in Smith's view the labor expended on a product's production becomes, in capitalist society, no longer the regulator of that product's value. Its value, or natural price, is defined as the sum of the natural wage, natural profit, and natural rent. The level of wages, profit, and rent are taken as the primary, or given factors, and the product's value as the result of adding these three quanta of revenue together. The theory of production costs is put in the place of the labor theory of value. Smith's theory of distribution similarly undergoes a certain change. Previously it had been correctly constructed on the basis of the theory of value. Later, however, it is the theory of value that is based on the theory of distribution. It thus becomes impossible to explain wages and profit as part of the product's value, for the latter can now be explained only after we have determined the level of its component parts, i.e., wages and profit. Were Smith fully consistent, he would have to conclude, as Ricardo was to do, from his statement that profit is a deduction from the product's value, that the share of profit can rise only when there is fall in the share of wages. Now, however, he maintains that a rise in profit serves only to increase the value of the product, but has no reflection upon wages. With a theory of distribution such as this, the investigator must first of all find the natural level of wages and profit, so that these can then be used to determine the value of the product. Smith does just that, and attempts to explain wages and profit independently from the theory of value, an attempt doomed to failure. What is it that determines the absolute level of profit? Smith does not even venture an answer to this question, and limits himself to trying to explain its relative upward and downward fluctuations. Smith distinguishes between the progressive, stationary, and regressive states of a nation's economy. The first is characterized by the accumulation and multiplication of the overall mass of a country's capital. In the second, total capital maintains itself at its previous level, and in the third, the capital is declining and the country is on the road to ruin. In the first situation, capital is abundant, and this causes profits, and interest, to fall, while wages rise thanks to the competition amongst capitalists for hands. This, for Smith, explains the fall in the average rate of profit observed in Europe from the 16th to 18th centuries. It is only in the young and rapidly advancing colonies with their free virgin land and their shortage of both laborers and capital that wages and profit can simultaneously exist at a high level. When a society is stationary, the market for both capital and labor is completely saturated, thus both profit and wages establish themselves at a very low level. Finally, When a society is regressing or in a state of decline, the shortage of capital causes the rate of profit to rise and wages to fall. The superficiality of Smith's argument limits him to explaining fluctuations in the level of profit from the abundance or scarcity of capital. More successful is Smith's theory of wages, which contains a number of apt and accurate remarks and observations. What gives this theory its special appeal is the deeply felt sympathy for the workers that Smith shows on every page. Nevertheless, from a theoretical point of view, Smith's theory of wages also suffers from inconsistencies and contradictions. The so-called iron law of wages enjoyed almost universal acceptance among economists of the 17th and 18th centuries. It was enunciated in most clear-cut fashion by the physiocrats, who argued that as a general rule the level of wages does not exceed the minimum means of subsistence required to maintain a worker and his family. Smith is reluctant to subscribe fully to this assertion, which in his view does not correspond to actual facts. From the 17th to the mid-18th centuries the wages of English workers had been going up, and by Smith's time had reached a level which clearly exceeded what Smith considered the minimum level of means of subsistence. How was this rise in wages to be explained? Smith accounts for it in the same way as he explains the fall in the rate of profit for the period from the 16th to the 18th centuries. Economic prosperity and the accumulation of capital create a greater demand for laborers. The rapid accumulation of capital, and not its absolute volume, demands a greater number of hands. High wages will make it possible for the workers to raise more children, which must in turn cause the level of wages to establish itself at precisely that level at which the rate of population increase more or less corresponds with the rate of growth in the demand for labor. A stagnant economy will be different. When the capital advanced on the hire of workers remains stationary, the existing number of workers proves sufficient to satisfy the demand for labor, and the masters would not be obliged to bid against one another in order to get them. 12. Wages will fall to the minimum level of means of subsistence, the population will reproduce itself at a slower rate, and the size of the working class will hold steady at this particular level. Finally, when a country is in decline and the funds destined for the maintenance of labor are sensibly decaying, the demand for workers will steadily decline and wages will fall below the established minimum to the most miserable and scanty subsistence of the laborer. 13. Poverty, famine, and mortality would reduce the size of the population to what the now reduced volume of capital would require. Thus the level of real wages will depend on the relationship between the supply and demand for labor, in other words, upon the rate of growth of capital or the fund advanced for the hire of workers. Smith, then, is advancing an embryonic version of the theory of the wage fund, which was to become so popular among bourgeois scholars. However, he still confuses the idea of a wage fund with the notion that wages will gravitate towards the minimum level of means of subsistence. A man must always live by his work, and his wages must at least be sufficient to maintain him. They must even upon most occasions be somewhat more, otherwise it would be impossible for him to bring up a family, and the race of such workmen could not last beyond the first generation. 14. Yet we have seen that Smith believes that wages will really only gravitate towards subsistence level when the volume of capital and the demand for labor are stationary. When there is expansion, wages will rise above this level; when there is a contraction, they will fall below it. Obviously, Smith himself thought that a drop in wages below the subsistence level would be but a temporary and transient occurrence, since poverty and mortality would soon bring the number of workers into correspondence with capital's reduced labor requirements. On the other hand, Smith also believed that there could be a long-term rise in wages over and above the minimum of means of subsistence so long, that is, as high wages did not encourage the workers to reproduce themselves faster than the increased labor requirements of accumulating capital. This faith in the prospect of long-term improvement in the workers' welfare, which was partially evoked by the fact that the wages of English workers had actually risen from the 17th to the mid-18th centuries, distinguished Smith's optimistic worldview from the pessimistic views of his followers, for instance, Ricardo. For all his optimism, Smith acknowledged that even when society was advancing, wages would not rise above the minimum required to bring the growth of the working population into line with capital's demand for laborers. This is a matter over which the capitalists will show equal concern, because they are few in number and hence can easily reach agreement amongst themselves, because they are protected by the law, and because the workers cannot exist without work for any but the briefest periods. They enjoy in any struggle with the workers a social superiority of forces that they can always use to drive down wages to that level beyond which the existing state of capital and wealth, i.e., whether it is progressing, stagnant, or declining, does not allow them to be driven any further. This recognition of the capitalist's social superiority of forces does not, on the other hand, lead Smith to conclude that the workers must struggle with them to improve their own social position, i.e., utilize strikes or form trade unions. However much Smith may sympathize with the workers' needs, he does not believe that combinations of workers could improve their lot. In an advancing society they would be superfluous, as purely economic factors would by driving up wages in any case. If society is stagnating or in decline they would not be strong enough to stave off a fall in wages. Smith's underestimation of the importance of workers' associations reflected the infant state of the workers' movement during his epoch. At the same time it harmonized with his general views to the effect that economic life had to be left to the free play of individual personal interests. 1. Chapter 24. The Theory of Capital and Productive Labor. Smith, as we have seen, considered profit, rather than rent, to be the primary form of net income, surplus value. But Smith also thought of profit as the revenue derived from stock. Thus it comes as no surprise that Smith had a far broader and more correctly worked out theory of capital than did the physiocrats. His merit is that 1. He broadened the concept of capital beyond the sphere of agriculture to include industry as well, and 2. He drew a direct connection between the concepts of capital and profit. Influenced by Rodbertus and Adolf Wagner, bourgeois economists often distinguish between two concepts of capital, a national economy concept and a private economy concept. The first refers to the sum total of the produce of society's labor to be used in future production, the second refers to any sum of value that yields its owner a steady unearned income. The first concept of capital derives from a one-sided, material technical standpoint, namely that capital is the means of production that are in existence, irrespective of their social form, hence the foolish conclusion often encountered in the arguments of the classical economists and their epigones that the primitive hunter is a capitalist by virtue of his possessing a bow and arrow. In contrast, capital in the second sense separates the concept from the material process of production, thus leaving unanswered the question as to where the capitalist draws his unearned income from. Here as elsewhere Smith should be considered the progenitor of both concepts of capital. Smith holds that an individual's property, providing it is sufficiently large, will divide up into two parts. That part which, he expects, is to afford him this revenue, is called his capital. The other is that which supplies his immediate consumption. Capital is property which bears its owner a flow of unearned income, in the form of profit. The main value of this definition is that it links the concept of capital directly to the concept of profit. Yet Smith understands that he cannot limit himself to defining capital in terms of the private economy. According to this definition, a private house when rented out constitutes capital to its owner. It is equally obvious, however, that when the same house is used directly by its owner it cannot yield any profit to the public, nor serve in the function of a capital to it. 3. In view of this, alongside the aforementioned definition, Smith often talks about capital in terms of the national economy, i.e., in a material technical sense, whereby he understands it as an accumulated stock of produce for use in future production, namely 1. The raw materials needed for the work, 2. The implements of production, and 3. Means of subsistence for the workers. Smith is unable to reconcile these two definitions of capital because, owing to the confusions within his own theory of surplus value, he cannot trace out how the capital invested in agriculture, industry, and trade. Smith mistakenly places the capital invested in commerce and exchange on an equal footing with productive capital invested in agriculture and industry, possesses the ability to bear a steady income in the form of profit. The duality of Smith's views on capital reveals itself clearly in the fact that he sometimes understands capital correctly, as the total value that the entrepreneur spends on purchasing machinery, raw materials, etc., but at other times mistakenly takes it to be the actual machines, raw materials, and the like in natura. This confusion of the material and technical elements of production, means of production as such, with their given social form, i.e., with their function as capital, is both a distinctive feature of Smith's theory of capital and a characteristic of the classical school in general. This lack of clarity in Smith's theory of capital was reflected in his view that capital is divided into two types, fixed and circulating. We have already met up with the embryonic form of this theory in Quesnay, who made the distinction between avances primitives and avances annuelles. Smith generalized these categories beyond agricultural capital to industrial capital, which was correct, and to commercial capital, which was wrong, inasmuch as the division between fixed and circulating capital applies only to productive and not to commercial capital. 4. Now circulating capital differs from fixed capital according to the length of time it takes for it to circulate. The value of circulating capital, example raw materials, is wholly restored to the factory owner out of the price of his product upon the completion of a single production period. The value of fixed capital, example machinery, on the other hand, is restored only in part, being fully cancelled out only after several production periods have expired. Smith remained vague about this distinction. His attention was devoted to the material aspect of phenomena as things, to the actual machinery in natura, and not to their value. While the entire value of a machine enters into circulation, albeit slowly and bit by bit, the actual machine remains at all times in the possession of the factory owner until it has completely depreciated. Smith, noticing this, comes to the strange conclusion that no part of fixed capital passes into circulation, unlike circulating capital, raw materials, for example, which is continually going from him its owner transaction in one shape, and returning to him in another. Fixed capital yields a profit without changing masters, or circulating any further. 5. The incongruities to which such a definition leads Smith are visible from the way he is compelled to classify the value of the seed which the farmer keeps on hand for later sowing as fixed capital simply because it stays in the farmer's possession. Using the same definition, Smith deems the commodities held by traders as circulating capital, though generally speaking they constitute commodity, or commercial capital, and not productive capital at all. In his theory of capital, Smith came very close to the problem of reproduction, including that of the relationship between capital and revenue. He formulated it in much broader terms than had the physiocrats, understanding that the formation of net income in the form of profit also occurs within industry. However, the rest of his analysis of reproduction is full of the most flagrant errors. As we have seen, according to Smith's theory, a portion of capital is expended on the purchase of implements of production, fixed capital, and raw materials, circulating capital. From this it would seem to follow that the value of the annual product of society as a whole must first and foremost go to replace the total capital expended. It is only what remains over and above the sum that constitutes society's revenue, which is then divided up between the three social classes as wages, profit, and rent, whereas wages figure simultaneously as a portion of the circulating capital. Profit and rent make up surplus value, or net income. In certain passages Smith actually arrives at just such a correct understanding of the problem. The gross revenue of all the inhabitants of a great country comprehends the whole annual produce of their land and labor. The neat revenue, what remains free to them after deducting the expense of maintaining, first, their fixed, and, secondly, their circulating capital, of what, without encroaching upon their capital, they can place in their stock reserved for immediate consumption, or spend upon their subsistence, conveniencies, and amusements. 6. Thus, the value of society's annual product contains not simply the revenue going to each of society's classes, i.e., wages, profit, and rent, but also the fixed and circulating capital that is being reproduced. After coming so close to formulating the problem of reproduction correctly, Smith then begins to have his doubts. What confuses him is the fact that a value which represents capital for one person, represents revenue for another. For the owner of a cloth-making factory, the textile machinery he purchases represents fixed capital. Yet what he pays to the machine maker for it, and what the latter then disperses to his workers as wages, constitutes income for the workers and a replacement of circulating capital for the machine maker. Marx analyzed the complex intersection of these relations between capital and revenue in Volume 2 of Capital. There he examines the process of reproducing the social product from two aspects, that of its material elements, means of production and means of consumption, and that of the component parts of its value, the reproduced constant capital, wages, and surplus value. Smith, as we know, confused these two aspects, the material and the social, of the process of production. In his theory of surplus value he vacillates between various points of view, having no knowledge of the division between constant and variable capital that Marx was to introduce into science. As a result, Smith proved unable to provide a correct solution to the problem of reproduction and, to get around the doubts that confounded him, resorted to a very simplistic approach. He merely assumes that the value of the constant capital, textile machinery, for instance, can be resolved in its entirety into revenue, i.e., into wages plus profit, and rent. Granted, the value of the constant capital necessary to the manufacture of this machinery, example iron, must in turn enter into that machinery's value, but the value of the iron once again consists of the wages of the workers who extracted and processed it, plus the profit of the entrepreneur, etc. What this argument actually shows is that at every stage of its production the value of the product contains not simply the incomes going to the participants in production, i.e. wages, profit, and rent, but equally a replacement of constant capital, machinery, raw materials, and the like. Smith, however, comes to precisely the opposite conclusion. He thinks that the value of constant capital resolves itself in the last instance purely into revenue, wages, profit, and rent. Consequently, the price of all the commodities which compose the whole annual produce of the labor of every country, taken complexly, must resolve itself into the same three parts, and be parcelled out among different inhabitants of the country, either as the wages of their labor, the profits of their stock, or the rent of their land. 7. While Smith has previously understood that a portion of society's annual product is designated to replace constant capital, he now arrives at the absurd conclusion, that the entire value of the social product resolves itself exclusively into revenue, entering, in other words, into the personal consumption of the individual members of society. This mistaken theory became ruling doctrine among the economists of the classical school. Ricardo accepted it, Say turned it into a dogma, and John Stuart Mill was repeating it even in the middle of the 19th century. For Smith, then, the value of a product consists of wages, profit, and rent. Now wages constitute what, in Marx's terminology, is variable capital. We can thus reformulate the statement as follows: the value of the product consists of variable capital plus net revenue, profit and rent. The entire capital is assumed to consist solely of variable capital. That part of a product's value making up the reproduced constant capital is totally forgotten. Yet how can the reproduction of the social product be understood if one ignores the reproduction of constant capital, which has such a great, and constantly growing importance in a capitalist economy? Clearly, Smith's erroneous notion that the value of a product breaks down into revenue mars his entire theory of reproduction. On this question he even lags behind Quesnay, who never for a moment forgot that part of the annual product goes to restore the depreciated portion of fixed capital. The errors that Smith made in analyzing the process of reproduction in general could not fail to find reflection in his understanding of expanded reproduction, that is, of capital accumulation. If the entire capital is spent as variable capital, on hiring laborers, the process of accumulation will obviously take place as follows: there is a part of the capitalist's revenue, i.e., his profit, that he does not spend on personal consumption, but adds to his capital, that is, he advances it for the hire of labor. All capital that is accumulated is expended on the hire of labor. This position is simply wrong, and once again ignores the fact that the capitalist must lay out part of his additional capital on the purchase of machinery, raw materials, etc. Two important conclusions could have been drawn from this mistaken theory of accumulation. The first is that, because the entire capital is expended on the hire of labor, every increase or diminution of capital, therefore, naturally tends to increase or diminish the real quantity of industry, the number of productive hands. 8. Consequently, any addition to capital, by calling forth a proportional increase in the demand for labor, works fully to the advantage of the working class. The proponents of this argument have forgotten that in reality the demand for labor grows only in proportion to the rise in capital's variable portion, and not to the growth of capital as a whole. The second conclusion is that the accumulation of capital does not imply a cut in personal consumption for the members of society. If a capitalist accumulates half of a profit of £1,000, he is using £500 to hire workers. The capitalist is foregoing this much of his own personal consumption in favor of the personal consumption of the workers. What is annually saved is as regularly consumed as what is annually spent, and nearly in the same time too, but it is consumed by a different set of people, i.e., workers. The consumption is the same, but the consumers are different. 9. Insofar as Smith was directing these words against the primitive petty bourgeois or peasant notion that capital accumulation means hiding gold coins away in a sock or a money box, he was correct. Accumulated capital is certainly spent. But it is spent not simply on hiring workers, but equally on the purchase of machinery, raw materials, etc. Overall personal consumption falls in favor of productive consumption. The production of means of production rises at the expense of means of consumption. Disregard for this fact laid the basis for the classical theory of markets of Say and Ricardo. Even opponents of this theory, like Sismondi, shared Smith's mistaken doctrine that the entire annual product of society goes to the personal consumption of its members. Closely tied to Smith's theory of capital and revenue is his extremely interesting and valuable theory of productive and unproductive labor. It was Smith's view, as we already know, that the entire capital is spent on hiring workers, i.e., is made up of wages. Does this mean that every single worker has his wages paid out of capital? No, says Smith, workers can receive their wages either from capital or from net income, profit and rent. A capitalist uses his capital to hire workers, who by means of their labor not only restore their wages, but provide on top of this a profit, surplus value. The capitalist can use his net income, i.e., profit, either to buy various commodities or to purchase the labor of different workers to be used directly for his own consumption, a maid, a cook, a domestic tutor, etc. The labor of these people provides the capitalist with a definite use value yet yields no exchange value or surplus value. This constitutes the basis for distinguishing between productive and unproductive workers. Productive workers are those who exchange their labor directly against capital, unproductive workers are those who exchange their labor directly against revenue. To be sure, the capitalist can spend part of his revenue on hiring additional productive workers. But in that case he is converting a portion of his revenue into capital, he is accumulating or capitalizing it. As capital must yield a surplus value, we can formulate this statement another way: productive workers are those whose labor yields surplus value, unproductive workers are those whose labor is devoid of this property. Thus the labor of a manufacturer adds, generally, to the value of the materials which he works upon, that of his own maintenance, and of his master's profit. The labor of a menial servant, on the contrary, adds to the value of nothing. 10. We can see how the concept of productive labor has changed with the evolution of the concept of surplus value, or net income. The only form in which the mercantilists had known surplus value was as commercial profit earned from foreign trade, flowing into the country as gold or silver. Hence for them the most productive labor was that of the merchants and seamen involved in foreign trade. The physiocrats understood that surplus value was created in the process of production, but, by ignoring profit and identifying surplus value with rent, they came to the erroneous conclusion that only the labor of the agricultural population was productive. Smith, expanding the concept of surplus value to include also profit, thereby transcended the restricted concept of productive labor held by the physiocrats. According to Smith's theory, all wage labor, be it agricultural or industrial, is productive when it is exchanged directly for capital and earns the capitalist a profit. Smith is here deriving the distinction between productive and unproductive labor from their different social forms, rather than from their material properties. On the basis of the above definition, the labor of a servant ought to be deemed unproductive if a capitalist hired him for his personal services, and productive when employed by a capitalist running a large restaurant. In the first instance, the employer relates to the servant as a consumer buyer, in the second as a capitalist buyer. Although materially speaking the servant's labor is identical in both cases, they each entail different social and production relations between people, productive in the one case and unproductive in the other. Here, however, Smith fails to reach such a correct conclusion and proves unable to differentiate labor's social form from its material content. Looking at what is actually going on around him, Smith sees that the entrepreneur sometimes uses his capital to hire workers whose labor is embodied in material objects, or commodities, but at other times he uses his revenue to purchase personal services where this property of materiality is absent. From there he comes to the conclusion that productive labor is that which fixes and realizes itself in some particular subject or vendible commodity, which lasts for some time at least after that labor is past. The labor of the menial servant, on the contrary, does not fix or realize itself in any particular subject or vendible commodity. His services generally perish in the very instant of their performance, and seldom leave any trace or value behind them, for which an equal quantity of service could afterwards be procured. 11. As we see, Smith is here giving us a second definition of productive labor, the defining characteristic of which is its ability to create material objects. Smith is obviously unaware that he is putting forward two definitions that do not fully concur with one another. From the standpoint of the first, correct definition, the labor of the servant in a restaurant run on capitalist lines is productive. From the point of view of the second, incorrect definition, this labor will always be considered unproductive, since it is not embodied in any material objects. By way of contrast, the labor of a gardener whom a capitalist keeps at his summer home to tend his plants is by the first definition unproductive, since that labor is purchased out of the capitalist's revenue and not out of his capital. In short, it is put towards his personal consumption and not to the production of surplus value. According to the second definition, the gardener's labor, because it leaves behind material results in the form of flowers and plants, would always have to be considered productive. On this, as on other questions, we see Smith, and this is typical of the classical school, confusing the material technical aspect of the production process with its social form. Wherever Smith is studying the social form of the economy, he is discovering new perspectives and is one of the founders of contemporary political economy. When he confuses the social form of the economy with its material technical content, he falls into innumerable errors and contradictions, of which his two definitions of productive labor offers but one example. The epigones of the classical school, who directed their attention towards the material technical side of production, paid no regard whatsoever to the first definition that Smith gave of productive labor, and embraced only his second, mistaken one. Some of them shared Smith's view of unproductive labor as that which is not embodied in material objects. Others objected to it on the grounds that the labor of officials, soldiers, priests, etc., had also to be considered productive. Yet neither the partisans nor the opponents of Smith's view in the least understood his truly valuable social definition of productive labor, which it fell to Marx to develop further. 1. Part 4. David Ricardo. Chapter 25. The Industrial Revolution in England. In the England and Scotland, ed. of Adam Smith, industrial capitalism was still in its early stages. Agriculture held first place, while handicraft and cottage industry continued to prevail within industry. Industrial capitalism could begin its victorious progress only after the factory, with its extensive application of machinery and steam engines, had supplanted the manual labor of the manufactory. This transition from manufactory to factory took place during England's Industrial Revolution, embracing the latter quarter of the 18th century and the first quarter of the 19th. This is precisely the lapse of time that separates Ricardo's activity from that of Smith. If we can call Smith the economist of the manufactory period, Ricardo's writings arose against the background of rapidly developing factory, machine production. The beginning of the Industrial Revolution is usually set at 1769, the jumping-off point for a rapid succession of inventions which completely transformed production technology. It would be a great mistake, however, to see the Industrial Revolution as the result of the accidental appearance of fortuitous inventions. Machines to replace human labor had been invented before. But during the Guild period, when the crafts were working for a restricted local market, such machinery was unnecessary, and could only spell ruin to the handicrafts. It is therefore understandable that the guilds used every means they could to oppose their introduction, secure their prohibition, destroy the prototypes made by audacious inventors, and have the latter banished from a town or put to death. Thus the use of the ribbon loom was banned in the 16th century, that of a machine for manufacturing needles at the beginning of the 17th century, and so on. During the 17th and 18th centuries, the epoch of the decline of the guilds, the strengthening of merchant capital, the growth of mass, cottage industry, production for export, and the birth of the manufactories, the situation altered. An immediate objective for entrepreneurs was now to lower production costs. The urge to make technological improvements and economies in costs of production gave rise during the 17th century to a feverish pursuit of inventions. The innovations of the 17th century, the extensive use of any and every type of water mill, technical innovations in mining and metallurgy, the use of machines to pump water out of mines, the construction of blast furnaces, improved methods of transmitting power, cogwheels and flywheels, transmissions, all prepared the way for the enthusiastic acceptance of the machine within industry. Yet prior to the middle of the 18th century, these different inventions were incapable of revolutionizing an industry which remained dependent upon power sources, man, animals, and water, that were either weak or could be driven by machine power only in specific localities. The stimulus for the Industrial Revolution at the close of the 18th century came, as we know, from inventions 1, in the cotton textile industry, 2, in metallurgy, and 3, the invention of the steam engine. Each of these was merely the end result of a long line of preceding inventions, the outcome of quests that had extended over decades. It was no accident that this rapid succession of inventions took place in the youngest branch of England's textile industry, cotton textiles. Making its appearance in England only late, in the 17th century, it had not been subjected to guild regulations. Cotton textiles could only win out in its intense struggle with the older woolen industry by relying on new technical improvements. In the middle of the 18th century, looms were both improved and made bigger in size. But as the spindles used in spinning continued to retain their medieval construction, spinners were unable to provide the weavers with enough thread. This thread famine compelled inventors to start looking for new methods of spinning. In 1769, Arkwright took out a patent on his water machine, an improved version of the spinning machine that he had invented in the 1730s. Within a year, Hargreaves had taken out a patent on his spinning jenny. Finally, in 1779, Crompton combined the achievements of these two inventions into his mule, which began rapidly to drive out hand spinning. A spinner using this machine could prepare 200 times as much thread as he could without it. Now it was the weavers who could no longer keep up with all the thread supplied by the spinners. There was an urgent need for an improvement in weaving methods. In 1785, Cartwright invented the mechanical loom, but it was not used extensively until further improvements had been made to it. From 1813 onwards it began to drive out hand weaving. Gradually the spinning and weaving machines spread into the wool industry as well. A second field of technical inventions was metallurgy. Up until the middle of the 18th century both iron and cast iron had been produced using wood fuel. Blast furnaces were set up near forests, moving to new sites when the supply of wood became exhausted. By the 17th century England was already beginning to record a shortage of forests. At the start of the 18th century the scarcity and rising price of wood fuel caused metallurgy to pass through a severe crisis and recession. It was essential to find new forms of fuel. Such fuel existed in the form of hard coal, but prior to the mid-18th century the numerous attempts that had been made to coke coal and use it in the processing of iron had all met with no result. Only after the mid-18th century was pig iron extensively produced using mineral fuel, Derby's method, invented in 1735, beginning in the 1780s, rolled iron started to be produced using hard coal, thanks to the new method of puddling invented by Cort in 1780. The combination of iron and coal that was to be so important for capitalism had now taken place. 1. Finally there was the most important and universal invention of this period. In 1769 James Watt built his famous steam machine, a pump for removing water from mines. The artificial removal of water from mines had begun as early as the 16th century. In 1698 Severi had invented for this purpose the first steam engine which, in the improved version given it by Newcomen in the early 18th century, had become widely used in mining. However, Newcomen's machine could not cope with very deep shafts or a strong head of water. Watt's new invention eliminated this defect. His initial machine was intended only for the extraction of mine water. In 1781, however, after additional improvements, Watt converted his machine from a pump into a universal steam engine applicable to all branches of industry. Following its initial introduction into textile and metallurgical production, the steam engine seized one branch of industry after another. At the start of the 19th century the steam engine was applied to transportation, the steamship, railways. England entered the age of steam. The inventions just described could not have exerted the swift and revolutionary impact they did had there not existed the socio-economic conditions necessary for the extensive development of factory industry. By the end of the 18th century these conditions were already present in England. On the one hand, the epoch of commercial capital had already seen a significant accumulation of capital in the hands of traders, financiers, industrialists, etc. The new factory industry presented these free capitals with a wide open field for investment. On the other hand, landless peasants, ruined craftsmen, and cottage laborers, and paupers of various sorts provided in abundance the human material that capital could employ for its own needs. The ancient guild restrictions that had stood in the way of capitalist development had already fallen into decay by the end of the 18th century. In the 1780s Tucker could say the privileges of the guilds and the trading corporations in the towns have at the present moment only insignificant power and are incapable of causing a great deal of harm, as was formerly the case. 2. Under these conditions factory industry grew at an extraordinarily rapid rate. In the words of one contemporary, a new race of factory owners rushed to set up factories wherever the opportunity presented itself. They began to fix up old barns and sheds, punched windows in bare walls, and transformed these premises into weaving workshops. Any who had capital, however small it might be, threw it into a business. Shopkeepers, innkeepers, goods ferrymen, all became factory owners. Many of them met with failure, but others attained their objectives and acquired fortunes. 3. The period from 1788 to 1803 was called the Golden Age of cotton textiles, with production increasing threefold during that time. This type of rapid growth in production was made possible only by the introduction of machinery which cut production costs and caused the price of cotton cloth to fall considerably. The introduction of the spinning machine brought down the production costs of thread from 12 shillings to 3 shillings in 1800, and even to 1 shilling in 1830. With the fall in the costs of production came a cheapening of commodities. The price of a pound of thread fell from 35 shillings to 9 shillings in 1800, and to 3 shillings in 1830. Production costs and prices on many industrial commodities fell between 10 and 12 times. Cheap cotton cloth began to displace more expensive woolens. Thanks to their cheapness they managed to force their way into the remote countryside and onto foreign markets. In the 17th and 18th centuries the fate of England's economy had depended primarily on its wool industry. From the beginning of the 19th century onwards, it was the cotton industry that played this role. The feverishly quick advance of factory production brought profound changes to the English economy. It was only now that the center of gravity shifted from agriculture to industry. On the eve of the Industrial Revolution, 1770, England's population was divided about equally between town and country. A half-century later, 1821, agriculture employed only 33% of the population. A flight from the countryside had begun. The population of the factory towns grew with incredible speed. Between 1760 and 1816 the population of Manchester increased from 40,000 to 140,000, that of Birmingham from 30,000 to 90,000, that of Liverpool from 35,000 to 120,000. England was on the way to becoming the workshop of the world, providing factory-made goods for the rest of the world. Its foreign trade grew rapidly. Between 1760 and 1815 imports into England went from 10 million to 30 million pounds sterling, its exports from 15 million to 59 million. Having previously had the export industry subordinate to it, the export trade now itself became subsidiary to a powerfully developed industry. The leading role gradually passed from commercial to industrial capital. The Industrial Revolution opened up vast prospects for a great forward surge of England's productivity of labor and national wealth. Yet even in these first stages of its development, industrial capitalism revealed with utmost clarity its negative, as well as its positive aspects. The colossal rise in the nation's production did not reduce the poverty of its masses in the least. Machinery which was intended to save on human labor frequently gave a further push to the deterioration in the laborers' working conditions. Introduced at a feverish pace, it displaced hand spinners, weavers, and other workers, who were threatened with either death by starvation or an existence as paupers. Understandably, the workers looked upon the machine as the most evil of their enemies. "The machine," wrote one worker, "has left us in rags and without a living. The machine has driven us into a dungeon, locked us up in a prison worse than the Bastille. I look upon any improvement which tries to reduce the demand for human labor as the most dreadful curse that can fall on the head of the working class, and I consider it my obligation to oppose the introduction of machinery, this scourge, into any branch of industry whatsoever." For this passionate protest expressed a feeling widely held by the working masses. The introduction of machines often provoked workers' riots. They burned down factory buildings, smashed the machinery, and tried to have it proscribed. These spontaneous movements, however, were powerless to halt the process of bringing in machinery. The machine meant the utter ruin of hand spinners and weavers, put an end to the cottage industries that had provided the peasant family with a second means of income, and made adult workers compete for work by drawing women and children into the factory. Although it is true that female labor had also been used in cottage industries, the woman had previously been working at home on her own, whereas now her departure for the factory meant leaving the children unattended unless they, too, came along. Engels, in his famous book, The Condition of the Working Class in England, painted a shocking picture of the conditions under which workers labored in the final period of the Industrial Revolution, the 1830s and 1840s. 5-year-old children working in factories, women and children performing heavy labor down the pits, children of 7 spending 20 hours a day underground. Parish orphanages used to hand over whole flocks of children to factory owners, ostensibly for training, but in reality for forced labor. The factory owners would pass them from one to another like slaves. Conditions were no less difficult for adult workers. Factory legislation was as yet non-existent, the law placed no restrictions on the exploitation of labor, while workers' trade unions were banned and subject to government prosecution. The working day averaged 13 to 14 hours, but was often even longer. The lack of hygiene in the factories was horrific. As for wages, in monetary terms these on the whole rose throughout the second half of the 18th century, but in real terms they fell due to the sharp rise in the price of corn and other means of subsistence, meat, butter, etc. According to Barton, in 1790 the weekly wages of a skilled worker would buy 169 pints of corn, in 1800 only 83. The sharp fall in real wages is accounted for by the swift rise in the prices of grain and other agricultural produce which began in the last decade of the 18th century and ended in 1815, with the conclusion of the Napoleonic War. In the 1770s, when the Industrial Revolution began, the average price of corn stood at about 45 shillings per quarter. In the 1790s it was 56 shillings, rose to 82 shillings during the first decade of the 19th century, and to 106 shillings in the period 1810 to 1813. That corn prices rose so rapidly is explained first by the growth of England's urban industrial population, which heightened the demand for corn, and second, by the shortfall in the supply of corn coming from agrarian countries, example Prussia and Poland, during the war with Napoleon. It was not simply the war and Napoleon's declaration of the continental blockade that slowed down the flow of cheap corn into England. The English government, acting in the interests of the landlords, did all it could to hinder the import of foreign grain through the imposition of high customs duties. By a law of 1791, the import of foreign grain into England became possible only if the latter's price on the domestic market was raised to 55 shillings per quarter. In 1804 this base price was raised in the interests of the landowners to 64 shillings, and in 1815 to 82 shillings. The combined effect of a number of factors, the country's rapid industrialization, the war with France, harvest failures, and agricultural protectionism, acted to produce a colossal rise in grain prices over the period 1790 to 1815. At the sight of such a vertiginous increase in corn prices, farmers and landowners rushed to utilize every spare plot of land. The enclosure of common lands took on vast proportions. Large capitalist farms increasingly displaced peasant holdings. Poor lands, waste lands, bogs, all of which were deemed unprofitable when corn prices were lower, now began to be cultivated. The drawing of inferior lands into production, the associated increase in the cost of producing corn, and the rise in grain prices were all features of English agriculture at the start of the 19th century, and all found their precise reflection in Ricardo's theory of rent. A second consequence of the advance in corn prices was a rapid rise in the ground rent that farmers paid to the landlords. From the 1770s up until the end of the war with France, rental payments rose on average by 100% to 200%, and not infrequently by 4 or 5 times. In Scotland the total amount of ground rent in 1795 was £2 million, in 1825 it was £5,250,000. A farm in Essex which had been leased in 1793 at 10 shillings an acre rented in 1812 £5,450. The war, high prices, and bad harvests had made the landlords stupendously rich. Safe in their barns, these Sabina tillers sent their brethren out to battle. Why? For rent. 6. When Byron, the famous poet, hurled these indignant lines at the aristocracy, he was expressing the sentiments of the most diverse sections of the population. Indeed, dissatisfaction with high corn prices and with protective legislation on behalf of the gentry had spread throughout the country. The industrial bourgeoisie assumed the leadership of the movement against the corn laws. Industrialists remarked with dismay that the lion's share of the profits brought by England's industrialization were slipping right through their own hands into those of the land magnates. The industrialists' dream was to shower the entire world with cheap goods from their own factories, but for this cheap hands were necessary. The high price of corn made it impossible to lower money wages. Further, high corn prices undermined the purchasing power of the workers and urban petty bourgeoisie, thus reducing the domestic market for industrial products. Periods of poor harvests and high grain prices often coincided with severe trade and industrial crises. The broad mass of workers suffered not simply from expensive corn, but also from the introduction of machinery, unemployment, and low wages. The early ideologists of the proletariat had already grasped that the root of these evils lay not in the Corn Laws, but in the capitalist system. Yet the propaganda of the first utopian socialists, Owen for example, affected but a narrow circle. The broad mass of workers still lent a sympathetic ear to the agitation against the Corn Laws. The first decades of 19th century England were passed in an atmosphere of bitter struggle between the landowning class and the commercial and industrial bourgeoisie supported by the broad mass of workers and petty bourgeois. In 1815 the agrarians still held the upper hand, and the protective tariffs on corn were increased. In 1820 the London merchants presented their famous petition to Parliament, in which they demanded the introduction of free trade as the only means by which the products of England's factories could gain broad access to the world's markets. In 1822 the merchants of Manchester put the same demand in their own memorandum. Manchester, the centre of cotton textile production, had become the fortress of the partisans of free trade, who hence became known as the Manchester School. With the industrial crisis at the end of the 1830s the struggle for free trade took on greater dimensions. The Manchester Chamber of Commerce presented a petition to Parliament in which it explained that without the immediate repeal of the corn duties the ruin of factory industry would be inevitable, and that only the broad application of the principle of free trade could assure the future prosperity of industry and the peace of the country. 7. The Anti-Corn Law League, founded by Cobden and Bright, enlisted hundreds of thousands of supporters and conducted a powerful agitation over the entire country. In 1846 the long decades of struggle finally ended in victory for the bourgeoisie, the Corn Laws were repealed, and England went definitively over to a system of free trade. The bourgeoisie secured its victory only in the period following Ricardo's death, although the historic debate between the commercial-industrial bourgeoisie and the landlord class was already well alight during his lifetime. All Ricardo's literary activity took place in this atmosphere of struggle between social classes. The fundamental socio-economic phenomena of his day, the rapid growth of industry and the successes of machine production, the menacing rise in corn prices and ground rent, and the bourgeoisie's dissatisfaction with the Corn Laws left a deep imprint on the whole of his theoretical system. In economic policy Ricardo stood as a leader of the industrial bourgeoisie. He demanded that the corn duties be repealed and free trade introduced. His theoretical system, for all its abstractness and apparent separation from the real economic conditions of his day, was in fact closely tied to them. Its two central components, the theory of value and the theory of distribution, both reflect the economic conditions of early 19th century England. In his labor theory of value Ricardo summed up the many and varied factors which cause technical improvements and increases in labor productivity to lower the price of factory products. The extensive application of machinery had compelled Ricardo to ponder on the extent to which the use of machines, fixed capital, might modify the law of labor value. The raging struggle between the bourgeoisie and landowners and the more distantly perceptible battle between bourgeoisie and proletariat concentrated Ricardo's thoughts onto the theory of distribution. Ricardo made the impetuous rise in corn prices and ground rent the basis of his theory of rent. The grievous distress of the workers, notwithstanding rising nominal wages, found theoretical reflection in the Ricardian theory of wages. The struggle between the landowners and the bourgeoisie caused Ricardo to think in terms of an irreconcilable conflict of interests between these two classes. The idleness of the aristocracy and the rise in corn prices that were typical features of a capitalist economy were for him the main reason for the fall in profits and the primary threat to capital accumulation and the ability of the capitalist economy to grow. 8. Ricardo owes to his epoch both the strong and weak points of his theoretical system. Insofar as the English economy at the start of the 19th century had already managed to develop those features that are typical of a capitalist economy, Ricardo succeeded in making theoretically ingenious generalizations that have entered permanently into economic science. Wherever he took transient or temporary contemporary phenomena to be inevitable characteristics of capitalist economy in general, he fell into errors and biases that later economic schools, and above all Marx's, were to correct. Chapter 26. Ricardo's life. David Ricardo, 1772 to 1823, was born in London into the family of a wealthy Jewish banker. By the age of 14, Ricardo was assisting his father in his stock exchange operations, but a few years later he broke with his family when he was converted to Christianity. He became an independent jobber on the stock exchange, where, thanks to his remarkable ability to foresee the price movements on securities, he amassed a huge fortune in just a few years. At the age of 25, Ricardo was already enjoying a reputation